Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to live coverage of round 5 of the Club 100 Sprint Championships for 2020 and the first of our live streamed rounds for this season. It is a very, very good day to be back here after the COVID-19 lockdown. We're here at Bayford Meadows, arguably the home circuit of Club 100, their HQ, just round the corner here in Sittingbourne. My name's Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and I'm very happy to say, alongside me, with the dulcet tones and the follicle endowment, it's the motorsport commentary's answer to Bob Ross, Mr. Howard Mitchell.
You didn't tell me.
I didn't tell you
how
that.
You were going to intro that. No, hello everybody. Yes, I still have my lockdown.
He does.
My lockdown do. But it is fantastic to be back here giving some coverage of Club 100 Sprints, round 5, as Andrew says, here at Bayford Meadows. Actually, it's been ages since I've been down here, mate. We were talking about this. It's actually been like 6 years since I came down here. But anyway, it's great to be back here. Fun circuit. Drivers just being briefed now, Andrew, before we go into the first of many races that we have for you here today. We're running it, for those of you who have followed the Sprint Championships with us here before via your Alpha live stream in previous years, we have a slightly different composition of the day here with all of the heavyweights competing, followed by all of the lightweights. That's obviously to minimize the number of people that we have on site concurrently throughout the day. So that's how we're going to be running it. So if you are tuning in for the lightweights in particular, they are coming up. We will have all of the action from them, but just bear in mind that they are going to be later on in the day's proceedings.
You can get in contact with us in various methods today. In the YouTube comments, a couple of people saying hello already. Hello to Joshua Neve, who's asking who's ready. We're ready, just about. Hopefully the drivers are ready as well for some good action. On Twitter as well, we're using a new hashtag today. Hashtag Club100Live. Use that one. We can get your comments here in the box. Let us know who you're looking out for and cheering on in the action today. So as Howard says, heavyweights will be running out first. In terms of each individual's format for the day, it's pretty much unchanged from last year. So 3 heats, random grids, basically have 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. Drivers' performances through those heats will determine the grids for the finals. We'll have a C, B and A final with promotions from each of those. So you can, if you've had a bit of a bad day, race through from the C final up into the A final. We have seen it done before. And we'll also be talking about our classes as well. So C1, C2 and C3. The new C3 class. In fact, this is going to be the first time that we've seen the C3 class in action. So a class specifically, almost think of it a little bit like a rookie class. Drivers with less experience trying to prove themselves through to get it into C2. They have to start from the back of each of the grids. Now, this is a change that we saw from last year where that kind of mix of faster drivers from the back, less experienced drivers in the middle, we've decided, let's pull those less experienced drivers towards the back of the field, give them more of a bit of a steady start and a racing chance in that one.
And just to finish off on those subclasses, we do have the additional class in heavyweights, of course, the super heavies as well. So there's actually 4 subclasses to take account of this morning. There's something for everybody to race for, pretty much. And don't forget as well, as we go into these heats, it's not just about determining the grids. It's 20 points on offer for a heat win, 20 championship points on offer for a heat win, with 130 points on offer for the win of the ultimate A final at the end of the day. So that's all to look forward to. Don't forget, as Andrew says, keep your comments coming in. We've got all of the comments today. We've got the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag Club100Live. We've got the YouTube comments, and we've got the comments coming in on the Facebook stream that's on the Club 100 page, unless our producer's going to start waving wildly at us. The Club 100 page on Facebook. But we're also going out on all sorts of pages. We're going on our Alpha Live. We're going out on our humble little page over at Double Dash Motorsport Media. And if you are on that page, just hit that like.
Give it a like.
Give that like button or follow. Whatever the equivalent is on there. I've gone blank right now, but give us that. So hello to that and all of the pages that we're going out on Facebook.
Kart Pulse as well.
Kart Pulse, we missed Kart Pulse. Hello to everyone on there, and Kart Magazine. Indeed. So hello to everyone watching. Get your comments coming in. Interact with us. We love to hear from you as we return to showing you live streamed Club 100 sprint racing action for the first time in 2020. We did the BUKC. Bits of the BUKC earlier on in the year.
Yep.
That was there for you to enjoy, but this is our first time doing the Club 100 own their own sprint championship this year. So it's fantastic to be back doing that.
Let's say hello to a couple of people who can see in the YouTube chat. Hello to Craig Brown. He says, "Morning, guys. Hope you are good." We are good, mate. Bit tired. It's been a long weekend for both of us already. But no, we're both good. Hello to A Boy Is Bad. Is Joe Holmes racing? Yes, he is racing. He was fastest in practice this morning as well, in the 30-minute test session that we had just before we came on the air. So he is here. Xander asked, "Is Super GT racing?" Now, that is unconfirmed yet. I've not looked fully through the registered lightweight entry from this morning. He's not in super heavyweights today. I can tell, in heavyweights rather. I can tell you that. So we'll see if Steve's around for lightweights, because I know there was a rumour that he was changing classes. Where is Lewis Hamilton? He is not here. He is one person I can say is definitely not here. He is quite busy at Monza this weekend. But no, keep those coming in.
If he finishes far ahead enough of the field, he might have time to drive back here. But nothing's planned.
Indeed. But yes, 62 of you watching at the moment. Thank you very much, guys. If you can share the stream as well, that would be fantastic. We are still, I'm just looking outside, still in driver's briefing at the moment, but we will be getting ready for heat number 1. We should say all the heats are 7 minutes long. No +1 lap either, so once the 7 minutes is up, the next time the drivers cross start finish, that will be the end of the race. Finals are 12 minutes. C final, we'll see 4 promotees from the C final into the B final. From the B final to the A final, it will be 2 promotees.
Now
that's pretty much all of the format.
Yeah, it is, mate. And you were just answering the question about Joe Holmes. The heavyweights is an interesting one at the moment in terms of championship scores, because one of the things that you've got to bear in mind is that in Club 100 we often run, and indeed in the cases of the sprints we do run, a system of dropped scores across the championships. That's for various reasons. If someone has a particularly bad day at the office at the races that wasn't for reasons beyond their control, it's supposed to account for that, but it's also in the sense of, obviously it's an arrive and drive series, they're not prepping the karts themselves and all that sort of thing, but also it's a club level racing championship, and people may have to miss around for various reasons. This year, perfect example of where plans have been disrupted in various different ways. So Joe Holmes is a great example in that he hasn't been to every single round so far, but he has got 2 finals wins to his name. So he's got a really good championship score once it's taken into account. But if you go to the championship table right now at results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100, by the way, for that, if you look at that, he's currently like 14th in the table.
Yeah.
But he's probably got a shoe-in for the going for the win, given his scoreline at the rounds that he has been at. So he is here today. Adam Wright is here today, another driver who's in that situation within heavyweights. Andrew missed one of the rounds, missed round 2, but has been having a really consistent scoreline. Stephen Downs as well actually he has been to all of the rounds, but he's currently sat 4th. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. And of course, championship leader at the moment, Anwar Burrell Smith, is here competing as well today. So we've got a lot of people at the sharp end of this heavyweight championship, and that's just within class 1, of course. But anyway, briefing's just finishing up. It's time for us to head into the racing. We're going to go into heavyweight heat number 1.
Shall we have a look at the grid then for this first race of the day? I think Howard's got it in front of him on his screen.
I believe I do, yeah. I've been rifling through a lot of different grids, though. I hope this is going to match. It does match. Justin Shaw is going to start this one on pole. Just wanted to double check. With Chris Dixon alongside Richard Lazenby and Steve Lindley make up row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Alex Pritchard and Darren Townsley. Paul Williams and Doug Cook make up row number 4. Row 5 is going to be Vinod Harani and Lenny Wood. Row 6 is going to be Stuart Simmons and Anwar Burrell Smith. On row 7, we've got Nick Policott and Luke Phillips. Then it's Lee Woods and Andrew Perry on row 8. And row 9 is going to be James Dunnett and James Fremont to round out your 18-car grid. Slightly smaller grids than... Oh, no, sorry, not slightly smaller. A relatively small grid to get us going. but they're short, sharp heats, slightly smaller. You know, these aren't BUKC sprints where you see 30-odd karts and they're all squashed together. We've got slightly smaller grids that will lead up to those big trophy finals towards the end of the day. The change around between these races is going to be quite quick today, folks, so we're going to try and get you the grid graphics up on screen, but just bear in mind that we may have to do these grids in a slightly more that's the most relaxed grid. The one we just did, that's the best one of the day potentially, because we are aware it's a tight program that they're running here at Club 100 as ever, so they've got to get through all of that.
Hello to Mr. Luke Hornsby. Good luck
Indeed.
to everyone racing today. LD Toxic as well saying, I can't wait for the racing. We can't wait either. It's going to get underway very, very shortly.
Bayford Meadows, Andrew.
Yeah, let's talk circuit.
Let's talk about the circuit. 13 turns, high, fast-paced corners, not too much in the way, at least as I judge it. But this is me talking after 6 years of not driving it, but not too many heavy braking things. Quite technical track, isn't it, mate?
Very technical track. I think of all the circuits we go to, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think this is the hardest one to get right. I think this is a circuit where driver talent and driver experience really, really does come into play. You know, it's a circuit in this part of the country that obviously we race in a lot, but it's not one that we visit as much as, say, Buckmore Park, for example.
Yeah.
Wilton Mill goes in that same category of we go there
a lot.
quite a few times.
Yeah.
The pack is quite close on that basis because people have a good idea of what they're doing. I don't think that's as much the case here with Bayford Meadows. And apart really from the front, the pit straight and the back straight after, I think it's, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, after turn 7, it's one of those where it's corner into corner into corner into corner into corner. And if you get one of those wrong, you're off. You're off then in terms of correct line and pace for the next 3 or 4 corners. And getting into a rhythm around this circuit is really, really tricky, especially in these sprint races. If you get offline, especially as we see with some of the C1s and the C2s really tightly packed, if you're offline and you lose a position, you're probably losing 2, 3, 4 positions today as people come through. It's going to be very, very tight and interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I almost want to say, I don't know to what extent you agree with this one, but I almost want to say it's quite an old school track in a good way. It's sort of quite, it's about keeping the momentum up through the high speed corners and really pouncing on those overtake opportunities when they arise. But there aren't, those really heavy break-ins. There are a couple of hairpin corners here, but even those are quite high speed for a hairpin, if that makes any sense at all. But you've got getting it right through turn 1, which often feels like it sort of tightens out at the apex, and then you've got the difficulty of 2, 3, and 4, which is this sort of you've got to turn in high speed and then start to think about braking for turn number 3 as you're turning through the kink at 2. It's quite it takes some getting used to, this circuit, for certain. As I say, I don't think I ever quite got used to this track.
No.
So it's going to be an interesting one to see how our drivers get on with that.
That was not me saying, no, you've never got used to the track. I was saying, no, I've never got used to it either when I've raced around here. There's 130, Chris Dixon. Expect to see some good results from him today. He's an experienced driver. Whistle has been sounded. That means drivers can start up their engines. Drivers will roll out on circuit. We should, I may be going out on a limb here and saying we'll be having some short practice laps ahead of this one, because for some drivers this will be the first time they've been out on circuit this morning. Not everyone will have taken part in the 30-minute pre-practice session that was at, what was it, about 9 o'clock, 9:30. There's Paul Williams, the distinctive grey metal suit and helmet combo. Anwar Barul Smith there, number 3, your current championship leader. We run through the full championship standings as they are at the moment.
No, I only talked about the main protagonists at the front of Class 1, mate.
Let's have a look at those then. So Anwar Barul Smith, going into the racing today after 4 rounds of the 10-round season completed, is your championship leader on 736 points. And that's a quite good lead at the moment over Stuart Jones in second place on 695. Jeff Lamb is third overall and third in C1 on 685. Stephen Downs is fourth on 681. Then there's the first of our C2s, so the intermediate class in our sprint series. He's fifth overall leading in C2, as we say, on 680, so that's a good lead for him at the moment. Sean Briley is in 6th place on 662. Oliver Moss 7th on 660. Dave Longman is 8th on 643. Then our reigning super heavyweight champion and driver of the year last year in Club 100 2019, Richard Allen. He's your top super heavyweight at the moment in 630 in 9th. Then come a few more of our C2s. Alex Pritchard 10th in points overall, 2nd in C2 on 630. Then Lewis Ridd 11th overall, 3rd in C2 on 621. Jordan Salter is next, 12th overall, 4th in C2 on 615. I just want to give a shout out as well to Bill Taylor, 2nd in super heavyweight at the moment on 610. Ben Bennyworth 3rd in super heavyweight on 538. And let's also give a notice to our C3s. Wayne Dunham, currently your C3 leader, 32nd overall in points on 453. Nick Policott 2nd on 450, and Sonny Cundy is 3rd on 417.
Watching the final chicane here, which is going to be a crucial one to get right coming on to the start of each lap. As we said, important to carry the momentum around here. I just want to make a note as well, whilst we're watching these practice laps, on number plates and their colours. So if you can see drivers with a yellow number plate, those are our Class 1 drivers. Blue number plates with the white numbering, those are Class 2 and Class 3. I think they are sharing the sound. I'm not sure we had enough different colours of number plate at our disposal to denote those two classes separately. So if they're a blue number plate, I think they're Class 2 or Class 3 today. And then the green number plates are our super heavyweight driver subclass. So those are the different number plates to look out for. There are no duplications across that. So even though there are multiple classes, there is only one instance of each number in the entire field. And if you're tuning in to support a particular driver over the course of our streamed rounds this season, then it makes it's good practice to learn and remember the number of the driver or drivers you are supporting, because they carry that throughout the season.
There's Alex Pritchard, the Applewood independent driver, has come here today in his beautiful Ferrari, which I thought the best thing to stick next to it would be my slightly mucky, slightly rusty third generation Mazda MX-5. I'm sure he appreciated that one.
I quite like it, because I don't know if you've noticed, mate, but where I've parked my car is exactly in the eye line from this room.
Oh, yes.
So when everyone's stopping in our room here to look at the Ferrari outside, I can...
What they're really looking at
they're
is
really
Suzuki
looking
Swift.
at, yes, that is exactly it. That is exactly it, mate.
It's one of those, like, I like the Ferrari, but that's just better.
Exactly. Exactly that. And mate, you've still got the Le Mans decal.
My 2-year-old stickers.
So,
one day that car in that livery might return to Circuit de la Sarthe. Looks like we are just about ready then. So the 4 minutes of practice and warm-up for the drivers is completed. Would you mind running us through that grid again?
I certainly can, yeah. So it's going to be Justin Shaw in the 104 with Chris Dixon alongside. I actually think this is Chris Dixon's first appearance in sprints this year, mate, as well.
Might well be, yeah.
Just looking at the championship table. But yeah, Justin Shaw and Chris Dixon, your front row. Richard Lazenby and Steve Lindley are row 2, and then row 3 is Alex Pritchard and Darren Townsley. So even though we have all of these subclasses, bear in mind they are all going to be scored together in one big championship, and then but we still have the silverware available to the drivers who finish in the top 3 of each subclass come the end of the racing in the heavyweights. I nearly said the end of the day's racing, but that's not how to think about it, because of course we have the heavyweights and then the lightweights. So there is plenty of action to come once all of these drivers have finished their racing for the day.
Hello to Chris Tomsett, who's asked a good question. What tyres are they running? The standard Bridgestone YDS tyres that Club 100 karts come with. From looking at them earlier, I think we've got scrubbed in sets on today. But yeah, if you want any more information on the karts, go ahead to club100.co.uk/about/karts. All the info about the karts. All of them prepped by the team just round the corner. And I think we are just about ready to go for the first race of the day, Howard.
Absolutely. Pole on the left-hand side as you look at it then. Justin Shaw in the 104 leads them away, heading towards turn 1. It's a nice clean start, and already Chris Dixon is looking racy there, trying to find a way through up into the lead. He'd really like to get a few Class 2 and Class 3 runners between himself and the rest of the Class 1 runners within this field. You can see Anwar Barul-Smith is one of those drivers going 3 wide there through turn 3. Here's Dixon down the inside of turn number 5 there, the first of these hairpin corners, and we're going almost 3 wide for the lead into this turn 6 as well. Look for Lindley there, trying to go for the lead, trying to go around the outside of 7. We've got a driver off here in the first of the hairpins as the leaders head through the long turn 8 for the first time. These are the corners where it's important to keep that momentum up, stringing together these corners in a nice rhythm through the latter section of the lap, and it is Chris Dixon who's got himself to the head of the field, and Steve Lindley now challenging for second in the 47, and our pole sitter Justin Shaw is trying to find his rhythm again as they come through the end of lap number 1.
Great start for Steve Lindley there, very decisive up the inside to take second place. Alex Pritchard with a good move as well, as Shaw starting to shuffle backwards, and the championship leader Anwar Barul-Smith will be looking for a good start here at Bayford Meadows this morning. Gains another position. There was a contact warning for Nick Pollicott. I think your stranded driver, Howard, was James Fremont. He's not come through at the end of lap number 1, the C3 driver. Unfortunately down in 17th place, would have to have recovered the kart from the grass. Drivers are not allowed to restart from off the circuit. Got to protect the clutches of these karts as Alex Pritchard goes down the inside there. Decisive move on Steve Lindley at the end of the back straight. That's him good for second place, but Lindley's going to try and fight back here on through this sequence of right-handers, but no, Pritchard's going to have that position. The experience of Alex Pritchard coming to the fore as they come through the chicane to finish lap 2. It's going to be Dixon from Pritchard, Lindley, your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and look at this. Simmons going for a move there. That's Stuart Simmons looking down the inside of turn 1 we just saw there, and I think he got the job done because he's now ahead of Steve Lindley. There is the 65 of Paul Williams with Anwar Barul-Smith applying the pressure from behind.
Change for third place. Simmons has got past Lindley there, and you can see already with how this track goes very much from corner to corner, not much time to breathe. As Lenny Wood gets through past Anwar Barul-Smith there, you've got to be very, very delicate with your overtaking and choosing the right moment to go for a move. Not just to get through the order, but make sure that you're not going to be attacked from drivers further back in the pack if you get offline. There is Anwar Barul-Smith in the green, white and red helmet. Penalty for Paul Williams, bump and pass ABC, so that will be a number of positions added to, and he's not happy about it at all.
It's 4 off the top of my head, Andrew, as Barul-Smith goes for a move there on Lenny Wood in the 38, and Lenny Wood's going to be put out wide by that instead. Neither of them are too happy about that, both himself and Lindley, but they all live to race another lap.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we get another view of that as to who may have been at fault there, but drivers not happy with one another in this first race of the day. Chris Dixon, though, doing a fantastic job. His lead is nearly 1.3 seconds over Alex Pritchard and the rest of them.
I think I may have seen our pole sitter, Andrew, Justin Shaw, trying to put a move on Darren Townsley to try and work his way back up the field there.
Yeah, I think he got it done. He got it done there in the red and grey Gillard suit.
That's 8th place then for sure. Yeah, it does. I know I was talking about the rhythm through this latter section, right? It does also seem to lend itself. You can sort of go side by side here. I don't know. It almost feels sort of Thruxton-esque in a sort of strange way. Anyway, as Chris Dixon starts a new lap, the lap times are coming down. Dixon set the fastest lap of the race, but was immediately beaten by Stuart Simmons in third place at 54.510, the fastest lap of the race thus far. Nice conditions for karting here today. The British weather's been quite changeable over the last couple of weeks, as I'm sure we all know, but today it's really nice conditions for karting as we hone in on a battle there. That's over second place, isn't it, mate? It's Simmons past Pritchard now for second place.
Yeah, Stuart Simmons absolutely flying at the moment, and has managed to get past Alex Pritchard there for second place. It's looking like he's already pulling away from Pritchard. Can he do anything about Chris Dixon's over a second lead with 2 minutes 40 on the clock to go? We'll check them as they come through over start finish. Not seen any further. Well, there's a couple of contact warnings for Steve Lindley, curb warning as well for pole sitter Justin Shaw. The gap's now 1.4. Now, of course, that will have been a little bit because Simmons was making a move past Pritchard as Barul-Smith and Williams going at it there.
Yeah, very robust overtaking attempt there from Barul-Smith, and very robust defence, it has to be said, from Paul Williams as well, and it's allowing Lenny Wood to try and get stuck in on this as well. As was that our stricken driver from? No,
Yeah.
that was Lindley to the side there, wasn't it?
No, I think it was James Fremont pulling off to one side, just letting those drivers through. So unfortunately, James is a lap down after his incident on lap number 1. 2 minutes of this one to go. Nip and tuck between our heavyweights in the first race of the day. Anwar Barrell-Smith trying to get through, and having started from the middle of the pack, this is a race where it's not quite damage limitation at this stage of the day, as Williams defends into turn 1, but he doesn't need necessarily to convert this into a huge result, because he'll have better grid slots later on in the day. Pritchard really aggressive there over the curb, and Barrell-Smith up the inside of Williams, gets the position, doesn't seem too happy about things though, but that'll be good for 4th place.
Yeah, Barrell-Smith won't know this, of course, unless he's done a seriously impressive job of memorising everyone's kart number and keeping an eye on the penalty board. But he won't know that Paul Williams, of course, is just trying to negate his penalty.
Oh, and it's dived one down the inside there.
Yeah, so this is Williams, because the penalty that he's got is like a 4-position reduction. He wants to try and reduce those reductions, but there he's just dropped behind Lenny Wood and Steve Lindley. No, he's going to fight back with Steve Lindley, and I think this is Paul's an experienced driver. He's racing very robustly here, because he's trying to clinch on to those positions, because it's the positions that will count when his penalty gets applied post-race.
We're on to the last lap then. Chris Dixon is in good control of this one. He's got a 2.4 second lead over Stuart Simmons and Alex Pritchard. We're focusing on this battle over 5th place now between Lenny Wood, Steve Lindley and Paul Williams. Williams, as we mentioned, has got that 4th-place penalty to be posted at the end of this race. At the moment, Justin Shaw, Darren Townsley, Richard Lazenby and James Dunnett will benefit from that, as Williams is down the inside of Lindley for 6th place on the road. Lindley fighting back though. Really good stuff there from Steve Lindley. But here is Chris Dixon. We've not seen him in a while, but this has been a very, very good return in the first race of the day for the driver of the 130.
I can't help but wonder if he's going to try and angle to get that many points in our trophy final, mate. With the number 130 on his car. Yeah, it's the only driver we can do that reference with. Here he comes then. Chris Dixon takes the first win of the day in heat number 1. It's going to be Stuart Simmons in 2nd, Alex Pritchard in 3rd. Anwar Barrell-Smith fights up the order to finish 4th. Lenny Wood in 5th. Paul Williams in 6th, but does have a post-race penalty to be applied. Then it's Steve Lindley in 7th. Justin Shaw finishes in 8th. Darren Townsley 9th. 10th for Richard Lazenby. James Dunnett in 11th. Luke Phillips finishes 12th, but has a cone penalty that he picked up in the last couple of laps to be applied for that. Andrew Perry in 13th, and it's Nick Pollicott, Lee Woods, Vinod Hirani, and we saw James Fremont having a drama that left him on the grass during lap number 1.
Intriguing first race, that. A lot of... as there's trouble there for Vinod Hirani. 3 wheels on the kart. Well, did that happen? No, I don't think that did happen after the checkered flag. So, yeah, that is not good news for Vinod. It puts him to the bottom of the order, or almost the bottom of the order.
Yeah.
So we're going to get ready then for heat number 2 of the heavyweights. That's coming right up. Back here at Bayford Meadows then for Club 100 sprint round number 5. Let's have a look at our grid for heat number 2. Jeff Lamb starts on pole position. Alongside on the front row is Bradley Shears. Ben Bennyworth and Matt Kendall will be on row 2. Sean Briley and Dave Pethers are on row 3. David Longman, looking for good points today, is on row 4 alongside Andrew Cherry. Steve Bosley and Bill Taylor wrap out the top 10. Miguel Hall and Stuart Madden have work to do from row number 6. Jaden Cadigan and Wayne Dunham, current C3 leader, are starting on row 7. Jason Bear and Richard Neal go from row 8. Martin Robinson, Simon Kavanagh on row 9. 18 karts in the field. Hello to Michael Downs. So this is the first track that Steve Downs ever raced at. He bought his first kart here in 2001 when he was 11. Good luck, Steve. Good luck from... I guess that's Mum and Dad. Thank you very much for that comment. Keep the comments coming in.
Yeah, 4th in the championship standings at the moment, albeit I do keep cautioning everybody who's keeping an eye on this championship. Don't forget how the drop scores will come into effect towards the end. There are some big players in this championship who are further down the table at the moment. It's sort of skewed in that way, but Stephen definitely having a good run in the championship, and one will presume be hoping for some good points today. given his history with this circuit.
So the drivers out at the moment, looking at how the cart's performing, feeling how their cart's performing through this 4 minutes that they get before the first race. They don't get this every time, by the way.
Nope.
They don't get this on the second rotation of heats. Remember, each driver races in these heats 3 times. So we've got to get these first 4 through and out the way, and everybody up to speed with the circuit.
Yeah, I'm going to get a slightly scoreboard nerd with everybody again. In that light, when you look at the championship tables, because each driver does 3 heats out of the 12, the way that the table is structured when you look at the points can make it look like sort of 3 drivers won 1 race, because you'll see H1, H2 and H3 against all of the drivers, but that doesn't all mean they were in. It doesn't mean there were only 3 heats and they were all in all 3 heats. It's for that driver's 3 heats, these are the points they scored. So that's another thing to bear in mind, as I think there's a bit of running around here recovering Vinod Harani's kart from the last session. But that's something to bear in mind anyway. You'll get the idea. Results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100 for any of that. And don't forget the live timing as well to follow along if you've got another screen spare alongside the live stream. live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100 and you can see all of that.
I just caught the end of that. If my eyes were deceiving me, apologies. I think that was Sam Dimolo running across the circuit, who I do just want to give a shout out, because last weekend we were at Shennington for Super 1, round number 3. Myself and Luke Austin and the team from Alpha Live, and we saw a brilliant scene in the Bambinos where Sam's son Elliot, who is now sponsored by Club 100 Racing, took his first podium at a national level on Sunday, and it was quite a special moment just to see how happy and proud Sam was as dad. You know, sometimes we see dads get a bit when the kid gets a 3rd place, which really winds me up. But yeah, Sam was overjoyed, and I was really, really proud to see that result for Elliot. So a young driver there being backed by Club 100. There's been some other drivers that have been backed by Club 100 historically in karting. I remember certain L. Hamilton used to have Club 100 on the side of his kart when he was around, when he was young.
There is Ben Bennyworth, who will line up 3rd on the grid for this one, and I think that's probably just that's Jeff Lamb, in fact, taking up his spot now and pole position in the 91 kart. He'll have Sean Riley alongside.
Interesting this one for C3, mate, because we've got a couple of our strong runners in C3 in this race. Obviously, all of them starting to the back of the grid, similar to how, as I say, a novice plate would in Motorsport UK racing. It's worked quite well so far this season, but look out for those guys and seeing how they can make progress in this race. But Pusher Carter's pulled off to one side. We're ready to race here at Bayford Meadows. This is heat number 2 for the heavyweights. Eyes on the lights. Away we go. Good start for Jeff Lamb in the number 91, and he will lead into turn 1 for the first time. Sean Briley already trying to make his way through. 95 has been saved by the new concrete runoff there, but very good start there for Sean Briley in the yellow and black helmet. Already, Howard, up to 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Madden in the 95, Stuart Madden, who was going and having a bit of a wide moment, but as you say, mate, saved by that concrete runoff as we look at the field streaming out of the hairpins and heading towards the long left-hander of turn 8. Still Jeff Lamb at the head of the field with Sean Briley right on his tail. These two both Class 1 runners as they go 3 wide through turn 8, and there's a few drivers not too happy with that, and we continue to be 3 wide through 10 and 11 here as they all try and sort themselves out in the normal cacophony on the first lap. Random grids, remember, for these heats, so you are going to have drivers through pace differential. Can everyone avoid the tyres? I do love the shot through that last corner there. They've got to be careful of those tyres on that chicane, because they can receive a cone penalties. For the lead of the race here, Briley goes down the inside of Jeff Lamb and gets the job done by the time they're going through the left-hand kink of 4 and heading towards 5, and I think he has a quick look over his shoulder, but he doesn't need to defend that any longer. Ben Bennyworth there still in 3rd place, and 4th place occupied by Bradley Shears who is the highest placed of our Class 2 subclass runners at the moment in the 124. He's got Dave Pethers right on his tail, and then there's the 55 of Matt Kendall in 5th place.
Really good to see Sean back here in sprints action. And he does have a good history with Club 100. There's a move being done there.
Pethers.
Yeah.
Past
Kendall.
Yes.
But Sean Briley, I remember Sean, first met Sean back in 2015. I would say raced against. It wasn't really racing against. It was sharing the same piece of track as Sean came flying by in the lightweights championship that year. But he's had a couple of years away from Club 100, back now running very strongly. I'm just trying to check now. Has he had any race wins so far this year? He's had 1 heat win so far this season, so this could be number 2.
Yeah, just want to cover, by the way, it wasn't Pethers past Kendall, it was Pethers past Shears, and he's really on the move here, challenging Ben Bennyworth as well. This is a great run so far for Dave Pethers, and yes, he has got Ben Bennyworth there. The 127 now ahead of the 96. As further back in the field, I think we're looking at the battles here between the likes of David Longman,
coming through,
Andrew Cherry, Steve Bosley, and yes, indeed, Miguel Hall, Andrew, coming through the field here as they come up through the chicane. Difficult chicane, isn't it, mate? Because it's an upwards. Oh, we've got a spin there. That is Jaden Cardigan. Cardigan round in the number 23, one of our Class 3 runners. So we're back here with Dave Pethers in second place. In third place, chasing second place, and actually right on the tail now of Jeff Lamb.
That'll be really frustrating for Jaden. I know falling off the back of the field due to a spin is never a good thing, but particularly at this circuit, being around other drivers, it's easier to get into that rhythm that I've mentioned already a couple of times. When you're on your own and you've had a spin and you've got to get back up to speed, I don't know what it is about this circuit in particular. It's harder than at other places.
Yeah, I had a session here just quite a few years ago now, where it started to rain just at the very end. And because of the high-speed nature of these corners, this is a track where if you start to see a few spits of rain on your visor, back off. Here is Pethers, though, going for second place against Jeff Lamb. Does Lamb have a response back? He's going to have the inside line, but his nose isn't far enough alongside, so he tucks in behind Dave Pethers there. So Pethers up to second place, easily the highest placed of the Class 2 runners at the moment. I'll say easily. It's not too far back to Bradley Shears in 5th place, who's challenging Ben Bennyworth, who needs to be careful because he's just picked up a curb warning. Doesn't want to pick up any. He's now picked up a cone penalty. So that is going to be a 1-position deduction for Ben Bennyworth come the end of the race. And that's kind of important there, because right behind him now, Andrew, is Bill Taylor, the second place of the super heavyweight runners. And all these things start to count over the course of the season.
They do indeed. We are getting to that midpoint. Still plenty of racing to go in this Club 100 sprint season, but drivers will know what they're fighting for now in terms of championship aspirations. Sean Briley is absolutely flying. He's just set 54.463 down the inside there.
That's Longman on Shears for 6th place.
New suit for David, that, I'm pretty sure. That's a nice snazzy one there. Red, white and blue. Miguel Hall has just got a curb warning. Just saw him at the back of this pack there with the mostly white helmet with the green, yellow and red details.
Yeah, Longman trying to work his way up the order. He's the lowest position of our Class 1 runners in that number 90. There is our race leader, Sean Briley, and then there's David Pethers leading Jeff Lamb. Those are our top 3. And then this battle is further down the order as our leaders head through the latter part of the lap. Briley heads towards the chicane of 12 and 13 here. And on to a new lap. His pace is really good. Currently has the fastest lap of the race as well, as we've got under 90 seconds of this one to go now.
Has had some good form in the finals, was 3rd in our final at the last round of this championship. Sean Briley, as we say, returning to Club 100 as Dave Longman goes down the inside there of Ben Bennyworth, gets that position on track. So Bennyworth and his penalty from now relegating behind Steve Bosley, as I think that's
Stuart Madden trying to execute a move on Miguel Hall there, and clearly felt that Hall was closing the door somewhat, but the bit of that we saw looked fairly okay to me. This is Madden, of course, trying to make up for he had that wide moment at turn 1, didn't he, that put him pretty far down the order. So I don't know if he feels on pace he should be a little higher up at this stage. We've got 1 minute of this one to go. Sean Briley comfortably in the lead there, ahead of Pethers and Lamb. And then there is Bill Taylor. We missed Bill Taylor getting by Ben Bennyworth, but obviously Longman's now got past Bennyworth as well. So Taylor got by on track. Didn't want to wait for that penalty to grant him the highest position of the super heavyweights. He got by on merit.
Here's Sean Briley then, looking to close out his second heats win of the season. Miguel Hall looks to have got past Madden this time, and Kendall's involved as well. This has been fairly straightforward for Sean. He's kept things calm, used the good grid position that he had to get to the front, and he's going to take a good victory here. A driver who, as we mentioned, from my memory, last ran consistently in sprints some 5 years ago when he was in the lightweights championship, finished third that season. But here is Sean Briley to take his second victory of the season there, and that's a good win for him ahead of Dave Pevers. Jeff Lamb is going to be third, Bill Taylor fourth, Dave Longman, good points for him in fifth, Ben Bennyworth sixth but has penalties, Steve Bosley, Miguel Hall, Stuart Madden and Bradley Shears wrapping out the top 10. Matt Kendall, Andrew Cherry, Wayne Dunham. Wayne Dunham, top C3 runner. Key for him in his C3 effort. Ahead of Simon Kavanagh, Richard Neal, Jason Bear, Martin Robertson and Jaden Cadigan, who had that spin in the middle of the race.
As quickly as Andrew has said that, they've pulled into the pit lane because pit entry is beyond the finish line here at Bayford Meadows, and the next racer has gone out for their warm-up laps. So it's time for us already to look ahead to heat number 3 for the heavyweights. Here at Bayford Meadows then, for heat number 3 of the heavyweights for round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Sprints Championship, here is your grid. Matt Wildman will take this one from pole with Dimitri Zeldin alongside. Oliver Moss and Adam Wright make up row number 2. Peter Clark and Richard Newton are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Tim Hill and Blake Temperley, and then it's going to be Alan Wildman and Nick Trafford on row number 5. Row 6 will be Richard Allen and Jonathan McAddy. Jason Small and Tim Williams will make up row number 7. Row 8 will be Ryan Baines and Karolis Janjemis, and then it's going to be Lewis McKinnon on row number 9, with, I believe, Sonny Cundy is going to be alongside him, although he's not on the graphic there. So I think he's going to round out an 18 kart grid by my count, mate. So, and I think Sonny's got a few highest placed Class 3 runs in this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
We've been reviewing that on our Double Dash Motorsport Media podcast, shameless plug time. But when we've been having a look at the rounds so far, we review all of the rounds, so if you do want an in-depth analysis of this one, we will be putting that one out post this event as well. But yeah, so our 18 drivers are out on track, just warming up for this one. Coming thick and fast here are the races, as is the nature of this format, with the 12 heats ahead of the trophy finals. And as we've been saying, 20 points still on offer for the wins in this one, and it increments down in 1 point for each position. So second will get 19, and so on and so forth down the order.
Hello to Typhoon, who asks, is Peter Clark racing this weekend? Well, if it's the same Peter Clark who's number 93 on our entry list, he's in this very race. There he is.
Yeah,
straight through shots.
That was brilliant. That was on cue. He also says, I want to do this next year.
Absolutely. Get involved.
Definitely.
www.club100.co.uk. In the madness of this year, it's bizarre to think we're in September now. So 2021 plans won't be too far away. Normally they get announced around November.
Some of you might be putting a disproportionate amount of time towards looking ahead to 2021 and planning that. I just wanted to get 2020 done.
Yes.
So if you have hopes to go racing in 2021, head over to club100.co.uk. All of the information is on there. If you have any questions, there's Club 100 has its main presence is on Facebook these days, but you can of course call the office and they will be more than happy to help sort everything out. And we practice what we preach, don't we, mate? We take part in we do Club 100 racing as well as talking about it. on the sprints, we really do have an affinity for this championship, and we would say if anyone out there is thinking of doing this, give it a go. Definitely give it a go. It's a really great way of going racing.
Good morning to Mr. Matt Hale from the G3 Pro teams in the endurance events. He's asking, hi guys, what have I missed? Who's winning so far? We've had 2 heats. Chris Dixon took heat number 1 ahead of Stuart Simmons and Alex Pritchard and Rob Smith in 4th. And the heats that we've just had, heat number 2, Sean Briley winning from Dave Pethers, Jeff Lamb, Bill Taylor and Dave Longman. So
Can I just take this moment to give a genuine shout out
to
the G3 Pro team? Thank you for helping me with a last minute tyre change on my car after the British 24 hours.
Yes.
When by rights you should have been absolutely shattered from a 24-hour race and not been in the mood to help me do a tyre change, but you did afterwards, so I really do appreciate that. So shout out to all of those folks on the G3 Pro squad, because they helped me get going.
I'm seeing G3 Joe running around the paddock as well. We await the appearance of the number 1 later on in this morning's running.
Absolutely. So 18 karts now getting themselves lined up for the rolling starts that we have here in Club 100. We always do rolling starts in Club 100. Not least because that's kind of the traditional way of doing it in karting, but also these karts used to be clutchless, and so a standing start would have looked extremely undramatic with the lights going out and the karts going nowhere. These days the clutches are there on the karts, but we still stick with the rolling start format.
Quick couple of questions about Young Drivers' Championship, which obviously is running for the first time here in 2020. There was a round last weekend at Rye. Open to drivers between the ages of 14 and 18. As far as I'm aware, the plan is to run it again next year. So if that is you, if you're a new driver, do have a look at that as well with the other championships that were run. But here we go then for heat number 3. Bit of an odd start. The pole side of the grid gets away very well and will lead into turn 1. Not seeing any restart flags at the moment. There is a false start now. I thought that would be. Yeah, I thought that would be a false start. So we'll go around again.
Hands in the air. There is the full start flag. Lovely demonstration of waving it. Some of the drivers with their hands in the air, they're suggesting they were out of position, weren't happy about something with regards to that. That is one of the things, of course. You've all got to find your place in the grid after you've done your warm-up laps. Often seems, I remember when I started doing this type of racing, mate, that seemed like the hardest thing in the world. But it's a relatively simple. If everyone remembers the sort of immediate 2 karts in front of you that you should, and what the back of those people look like, it all sorts itself out if everyone's in the place where they should be. But clearly some of the drivers unhappy with that, but Matt Wildman has resumed.
Matt's about how you looked more knackered than us, Howard.
That's probably
I'm
very
make no
true.
comments on that one. But yes, let's see if we can get this one going again for the second time. Just say about our pole sitter as well, Matt Wildman has been having a very strong season in the E60 Championship.
Yeah.
Has had some good results there in that series that has taken the place of the Teams Endurance Championship this season. There's been some good fun to be involved with so far. That not here this weekend. They had their corresponding round at Rye House last weekend. But we are ready once again. Heat number 3, take 2. 1:31, Matt Wildman on the left of your screen. And away we go then for 6 minutes. Now, 1 minute knocked off the time. Wildman will lead into turn 1. Oliver Moss going for second place, getting second place there. Looks like it's been a clean start as the number 4 of Adam Wright trying to make a move there. And Tim Hill back on the scene after his injuries a couple of weeks ago. Great to see him back in action here in Club 100. Good start for him in the number 74.
Yeah, and a difficult start there for Peter Clark. It looked to me, Andrew, just got pushed out wide, battling for position there going into turn number 3, and had to sort of slot back in without making any contact. Managed to do so, but it's put him quite a far way back in the field. And look already at the breakaway that we have from our top 2 here at the front of the field of Wildman and Moss, and then the rest of them streaming through. But there's quite a gap here opening up at the front already as Adam Wright looks to get past. I'm just trying to see who he's going by.
It's Richard
there.
Newton.
It
Richard
is,
Newton
yeah.
that he's tucked up behind at the moment. So cross start finish the end of lap 1. It's Wildman from Moss, Zeldin, Newton, Wright, Hill. As up the inside there goes Adam Wright up through into 4th place. Also making a good start. Richard Allen up 3 places on that first lap. Tim Williams up 2 places. Lewis McKinnon and Sonny Cundy have been on the move as well in the C3 category. And look at the defensive driving there from number 82 of Richard Newton. And Nick Trafford in there as well.
Yeah, Richard Allen just got by Nick Trafford there. There's actually quite a few super heavyweights represented in this field, Andrew. It's the sort of, as I said, random grids, also random which heats these drivers are in. And there's quite a super heavyweight derby there. There's more defending there from Richard Newton against Tim Hill there in the 74. And there's a contact warning for Hill, for both of them indeed. And Hill's got to be careful because he's now got Richard Allen on his tail there.
Richard Allen, the reigning super heavyweight champion.
Yeah,
a lot of people were very impressed with Richard Allen and his introduction to Club 100 12 months ago, as Tim Hill's going for a move down the inside of Richard Newton, and it's all getting a bit rough in there. Nick Trafford's looking for a move up the inside. Very tight confined circuit, this side barge there, and Trafford's forced out wide a bit, not too happy. I don't blame him in that one.
And I was very impressed by how Dimitri Zeldin managed to hold it together there, Andrew, because he had a fair few knocks on the rear there that I think for slightly lesser experienced drivers it would have sent them round, to be perfectly honest, but he managed to keep it together and drift it through both turns 1 and turn 2, to be honest, or 2 and 3. It's sort of a double apex right-hander, if you like, 2 and 3 here at Bayford Meadows. But yeah, very robust moves there at the start of this lap, as it's still Matt Wildman at the front, Oliver Moss in hot pursuit.
Contact warning for the number 154 of Jonathan McCaddy.
Here is your lead battle going through turn 1 now of lap 4, and we're almost halfway, in fact we are practically halfway through this race already, as there's a penalty for Richard Newton, which is, I'm just going to double check, but it is for ABC bump and pass, so advantage by contact, bump and pass. That will be 4 penalties deducted from wherever he finishes. And as I say, in a field that's got so many super heavyweights, you know, as I said at the start, all the subclasses are scored together, but it's all costing him points to be deducted those positions. As we stay with our leaders here through the long left-hander of turn 8, then they'll go through 9, and then sweeping it around 10 and 11 before the chicane at 12 and 13 to end the lap.
I've got a comment to make about Matt Wildman's helmet. Either it's a helmet design that I haven't seen before, or I've just never noticed the quite nice burnt orange detailing there, because I'm always behind him.
Yeah, there you are. You see, it's just to see the back of it is just a silver helmet.
Yeah. Hello to Peter O'Connor, by the way, saying Matt Wildman, a very fast driver, lots of experience from cars, great coverage as always, Alpha Live. Thank you very much, Peter. It's great to see you at PFI a few weeks ago for the non-championship special 6 hour. These two working well together at the moment, doing just what they need to do. No point fighting at this stage of the race. Adam Wright 3 seconds further behind, but a very quick driver. If they start holding each other up, Adam Wright will take the chance to pull them in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see his pace at the end of this lap, actually, Andrew, because I think it's the first one that's not been disrupted by having to think about either passing people or worrying about those behind him trying to execute a pass. As we're further back in the field, we're back with, that's Zeldin in the 21, battling away with the likes of Nick Trafford and Jonathan McCaddy, who's
had a penalty.
He has had a penalty for contact, so there's going to be a few the provisional results of this one are not going to be a completely accurate reflection of how the points will be awarded.
So our 3 C1 runners that you see on the left hand side of your screen, denoted by the yellow number boards, they're through and clear of the rest of the field. Just to mention C3 as well, Tim Williams currently is your C3. Oh no, apologies. Actually, no, he will be once penalties are applied. So Tim Williams currently your effective leader in C3. He's got ahead of a couple of the super heavyweights as well. 1 minute to go here. Where are our leaders? They should be coming around to start a new lap. This will be the last lap of the race. Matt Wildman, can he hold on? Ahead of Oliver Moss here at Bayford Meadows. Now they may start fighting because they've got over 4 seconds clear of Adam Wright.
Thing is here, Andrew, it is one of the harder circuits to set up those overtaking opportunities. We've seen robust attempts because drivers are trying to prize open the opportunities. That was perhaps one of the only classic opportunities there, and he got very close. There was contact a little bit on the rear of Warman's kart there with Oliver Moss, but one can't help but think, mate, that was probably his last, at least of the conventional opportunities he's going to get on this last lap as they come here into the final part of the lap through 10 and then the right-hander of 11. And I think that Moss is going to settle at this point going through 12 and 13 with this one as Matt Warman comes through to take the win in heat number 3 of the heavyweights for round 5. Oliver Moss with a strong second place there. Adam Wright works his way up to 3rd. Tim Hill 4th and the highest place of your Class 2 runners. Richard Allen in 5th and the highest place of your super heavyweight runners. Nick Trafford in 6th place. Jonathan McCady in 7th, but does have a penalty for contact to be applied. Dimitri Zeldin in 8th. Tim Williams in 9th. And then it's Richard Newton in 10th, but also with a penalty to be applied, Blake Temperley in 11th place, Sonny Cundy in 12th, 13th was Karolis Jadzemis, and then it was Lewis McKinnon, Peter Clark and Jason Small to round out your field on that one. And that was heat number 3, and already I can hear out on circuit, mate, the karts for heavyweight heat number 4.
Getting ready then for the last heat of the first rotation. Here's a grid. Howard, take it away.
Joe Holmes will start this one on pole with Roy Grassi alongside Rory 7 and Jonathan Elliott are row number 2. Row 3 is Stuart Jones and Lee Henderson. Lewis Ridd and Steve Downs will be your 4th row of the grid, and then it'll be Jordan Salter and James Workman to round out the top 10. Row 6 is going to be Kieran Chigsey and Jonathan Purton. It'll be Elliot Muse and Elliot Garnett on row 7. Row 8 will be Chris Solomon and Dan Smith. And on row 9 by himself, but he's got 16 other people to battle with ahead of him, will be Chris Kirk to round out your 17 kart grid as they warm up. As Andrew says, the last of this first rotation, so to be absolutely clear, there's 12 heats. Each driver does 3 heats, but each driver, that can be further subdivided into sort of 3 groups of 4 heats, of which each driver will take part in one of those. So at the end of this heat, all of the drivers will have done at least 1 heat. As they circulate, just trying to make sure that their karts are all up to scratch, up to standard, ready for them to throw them around in earnest in the race through this last chicane. I have to say, mate, I am massively impressed by how little I've seen that tyre wall on either of the apexes.
Said that.
I just said I'm surprised. That can't be a commentator's curse, can it? Oh no.
No.
Oh dear. Oh no. I didn't realise that the marshals were listening to us so intently, mate.
With great commentator curse comes great responsibility, sir.
Or great laughter and a great, great opportunity. But the drivers will now have to be a little bit more careful on the exit of 13 there. So you can see, by the way, if you're wondering how we're doing the rotation between the races so quickly, you can see where it says, you just on that last shot, off to the left is where the pit entry of, or it's off to the right of shot as we're looking at it now. And the drivers can literally cross the start-finish line and immediately pull into the pit lane. And literally as they're pulling in, the whistle is blown for the dummy grid that's formed up in the pit lane ready for the next race to come out on track. In fact, if you blinked, you would be forgiven for thinking that the drivers have gone through turn 1 and gone through a magical fast change as they all change their helmets and race suits, because basically one set of karts head into turn 1, peel off into the pit lane, and the other set of karts stream out onto the exit of turn 1.
Hello to Horseburgers. Have the lightweights had their heats yet? Nope, they're this afternoon. But do stick about for the heavyweights. That's a great name as well. Horseburgers.
It is.
Drivers continuing there. In fact, I say continuing, they've just finished their 4 minutes of warm-up. So the grid will form shortly. There are some shorts.
That does show. That does actually show.
Who's owning those legs?
I should just say that does. I'm going to draw something from that shot, which does show how mucky it can get offline. You can see the rubber pickup So that's what you can get if you get forced out wide at some of these corners.
Just to say, those are the all-weather official Club 100 shorts. They're not on the store yet. JV, if you're listening, that's a business idea. I'll take commission on that one. But yeah, all-weather shorts.
All weather.
Yes, including the biblical rainstorm
That's
that
true.
we had at PFI a few weekends ago.
That is true. All weather, because if the rain does get up to your shins, your shorts are still not going to be wet. So there's a plus.
Quick drying as well. Right, there's a race about to happen. Joe Holmes is on pole position as well. He's been very quick so far today, was fastest in practice earlier this morning. Carson has lovely pins. He does. It's a talent that he has, Mr. O'Connor. It's almost like, whose legs are these? Like, who's that Pokemon? But no, come on, professional. There's a race about to happen. Can Joe Holmes see this one out from the front? He will be the heavy favourite for this fourth heat in the heavies. Not championship leader, of course, because he was not present at the round for Clay Pigeon earlier in the season. But away we go then. Very good start for Joe Holmes there.
Yeah.
Catching anti-pole side of the grid out there. And it allowed Rory 7 to get through into second place as well. Colin the Cone has died. That is a terrible sight. You hate to see it for 7 minutes here in this fourth heat. But it's been waved clear, not a restart. There is a yellow flag, though, out for recovery of the cone.
Stuart Jones right out of the traps here, Andrew. He's really going for it. I think he's already got himself up to second place. He's just got past Rory 7. And yeah, it was a very bad start from the anti-pole side of the grid. With Roy Grassi was at the head of that line. It almost looked suspiciously good a start from Joe Holmes, but I do think...
I think he just caught anti-pole out.
Yeah, I think he was just on it with the start of that race. And yeah, so it was a good start there for pole side of the grid. And as I say, Stuart Jones capitalising on that, I think getting himself up to second place as they come through to complete lap number 1. It is indeed Joe Holmes, Stuart Jones, Lewis Ridd, Lee Henderson and Stephen Downs, your top 5.
Lewis Ridd, of course, a big part of the C2 Championship, has had a good year so far, looking for good points. This is a good start for him, right where he needs to be towards the pointy end of the field. 5 minutes 45 to go. Drivers checking over the shoulders there. That's the number 19 of Rory 7. Contact warning for the number 42, Jordan Salter there in the blue suit and the white helmet. A couple of moves being made there. One of them was being done, I think that was Elliot Muse in the 145 coming through. There he is. You can see the GoPro running on the nose cone, hopefully picking up some good footage there. As number 12 flying through, that's Jonathan Elliott.
It is indeed.
So that's him getting past Rory 7.
Question coming in on YouTube of do people own these carts? What kind of carts? These are arrive and drive carts. This is Club 100 running their fleet.
Maintained just round the corner, of course.
Maintained just round the corner.
Sittingbourne.
But taken around the country to Britain's premier karting circuits, and every so often as well, it has to be said, actually being taken further afield than just the British Isles as well. But yeah, well, the highest level of arrive and drive karting that you can do in certainly within the British Isles, and arguably I think in Europe and possibly beyond that. These are a very high level of arrive and drive karts, but it's that's what makes it such a good way of going racing, though. You can be very versatile in, you know, what you enter, what you choose to enter, and also the, you know, it does give certain perks in terms of evenness of the machinery that everyone's competing in and all that sort of stuff.
Battle for fourth place here. Lee Henderson and Stephen Downs. Downs looking to the inside through turn 1. Very nice move there by Stephen Downs. And asks Lee Henderson to work with him to try and catch up to Lewis Ridd. But that was textbook, wasn't it?
It was. That was exactly the term that came to my mind, to be honest, mate. That was beautifully done there by Stephen Downs. That is how you execute a move at turn 1 of Bayford Meadows. Look no further than that right there. And we're going to look at it again. Here we go. Just had the overspeed, went to the inside, and then stamp your authority through there. Beautifully done, cleanly done. That's exactly what you want to do.
Fair play from Henderson as well. You know, he could have easily turned in there and made a bit of unnecessary contact, but recognised that Downs is quicker at this stage of the race and could be a help to him to pull himself back towards Lewis Ridd currently third on the road. And see them there sweeping through the right-hander. Back with, this is the battle for second place. I was about to say the lead, but Joe Holmes has disappeared up the road in that manner that Joe Holmes does. So this is Stuart Jones and Lewis Ridd fighting over second place. C1 versus C2 drive. You see it there with the number boards. Yellow for Jones as the C1, blue for Ridd as the C2 runner.
But still points on offer, as we keep saying. All scored together, of course, these subclasses. So Ridd would gain an extra point were he to get by. So every position does count in that sense.
Moves towards the back of the field. Chris Kirk, just to let you know, has got past James Workman and Elliot Garnett on the last lap. Dan Smith has got past Chris Solomon as well. So that's C3s and C2s fighting towards the second half of the field.
Yep. As we're into the last 2 3/4 minutes of this one. On to lap number 6. They're going now. The battle for second. Into turn 1. And Lewis Ridd doing a good job here of following around on the back of Stuart Jones. They've got a bit of a gap there to Stephen Downs in fourth, who's still ahead of Lee Henderson. And look at this. This is Ridd looking down the inside, but that was a bold place to look. And what's more, Andrew, this is relatively early in the race for him to start breaking up the rhythm of the two of them, isn't it?
I was just about to say, in terms of the tactics in one of these sprint races, I'd work with Jones at the moment because Stephen Downs has a lot of pace.
Yes.
Holmes is probably gone, so this is trying to maximise this position and ensure that Ridd gets at least third, gets second, great, but keep Downs as far away as possible. Going for 50-50 moves at this stage of the race is not really what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and you can visibly see how much closer Stephen Downs has got on that lap. So it just leaves you just that little bit exposed. And Downs is bringing with him the likes of Jordan Salter, who's just got by Lee Henderson, by the way, for 5th place. So if that all closes up towards the end, you know, Lewis Ridd would suddenly be in a position where he's exposed to a fellow sub-classmate, if everyone knows what I mean by that. So it's not just about having the pace with this sprint racing, it's about knowing when to attack. If you're further down the order, by all means, you know, if you've got the speed, you've got to try and work your way up. But when you're in a slightly isolated battle like that, it can be prudent to work together until the very end when the gloves can come off. We're here with the 62 of Kieran Chigsey, with, I believe that's Jonathan Purton running with him at the moment in this battle over 11th place. It's not actually, it's Roy Grassi, which means Kieran Chigsey has got by Grassi on this lap. As we're on to the last lap at the head of the field then, here is the second place battle, and this is, Andrew, the time for Lewis Ridd to strike if he feels he has the pace, but he's a little bit further back, it looks to me, on this lap. There you could just see at the top of your shot, that was how far ahead Joe Holmes is. He's checked out of this one, pending any disasters in this last half a lap he's got here. But here is the battle over second. Behind them, everyone seems to have sorted themselves out. Here we are then. We have genuinely barely seen this man during this race. But Joe Holmes is doing what Joe Holmes does and controlling this one from the front. Second place battle coming through turn 8 now. Limited opportunities now for Ridd to attack Stuart Jones.
I don't really know which words to use for this performance from Joe, apart from impeccable. Brilliant. Joe Holmes takes another victory here in Club 100 from pole position. That looked easy. That looked really easy for Joe. Stuart Jones takes second. Lewis Ridd, great result there. Winner in C2, third overall. Fourth for Stephen Downs. Fifth, Jordan Salter. Sixth for Jonathan Elliott. Lee Henderson in the top 10. Rory 7. Elliott Muse, your winner in C3. Kieran Chigsey wrapping out that top 10. Roy Grassi, Jonathan Purton, Chris Kirk, Elliot Garnett, James Workman 15th, and then here's your battle for 16th. Across the line, Dan Smith takes the position ahead of Chris Solomon.
There we go then, that was our first rotation. All of the heavyweight drivers have now done at least one heat, but we go straight into the second rotation, straight into heat number 5.
Very rapid grid then. We'll probably be ahead of the graphic. We won't have the graphic at all. Stuart Madden on pole, Blake Templey on the front row. Miguel Hall and Alan Wildman in row 2. Adam Wright, Ben Benny with row 3. Away we go then for heat number 5. Good start there from Madden as they go down into turn 1. Miguel Hall fighting, trying to get through into second place. A bit of loading as they go through turn 1, but apart from that, clean start, Howard.
Yeah, and Madden obviously having a much nicer start this time on pole, not running wide as he did in his first heat earlier on. Could see Adam Wright managed to hook himself up onto the inside of turns 1 and 2 there, and that's paid dividends for him. In third place now, challenging, I think it's Blake Temple, he's challenging for second now as they head through the hairpins for the first time. The snake of karts streaming their way through into the second section. No, it's Miguel Hall that Adam Wright is challenging there over second place. As further back, that is the 96 of Ben Bennyworth, trying to make up for what I think was a bit of a frustrating first heat for him earlier on. Andrew, he got the penalty, and he some of the battles that he was in didn't go his way. So looking for a good heat here as he's battling with Chris Dixon into the chicane. Who's coming out on top there? That was Chris Dixon. Lovely pass, one of the first passes we've seen of the day into their chicane as Miguel Hall and Adam Wright battle away over second place, and Adam Wright has got himself on the inside. Is he going to go for the lead as well? No, but Miguel Hall is. Miguel Hall goes from defending against Adam Wright to taking the lead into turn 3, and that's some of the fantastic battling that we have seen from Miguel Hall. I do find him one of a particularly entertaining driver to watch. He's just got that really robust. He's good at getting the battles on in the close pack fighting that you get here in the sprint races. Always found him entertaining to watch, and he's got himself to the head of the field now. So Miguel Hall ahead of Stuart Madden, and Adam Wright is there in third place. Matt Wildman has now got himself up to fourth place as they come round to finish this second tour of the circuit. And there's a slight breakaway here ahead of Chris Dixon, who's now trying to reel them in. And Chris has got Blake Templey, the highest place of the super heavyweight drivers at the moment, coming along for the party as well. As our top 4 stream their way through, Miguel Hall still leading Madden, and Adam Wright now coming under pressure from Matt Wildman. But I think our Wildman is going to go for the move down the inside of 6. And then Wright is going to come right back at him into 7. This is lovely stuff, brilliant little dogfight that we get around Bayford Meadow. What about the long turn 8? There we go, Wildman down the inside again. This is a lovely battle, and Chris Dixon is being allowed to get in on this one because these drivers are battling away. I thought maybe, Andrew, they might try and use each other to sort of take on the top 2 here, but they've decided to have their own little battle here within their subclass, and maybe now they'll work. Yeah, Adam Wright there giving the gesture like, let's work together, let's not lose touch with our top 2 here, let's not let Miguel Hall and Stuart Madden get away with it. We can be battling over the lead if we stick together, and Chris Dixon is right with them now. So we've got a nice top 5 breakaway group here at Bayford Meadow with still half of the race to go.
Yeah, they look like they're nicely pulling the top 2 in, as well as there's a contacts warning for the number 96 of Ben Bennyworth, currently sat in 6th place on the road. Keep your questions coming in. Ryan Mickliffe is correct. Yeah, at the moment we can't borrow racewear, but normally once COVID's out of the way, then yes, you can borrow racewear. If you do want to join in, don't need to do any maintenance of the carts. The team at Club 100 do that for you. 4 minutes to go.
I should just say, a bit of moves about further down the order. David Longman trying to work his way up the order. He's got past Simon Kavanagh, and Richard Newton's got by Andrew Cherry for 8th place quite recently as well. So plenty of battles happening throughout the order. Longman trying to work his way up here, Andrew. He's lowest position of our Class 1 runners. But we're focusing on this top 5 group at the moment, where it's calmed down slightly. As I say, I think they're conscious of just working together a little bit now to bridge the gap. It is Ben Bennyworth who is best of the rest at the moment. He'll probably just come into shot now. There he is in the 96. And then there is Blake Templey leading the rest of them. The 16 there of Andrew Cherry, Tim Williams, David Longman in there as well, Simon Kavanagh. And in fact, basically the rest of the field. There's really very little field spread in that latter half of the field.
Kavanagh trying to find his way past Longman there. Longman having none of it. Dave Longman, I think, starting, this is his from the back of the field start. He'll be looking to try and get himself up to the top 10. And will he go for a move down the inside of Templey there? No, holds back for now. Kavanagh still fishing around Longman's rear axle there. And in fact, Kavanagh going down the inside of Longman, gets the move done. Nice move by the driver of the 61.
You've got to commit to that kind of move, as we're back here with Andrew Cherry and Richard Newton battling away over 7th place. And this is allowing Ben Bennyworth just have a little bit of breathing space there, running in 6th place. As we're back with our top 5 here, and there's been a share. No, there hasn't been change here.
No, they've caught them. They've caught 2nd place.
They have. But Wildman's still in 3rd. Now on the tail then of Stuart Madden.
Miguel Hall digging really deep as well. I think he's aware that this group's forming behind him and is trying to use the pace he's got at the moment to break away. Matt Wildman, is he looking for a move down into the hairpin? No.
I think what happened, Andrew, is he just felt like he had his nose just... He thought he'd prized open a gap there through turn 1, realised it wasn't on, but then realised he still had to go quite tight in order to head off any attempt from Adam Wright to capitalise. So it changes corner by corner here. Wildman going for a slightly later exit on 7 to try and give himself the overspeed into 8. That means that Madden's wise to it and goes on the inside tighter line for turn number 8. But that means he's slightly slower now, and it's allowed Miguel Hall just to pull a slight breathing gap here, and it means that Madden's going to be, if anything, under even more pressure from these 3 drivers behind him in the form of Wildman, Wright and Dixon as we come on to the last lap. And here we go. Wildman's looking for the opportunity. Madden's going to go tight, but Wright is taking a wide entry to get the switchback, and he has the overspeed, but he can't go anywhere because Wildman is wise to it and blocks him off. Dixon's looking for any opportunity there in 5th place, and actually that exchange has allowed Madden to get a bit of a gap there. And there's Dixon down the inside of Wright into turn number 5, but Wright will have the inside for 6. Miguel Hall having the opportunity to check out someone at the front here as they run into the second half of this last lap. There's Miguel Hall in the 18. Madden looks over his shoulder as if to go, I thought these guys were going to pressure me, and there's just been a little bit of infighting between the 3 of them. Limited overtaking opportunities left here in the latter half of the lap. And so, I think, despite all of that action, it's amazingly going to stay as it is. Here he comes then, Miguel Hall in the 18. As Andrew said, he dug deep, and it's paid dividends for him. He takes the win in heat number 5. Stuart Madden finishes 2nd. Matt Wildman in 3rd. 4th for Adam Wright. 5th for Chris Dixon. Ben Bennyworth is going to have a 6th place finish there. A bit of a quieter one for him there than his previous heat. Richard Newton is 7th. 8th for Andrew Cherry. Then it's Tim Williams, Simon Kavanagh to round out your top 10. David Longman, Blake Temperley, Luke Phillips, Cadogan, Jauzemis, Clark and Perry round out your 17 finishes, and already we have to look ahead to heat number 6.
Big grid this coming up for heat number 6. Anwar Barul Smith has pole position, Stephen Downs alongside on the front row, Stuart Simmons and Jordan Salter on row 2, Jonathan Elliott, Richard Lazenby on row 3, Joe Holmes and Dimitri Zeldin on row 4, Doug Cook, Stuart Jones on row 5. That's your top 10. Away we go then once more for 7 minutes here at Bayford Meadows. Great start for the pole side of the grid. Anwar Barul Smith will lead into turn 1. Stuart Downs forced out wide, already losing positions to the likes of Joe Holmes, and Stuart Jones is in there as well. Once again though, Howard, a very good start for the pole side of the grid.
Yeah, the anti-pole side sort of melted away there, merged very quickly over to the right-hand side, but of course the effect of everybody trying to get over to the right-hand side is that nobody actually gains any benefit from being over to the right-hand side as they head into turn 1. We don't have the tram lines at this circuit that we do at some tracks, and that means that maybe lane discipline breaks down slightly more quickly at the start of a race, as Stephen Downs there trying to fight back and regain some of the positions that he lost in the early part of the lap. I did see a wide moment towards the back. Someone went onto the grass. I think it might have been Richard Lazenby. But it was just a glance that I got further down the field. Here they come, though, to finish lap number 1. Anwar Barul Smith has been able to hold on to the first place, but Joe Holmes it is who's got himself up into 2nd place, up 3 positions on lap number 1, and that's not too shabby, and quite a strong... Not only... There's actually about the same number of Class 1 runners as there were in the other fields we've seen today, but they were all sort of towards the front of the grid, just in the way that the grids had worked themselves out. I should say, by the way, they're random grids, but they are done in such a way that everyone has the same average grid position over the course of all their heats. I should stress that, so this is fair in that sense. The only small caveat is to say Class 3 drivers do start towards the back of the grid because as Class 3 runners, they're gaining experience and you know, they don't want... There's a certain pressure that comes with starting in random grids, so that's a couple of points about that. But here's Joe Holmes in 2nd place, cracking start, and he's got Stuart Simmons as well, who had a very strong first heat earlier on, and then in the number 5 of Stephen Downs round out your top 4. Jonathan Elliott, the only non-Class 1 runner in towards the head of the field, in 5th place. Here is the number 5 though of Downs through the tight turn 3, out of 4, the left-hand kink, and then into the hairpins, and I sort of almost say those in quotation marks because they do feel very fast hairpins, of 5 and 6 before they'll go through the left-hand kink of 7 and head towards that long left-hander of 8. Already Burrell Smith with a fair old breathing space over Joe Holmes, and there's none too many drivers who can achieve that kind of feat after just a couple of laps.
Interesting to see that relative pace as well, because obviously I think in this field this season I've got the feeling that it is Joe versus Anwar for the title. They had a great scrap at Shennington a few weeks ago as we came out of the COVID-19 lockdown. 4 minutes of this one to go. Move's just been done for 7th place. Lee Henderson has got past Jordan Salter.
Indeed.
We're looking here at the battle for 3rd place between Stuart Simmons and Stephen Downs. They're starting to break away from Jonathan Elliott's just behind. Stuart Jones still looking for a way through to make it a top 5 all of C1 runners in this heat. We'll be at the halfway stage of all the heats after this one. 4 minutes of it to go. Paul Williams, just seeing the background there, has got past Jordan Salter. And the number 21 of Dimitri Zeldin goes for a move down the inside of James Fremont, who's having a better race this time, having been taken out on lap 1 of his first race earlier this morning.
I wonder how Zeldin's feeling actually, Andrew, because he might have felt like his first heat didn't go too well, but actually there were a lot of penalties in that heat, so he possibly actually scored quite well. And I'm not sure if the drivers will have had a chance to check those results, so I don't know if he'll be feeling he's got to really push in this one when actually he's doing all right points wise. But Zeldin, as you say, battling away there.
Penalty.
Lazenby.
Sorry, Howard. Penalty for Elliot Garnett, the 1-2-1. As Downs down the inside of Simmons there for 3rd place. Really nice move there, using all of his experience around this Bayford Meadows circuit. Stephen Downs up to 3rd place.
Absolutely. Jonathan Elliott, the next driver down the field, showing up as JE2 on your timing towers on the left-hand side. I think it's because we've had multiple Jonathan Elliots in Club 100, so we denote them with a number after their name.
It's like iRacing.
It is. It is like iRacing in that sense. He's there in 5th place. There's the change of position confirmed, but here is Simmons coming back at Downs. Just as soon as it's confirmed, he's back through. Does Downs have a response? He's surely got his nose alongside. He's going to have to be bowled into 2 and 3. He is bowled into 2. He is bowled into 3. He's got the job done there, and Downs is back into 3rd place.
That's got a curb warning. We've got to say, that's how you race. That was really good to see.
Yeah.
Again, Stuart Simmons could have shut the door there and got a bit over-aggressive, but left room there on the inside for Stephen Downs to attempt the overtake and also protect himself should Downs make an error and get a little bit squirrely over the curb. Good racing between these two. Okay. Joe Holmes will be liking it, though, because it is allowing him to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. Breathing space at the head of the field for Anwar Burrell Smith, who currently has the fastest lap of this one, has a lead of some 1.2 seconds actually now, because Joe Holmes is starting to eat into it, as Andrew says. That gave Joe Holmes the breathing space, not only to not feel attacked, but also to push and try and reel in Anwar at the head of the field. Here is Anwar Burrell Smith, very, very successful Club 100 racer that he is, but so is Joe Holmes actually. This is surely two of the most decorated Club 100 drivers that we have at the head of this field right now.
Track limit warning for the number 21, which is Dimitri Zeldin. 60 seconds to go. Can Burrell Smith hold on to this lead?
Changes down in Class 3, mate. Jason Small had some kind of event on that last lap, which has promoted Pollicott, Smith and Fremont up. So a bit of a change around there in Class 3 towards the back of this field, as I think we're about to go on here to the final lap, and it would take something quite extraordinary. Indeed it is, and it's going to take something quite extraordinary here, Andrew, for Holmes to have any opportunity of getting past Burrell Smith, but we've still got a good battle here over 3rd place between Downs and Simmons.
Great pace at the front. All the top 4 covered by much less than a tenth of a second in terms of raw pace. Anwar Burrell Smith, though, looking in good nick here to get a victory in this race. This is the key battle, 3rd place. Can Stephen Downs hold on to this one? Is Stuart Simmons going to throw one down the inside late on? Anwar Barul Smith comes around the long left-hander. You've got to be so patient on the power. But it's been a controlled performance, a gritty performance from Anwar Barul Smith in this race, and he's going to be very, very pleased to get one over on Joe Holmes. Anwar Barul Smith takes heat number 6 ahead of Joe Holmes. Downs does come home in 3rd place, Simmons 4th. Good result there for Jonathan Elliott in 5th. Stuart Jones, Lee Henderson, Paul Williams, Jordan Salter, Richard Lazenby is your top 10. Dimitri Zeldin, Elliot Garnett, Nick Policott, Dan Smith, James Fremont and Jason Small wrap out the field. That's heat 6. Let's take a very short break. Next up, heat 7.
Heavyweight heat 7 then for round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Sprint Championships. Kieran Chigty will lead this one from pole with Steve Bosley alongside. James Workman and Bill Taylor are row 2. Row 3 is going to be Steve Lindley and Rory 7. Then it'll be Justin Shaw and Bradley Shears on row 4. Lewis Ridd and Alex Pritchard to round out your top 10. As we're good for the start already, Kieran Chigty leads them away in the 62, but it's a great start from Steve Bosley, the best start we've seen from the anti-pole side of the grid in a fair few heats, and Bosley has been able to get around the outside of turn 1. Lovely there for the number 40 car, and also it's a good start for Bill Taylor in the number 58, but he's at risk of being hung out to dry there. No, he's going to be able to hold on to second place as they all go 2 by 2 or even 3 by 3 through the first few corners. Quite a good wide circuit here at Bayford Meadows allows for you to do this on the opening lap, or indeed on any lap, as we may see for the rest of this race. They all work their way through. Delighted to see it was a, despite how close they all got there, a largely clean start so far. As 3 wide here into turn 8, the number 13 battling away. That is Darren Townsley. I think it was Lewis Ridd he's battling with there as they come through into 10 now and into turn 11 at the right-hander. All managed to work themselves out. As look at this, side by side out of the chicane for the lead of the race, as Bill Taylor's looking for any opportunity here to get by Steve Bosley, who for the moment at least is in the lead of this one. Coming on to lap number 2, Bill Taylor's going to the inside, half in attack, half in defence, because he has got Kieran Chigty breathing right down his neck, our pole sitter in this heat, as Bill Taylor, as I say, is in that awkward sandwich. The number 19 is Rory 7 in 4th place. And then it is Alex Pritchard in 5th, James Workman in 6th, with Steve Lindley as well chasing in that number 47. Not too much field spread in this one. We haven't seen anyone jump away as we did in the previous couple of heats. This is a really nice little group that's already forming in the early part of this race at the front. But it's been a good start for Steve Bosley there. Great start, in fact, to really be on it with the lights going out and going around the outside of turn 1. First time we've seen that today. As onto a new lap they go, and Bosley, does he feel the need to go to fences? There's going to be the switchback for Taylor. Beautiful switchback, but Bosley's going to be able to get his own switchback in the latter part of turn 1. And look out for Chigty as well in the 62. Spots the gap and goes down the inside of Bill Taylor to become the highest place of our super heavyweight runners. Lovely opportunism there from Chigty as Bill Taylor's looking for any which way to get the job done. He's trying, Andrew, to go wide on the entry to get the switchback, but what that's doing is that's opening the door for those behind him. And here's Rory 7 now trying to get involved in the number 19. They're going to be side by side heading into turn 8. There's Alex Pritchard as well in the 77, looks for the gap, but the gap gets closed there immediately by 7 in the number 19 as they head through out of turn 9 and into 10. They're nose to tail here. It's like you're playing a game of Snake on your Nokia 3310 back in the day. As they come through I'm getting too excited here, but that's allowed Steve Bosley, Andrew, to get a bit of a steal on the field here in the number 40. All of that battling as again Bill Taylor tries to come back at Chigty. It's a lovely move by Taylor for the second lap in succession, and this time he's able to make it stick.
That was brilliant. Absolutely fantastic lap. Steve Bosley defended hard to driver's right, but even then when he had the charging Bill Taylor underneath him, he kept it calm to take the lead back, and anything could happen in here. Steve Lindley's getting involved there in the monster liveried suit.
Good observation by Jay Elliott on our YouTube comments, Andrew. There are no Class 1 runners in this field. You can see the absence of yellow plated drivers as Steve Lindley's going side by side there in the battle. I think is that with James Workman he was doing that with in the battle over 6th place.
Look out for Alex Pritchard as well. You see him there in the blue suit. He's just keeping things nice and calm at the moment in this race, although saying that, he's got his hand up about something. I think he's just been overtaken by Lewis Ridd there. Yes, he has. So he wasn't too happy about that. Bill Taylor sets a new fastest lap of this heat so far, 55.067. Pulls in 0.4 of a second out of Steve Bosley's lead there, as Steve Lindley's being overtaken by Darren Townsley.
Yep.
He's had some good results so far today. Contact warning for the number 39 of Lewis Ridd. Steve Lindley nearly being forced out onto the grass there. It's feeling like a rallycross heat at the moment.
Oh, we've got to drive around in the hairpin. I just saw in the back of shot there, Andrew. So somebody has gone round there, and it was just all getting a little bit robust, wasn't it? Lindley went for a really bold move in the chicane at the end of the last lap. It was on Bradley Shears, and Shears lost a couple of positions out of it because it was quite a, it left him with not too much to go. And there is 7 getting by Taylor and Chigsey, isn't it? No, sorry, just past Chigsey for second place. No, for third, excuse me. I'll get with it. And there is now, falling down the order, Chigsey. This is what Andrew was talking about at the start of the day. If you get put offline here in this kind of race, you will lose multiple positions.
Jonathan Purton, I think, is your spinner. He's fallen down to 17th position.
Yep.
But Lewis Ridd coming through the field as well, we should note. There in 4th place. Lindley going defensive ahead of Townsend, the number 56. Always like the number 56. So it's off there towards the back of the field. I think that may be Richard Neal and James Dunnett. We'll just try and focus on them in a bit. Change for 3rd. Ridd through past 7. And up the inside now goes Pritchard, looking for a move on Chigsey. Nowhere to go that time. And look at this. This is now the battle. There's battles everywhere here in this 7th heat out of 12. Bosley and Taylor now going at it. I think that is one of the reasons why Lewis Ridd is keen to get up the road. This is going to get very, very fraught towards the end of this race. And what's the gap now? It's 1.8 seconds from 1st to 3rd. That could close. Penalty for James Dunnett. ABC takeout. That will be for the incident we saw on the last lap. And Sonny Cundy, I think, is actually the driver who got taken out. So not good news there for Sonny. Back with the leaders, though. Bosley and Taylor. And Taylor pushing through. Ooh, now he's going to retain the lead. I thought for a moment there that Taylor was going to get through and potentially be up for an ABC, but he just held back sensibly and kept himself in 2nd place. But look at this. Look at Lewis Ridd behind us. Up the inside again goes Taylor through the long left-hander. They're still side by side. The next corner will be Bosley's. The next couple of corners will be Bosley's as well. But this is all playing into the hands, Howard, of Lewis Ridd, who's closing in there in 3rd place.
Absolutely, and he's not coming to the party by himself, I think. He's got slight breathing space there over Rory 7 and Kieran Chigsey as Bosley feels the need to go defensive, and well he might. We're on to the last lap here in heat number 7 at Bayford Meadows of the heavyweights. Bill Taylor has been all over the back of Steve Bosley's cart for the last few laps, but they're through one of the key overtaking opportunities already, coming out and heading towards turn number 5. Steve Bosley has a little bit of breathing space as further back Rory 7 feels the need to go very defensive against Kieran Chigsey over 4th place. Here though, for 2nd place, there is Lewis Ridd. He's been building up to that. He's got by at turn number 6. Can he hold on to it coming out of 7? Surely this has gifted the opportunity for the win to Steve Bosley, as Ridd is going to go really tight round turn 8, and I don't think there's anything that Bill Taylor can do about that one. It's going to be very hard to manufacture another overtaking opportunity now for the rest of the lap. You have to be extremely bold into the last chicane to get it done. Meanwhile, Chigsey has been held off by Rory 7, but it's going to be Steve Bosley who comes across the line to take the win in heat number 7. For me, mate, one of the race of the day so far. That had everything there. Steve Bosley taking the win. Lewis Ridd, brilliant 2nd. Bill Taylor in 3rd. Rory 7 and Kieran Chigsey rounding out your top 5. I'm going to end it there, actually, because we've already got heat number 8 out on track, but that was a fantastic race in heat number 7.
Here's a grid for heat number 8, then end of rotation number 2. Richard Allen has pole position. Vinod Hirani alongside on the front row. Nick Trafford and Lenny Wood are on row 2. Matt Kendall and Oliver Moss are on row 3. Jeff Lamb and Roy Grassley are on row 4. Tim Hill and Sean Briley, who's already taken a heat win today, go from row 5. We're going to go round again for another formation lap. Dave Pethers and Lewis McKinnon are on row 6. Martin Robinson and Elliot Muse are on row 7. Jonathan McCaddy and Jason Bear are on row 8. Chris Solomon wraps out the 17-cart field in this race.
We didn't need to rush for once, mate. They're going around again.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Hello to Peter Clark. who says his ribs hurt and he's driving terribly. I'm sure the ribs are probably hurting, but the terrible driving is you do yourself a disservice there, sir. 12 kilos over the super heavyweight limit is not ideal on this tight track. Okay, yeah, that is a tough day, but hope you're having fun out there. He's back out in heat number 9. Remember, you can tweet us, use the hashtag Club100 Live on Twitter. Let us know who you're supporting if you're on that platform. But we're ready here for heat number 8 with Richard Allen on pole position. He will lead us away in the number 26. Good even start there. Can Vinod Hirani get through and hold second place? No. Nick Trafford is going to stream into second place there with a brilliant start. Are they all going to get through turn 1 cleanly? Yes, they are.
Yeah, it was a very poor start, to be perfectly honest, for Vinod Hirani, mate, who is, of course, looking to get a good heat in here as he's on the outside of turn 3 as well, because he was the driver who lost a wheel towards the end of his first heat of the day, and it happened before he crossed the finish line. So on the final lap, he dropped well down the order. As look at this, still Richard Allen in the lead of this one, but he is having to defend against Vinod Hirani as they work their way through 7. Looks to me like Lenny Wood has got himself up into 3rd there in the 38. Indeed, he has. And then it's the 91 of Jeff Lamb, who's had a good start to get himself up to 4th as they work their way through 8 and 9 for the first time. Richard Allen, of course, reigning super heavyweight champion, very accomplished driver, and somehow able to defy the physics of the situation in many cases, obviously being at a weight disadvantage relative to the rest of the heavyweights as a super heavyweight driver, but his pace is fantastic. It's actually Nick Trafford who's in second place, not Hirani, because of course he had a weak start off the line. As further back in the order here, we've got Sean Briley battling away there with the likes of Tim Hill in the 74, and Oliver Moss is in there as well in the 44. So they work their way out of the slower section of the lap into this high-speed section. All the checks over the shoulder there. Where's everyone at? That straight there is one point on the whole lap where you can really breathe slightly, other than the start-finish straight, and think about where everyone's at around you. As Oliver Moss and Sean Briley there working together as 2 of our Class 1 drivers to work their way up through the field, through the chicane onto a new lap. Richard Allen leads, Nick Trafford in second. Nick Trafford, of course, successful in heavyweights in the past as well, also a super heavyweight champion a number of years ago, if I'm not misremembering that one. Back when I was in super heavyweights, funnily enough, I think he was the champion the last year I competed. It has down the inside now on Moscow's Briley.
It has been something that we've seen over the past few years. The super heavyweight champion is quite often one of the pound for pound fastest drivers in the club. I think, as I said, the 2 drivers that we've got out front at the moment, I think of a driver like Rob Moore in previous years as well, who was a super heavyweight champion, who was able to hack it when we used to have the separate tiered sprint championships. This is a fascinating battle at the front of this field. There's a mechanical meatball flag, first meatball flag of the day for Elliott Mews, so clearly something's wrong with his kart that Race Control wants him to come into the pits for. That unfortunately will mean it's the end of his race. I don't think we mentioned as well that there's been a penalty. There's a repeat showing of it for Lewis McKinnon for a bump and pass, advantage by contact.
And Lenny Wood here doing well to hold that position in 3rd place at the moment, but he's starting to get pressure, and there's the battle for the lead immediately. Nick Trafford down the inside of Richard Allen and makes it stick. So our 2 super heavyweight champions of previous years battling away at the front here, and that was actually a very clean move there, Andrew. They didn't, Richard Allen wasn't thrown to the lions, as it were, behind them. They managed to have that pass, and they've got on with it for the rest of this lap, although Richard Allen is looking quite racy, as if he wants that position back, to be fair. Lenny Wood in 3rd, Jeff Lamb in 4th, and Sean Briley, you can see, now up to 5th. And there's Jeff Lamb down the inside of Lenny Wood, and it's going to allow Sean Briley in on the action here in the number 50. He's going to try down the inside of Lenny Wood here into 3, and he's got that one to stick. And now Lenny Wood needs to be careful, because he has Oliver Moss battling away with Matt Kendall just behind him as well in that 55 car. And look at this, it's all kicking off now. The 91 of Jeff Lamb still battling away for the lead with Nick Trafford now, because he's got by Richard Allen. Look at this, they're almost 3 wide over 3rd place here as they head into turn 8 It's Jeff Lamb up into second place, side by side between Lenny Wood and Sean Briley and Matt Kendall and everybody else. Oliver Moss is in there as well. That's the other driver I didn't mention. Amazing stuff there. They all sort of lent on each other. This is what I meant earlier when I said it's sort of Thruxton-esque. You get these high-speed corners where the drivers almost lean on each other side to side, almost like a touring car race. That was not a great lap for Richard Allen. He's dropped down to 6th place in all of that. There he is in the number 26. Nick Trafford it is then who leads ahead of Jeff Lamb in the 91. The 38 of Lenny Wood still back up to 3rd place for Lenny Wood. That lap was hero to 0 and then 0 back to hero for him in the latter half. That was an amazing lap there. Sean Briley in 4th, Oliver Moss in 5th in that 44. Richard Allen now down in 6th, and Dave Pethers, who had a really strong first heat, now on his tail in 7th place. Really good battling here in heat number 8 of our heavyweights. And Dave Pethers did get by Matt Kendall and Tim Hill on the last lap to put himself into that position in the top 7. So another good showing here from Pethers, working his way up through the field. There was Nick Trafford, your leader, but he hasn't got anything like the breathing space that we've seen from some of our leaders so far today. Less than 90 seconds to go in this one then. Jeff Lamb in the wheel tracks of Nick Trafford. It's one of those ones where you don't want to throw things away with a careless move here, but at the same time it's about seizing those opportunities when they come up for you. You can see Trafford looking over his shoulder, he's thinking, do I defend into this next corner? Can I take the conventional racing line? Because if you defend too soon, you're just slowing yourself down and leaving yourself vulnerable to attack further on round the lap. There is the 74 of Tim Hill, who's just coming onto the back of this train, to be honest with you. The top 9 pretty much nose to tail now. This could be a real grandstand finish for this last lap, as Trafford once again manages to hold on to the lead for now. But look at how close Jeff Lamb is. I thought he almost had his nose alongside through turn 10 then, which is highly unusual, as they're going to come through this chicane onto what will surely be the last lap. And really any of this top 7, possibly top 8, could win this one. Here they are, they all splay out trying to find the best line through turn number 1. Nick Trafford is under serious pressure here from Jeff Lamb. He's going to go tight on the inside into 2. Will that put him out wide into 3? Not enough, but meanwhile behind, Sean Briley is down the inside of Lenny Wood. Lenny Wood maybe not too happy, but he's got to immediately worry about those behind him. Richard Allen and Dave Pethers battling away. There's Pethers trying to prise open the gap, and I think he got the job done actually, and got Richard Allen, and I think Allen may have been taken by Matt Kendall as well over 7th place. Meanwhile, back at the front, Trafford's been able to hold on to this one. Jeff Lamb can't try anything too bold because Sean Briley will capitalise as they're through turn number 9. Any more opportunities on in the last chicane? It's been a brilliant race, this one. This and the last heat before it have been really entertaining. It is going to be Nick Trafford, though, who hangs on to take the win in heat number 8. Jeff Lamb in 2nd, Sean Briley in 3rd, Lenny Wood battling his way to 4th place there, Oliver Moss in 5th, and it's Dave Pethers, Richard Allen, Matt Kendall, Tim Hill, Vinod Harani. It's then Roy Grassi, Lewis McKinnon, Jason Bear, Chris Solomon, Martin Robinson, Jonathan McCady and Elliot Muse to round out your 17 finishers. My goodness me, we're going to have to catch our breath again as we head towards heat number 9.
Heat 9 up next. For all of these drivers, this is their last heat of the morning. Lee Henderson has pole position. Andrew Cherry alongside on the front row. We're going round again, so we can take a nice calm grid here. Row number 2 is Peter Clark and Bill Taylor. Row 3, James Workman and Kieran Chicksey. Blake Templey and Chris Dixon go from row 4 on this one. John Elliott and Richard Lazenby wrap out to the top 10. Justin Shaw and Andrew Perry go from row number 6. Lee Woods and James Dunnett are on row 7. Chris Kirk and Jason Small on row 8. Jaden Cadigan wraps out the 17 kart field. Keep your comments coming in. And lots of keen drivers wanting to get involved for 2021, which is really good to see. www.club100.co.uk. Keep an eye on it. And on the Facebook page at Club100 Racing for all of the details. We're ready, though, for heat number 9 out of 12 here at Bayford Meadows for round 5 of the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship for 2020. Away we go then for 7 minutes once again, and Lee Henderson will lead into turn number 1. And for the first time in quite a while, he P2 Andrew Cherry has been able to hold himself in there, or just about, as the number 58 of Bill Taylor is getting up the inside and getting involved and through. But that was definitely, Howard, the best attempt by the anti-pole side of the grid at keeping themselves in there going into the first big braking zone.
Yeah, pretty even start, wasn't it? I'm not quite sure why we've seen those kind of weak starts from the anti-pole side. I can't think of any particular reason. Obviously, by the time you get to turn 1, it's a right-hander, but it's before that this is all getting sorted as Chris Dixon battles away, as we've got a spinner in turn 8 and a little bit of front impact as well on that Club 100 kart, but demonstrating the robustness there of the Club 100 kart. I think that's... there's a driver further off into the tyres, beg pardon, on the outside of turn 8, so a bit of drama there. That's definitely going to be yellows out for that on lap number 2. We'll have a look at timing then to see who's fallen foul of that drama. It looks to me like it's Richard Lazenby and Lee Woods, the two drivers involved, and it's Lee Woods who's the driver, the number 34, who's on the outside of 8 into the tyres.
James Dunnett has been given a penalty for that as well, ABC takeout. Jay Elliott, absolutely spot on to point out this is another C2 fest. Only one C1 runner, which is Chris Dixon, the driver in the green and white helmet. And good morning to Mr. Super GT. Great to have you with us. And go on Hendo from Jay Elliott as well. This has been a very good start for Lee Henderson. He's been in good form, and it's great to see him there at the front of the field, side by side there. Shaw involved, with Elliott and Perry.
Yeah, Andrew Perry going side by side with Peter Clark was at the head of this train, and they're sort of doing Noah's Ark impression through this latter part of the lap. 2 by 2 they are going through here. That's a very unusual place to have the overtake there, but that was job done. Was that Justin Shaw and Jonathan Elliott doing that, I think, perhaps?
We'll check it over the line. Yeah, it was Shaw getting back ahead of Chris Kirk as up the inside, change for the lead. Bill Taylor takes the lead here early on lap number 3 ahead of Lee Henderson. Lee Henderson slotting in behind will look to push along and try and break away from Andrew Cherry just behind there. Where is Dixon? Where's our single C1 runner? I think I just saw him trying to go for a move. Yes,
yeah, he's done it.
Down the inside into 4th place on Kieran Chigsey.
Yep. I have to say, Andrew, we saw a comment earlier about being over the weight limit as a super heavyweight. They are actually featuring quite prominently so far in these heats. That's not to take away from the disadvantage that we were commenting on earlier, but I don't know. It's quite a flowing, high-speed track, and if you're able to keep that momentum, maybe that does help. Bill Taylor doing a very good job then getting himself to the head of the field, ahead of Lee Henderson, and then it's Andrew Cherry in 3rd, Chris Dixon 4th, now ahead of Kieran Chigsey, confirmed. A shout out to Ethan Davis Racing, by the way. Really great commentary.
Yes, thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Do appreciate that, mate. Andrew Perry has just had a curb warning. He's up to 6th place there. There is Henderson, who's keeping Taylor under pressure here. Taylor is not galloping away.
And he's going defensive, Andrew, already, is Taylor. So clearly feeling the pressure here to start defending now. And what that's doing is allowing Andrew Cherry and Chris Dixon, and indeed Chigsey, to come in on the action here as they come out of 9 and sort of it's like they're doing a really massive outward spiral in the latter part of this lap. They start sort of tightish in 10, and then it just gets wider and wider and faster until they have to brake for 12. Here is, though, Dixon applying pressure to Andrew Cherry. He's going to try down the inside of turn 1, has a clear overspeed. Will Cherry fight back? He is going to fight back, but he thinks better of it and slots into place ahead of turns 2 and 3. Sensible driving there, I think, from Cherry when he realised he didn't have the opportunity to fight back on that one.
Crucial chance this as well for Chris Dixon. We saw him win one of the earlier heats. He's got another good position in this one. We could be seeing, with the result in this race from Chris Dixon, him towards the front of the A final, which will be later on. Remember, our C, B and A finals in that order. 4 drivers going up from the C to the B, 2 from the B to the A. But on this performance here today, I think Chris Dixon is a shoe-in to be in that A final. It's just a question of how high up the grid he's going to be. 2.5 minutes to go. Cherry now onto the rear bumper of Lee Henderson. No move available though into turn 1.
It's Dixon on Henderson, of course, at this point.
What did I say?
Cherry.
I said Cherry.
Cherry
Apologies.
would like a look in if
Cherry
the
would like
opportunity's there. There is Dixon down the inside of 3. They're still going to be side by side through 4 though, and that was held off by Lee Henderson there. It's given a bit of breathing space to Bill Taylor as they head towards 5. And actually, Andrew, them battling does bring Cherry back into it. So there you are, mate. You're just
I'm preemptive.
You are. If we could have the lottery numbers after we finish this, mate, that would be appreciated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1 minute 43 to go then.
Absolutely.
Did we mention the forcing driver wide penalty for number 93, Peter Clark?
I'm not sure that we did.
That's come in here on timing.
Yeah.
Not long in this race to go.
Chris Kirk has got past Blake Temperley further back. That's over 13 places. Dixon down the inside of Henderson now, up into second place. Is Henderson going to fight this one back? He is. This time he's further alongside than Cherry was. He's going to keep his foot in it, and indeed he does. But there's going to be opportunity to answer back for Dixon into 3, and it's almost deja vu from their battle a lap ago. But this time Dixon's going to have another look into 5, but he can't get it done. And it stays as they were, and all the time this is allowing Bill Taylor to open up the gap at the front as we head into the final 60 seconds, and Andrew Cherry now is all over the back of these two as well. It's quite the battle as they head towards turn 8. Dixon has a look in, and surely now he's going to stamp his authority and claim that position, but that one has taken him 2/3 of a lap to get done.
Well, Henderson relishing this battle at the moment. Still there in P3. This will be a great result for him with 37 seconds on the clock. We will see the last lap board this time around as we finish lap number 7. Bill Taylor looking good for a win here. Chris Dixon, he's going to have to defend and didn't defend hard enough. Lee Henderson down the inside, but he's going to overshoot there. Dixon will get back underneath as they go into turn number 2. Retakes second place. Henderson, sticking his nose in, trying to get that position back off Chris Dixon. Is now going to have to defend from Andrew Cherry there with that almost original Stig look to his helmet and suit combo at the moment. This is the last lap. Can Bill Taylor hold on to, well, he's looking pretty good actually to hold on to this victory and take it by some distance. This third place battle though between Henderson and Cherry. Who's going to win out in that one? Richard Lazenby, meanwhile, Howard has just got past Blake Temperley.
Just a small point, this will be Taylor's first heat win of the season, mate, if he can take it.
And he's round the final corner, and he is going to take it. Bill Taylor wins in Club 100 for the first time in 2020. Chris Dixon, more good points for him in second. Lee Henderson, Hendo, takes a great third place there ahead of Andrew Cherry. Kieran Chigsey, Jonathan Elliott, James Workman, Andrew Perry, Justin Shaw. James Dunnett has penalty. Chris Kirk got a couple of positions there at the end. Jason Small, Jaden Cadigan, and then Lazenby, Temperley, Woods and Clark to finish off that one. That was the end of heat number 9. Next up, heat 10.
Here we go then for heat number 10. Richard Newton will start this one from pole with Doug Cook alongside. Darren Townsley and Sean Briley will be your second row. Lenny Wood and Nick Trafford on row 3. Richard Allen and Stephen Downs on row 4. Are we good for a start already? We are indeed. No, they're going around again because there is a cart not in position. My bad. We'd got up to row 4, hadn't we, which was Richard Allen and Stephen Downs. Bradley Shears and Adam Wright round out your top 10. Ben Bennyworth and Jeff Lamb are row 6. Row 7 will be Ryan Baines and Jason Bear. Martin Robinson and Lewis McKinnon are row 8. And then row 9, rounding out the 18-cart grid, is Elliot Muse and Nick Hollicott. That's how they round up for the grid of heat 10 of heavyweight sprint round number 5 for the 2020 Club 100 Series of Championships. Do keep your comments coming in. Hashtag Club 100 live if you're on Twitter. Any comments on the Facebook stream on the Club 100 page come through to us as well as on the YouTube stream. Hello to everyone watching everywhere as we're good for the off here. Richard Newton leads them away. It seems like a very slow start that sees Jeff Lamb having to splay out to the inside. There they go 3 wide through turn 1, and out wide there is Richard Allen in the number 26, but he manages to recover it back. They somehow all managed to all be facing the right way despite a lot of argy-bargy through the first few corners there. Sean Briley going defensive against Lenny Wood in what feels like a resumption of a battle we've already seen today. 2 wheels on the grass for Sean Briley, but he still manages to keep it within track limits. Jeff Lamb capitalising on that, but Lenny Wood coming back at them. Look at how it's bulking up here. It looks like we've sped up a forming up lap here. There's so much 2x2 going here. Richard Allen has somehow got there, and Lenny Wood is out, and Jeff Lamb is round as well. And there's another driver, that's Stephen Downs, who's gone off onto the grass as well. So some big names going off track. They've all managed to recover. My heart was in my mouth for Lenny Wood there because he spun round in the mid-pack, and that's such a fast corner that I was worried someone was going to hit into the side, and we've got a problem for Darren Townsley as well. Drama at the start of this one then. In heat number 10, Richard Newton leads ahead of Richard Allen, who's somehow got it back to second place. And here's Sean Briley chasing him in third place in the number 50. There's a penalty for Bradley Shears for ABC takeout. I imagine that's related either to Lenny Wood or to what happened further down the order with Jeff Lamb and Stephen Downs. So they've got it all to do. You can see the 91 of the 5 at the bottom of your timing tower there, but a very eventful start there. But still not too much field spread. Plenty of battles still to come in this one.
Yeah, I got the feeling that all of that was going to break down and it was going to end in tears for somebody. And Peter Cowan, to the point there, lamb to the slaughter. He was definitely a lamb to the slaughter on the outside of the end of the back straight, and that's unfortunate and could leave Lamb in the B final with work to do. Over start finish then. Richard Newton leads. They're looking at a move here being done by Adam Wright on Bradley Shears, just behind Nick Trafford, who leans on that new concrete runoff on the outside of turn number 1. But Wright is through there into 5th place.
Yeah, really good stuff this, and further ahead, Sean Bright. Oh, look at this, Adam right down the inside of Nick Trafford now. He's going for the move. Trafford's going to be out very wide. That's going to leave him exposed to Shears as well in the 1-2-4. He's going to try and come around the outside. If he can hang in there, he'll have the inside for 7. He does hang in there. Impressive stuff there. It's going to be side by side, but surely Bradley Shears is just going to inherit the inside line. No, he's not. Trafford's been able to head that one off, and it's brought Ben Bennyworth into play as well. I haven't mentioned him much so far in this one, but there he is in the 96, now on the tail of Bradley Shears in the battle over what will be 6th place now once it all gets confirmed. Oh, that's a rough moment for Trafford heading towards the chicane, and that left him exposed there. I'm wondering, did someone get through on him there? We cut further ahead to Sean Briley chasing Richard Allen in the number 26. But yeah, Ben Bennyworth was able to get past Nick Trafford because Trafford dipped a couple of wheels on the grass heading towards the final chicane at 12 and 13.
Just want to give a shout out as well. Jason Bear currently in P5 as Briley goes down the inside of Allen. Allen will try and fight back here as they're side by side through the infield part of the circuit. But Jason Bear, the C3 runner, up in 8th place at the moment, having a stellar race in the 153. Briley gets the move done then on Richard Allen. The two of them will try and work together to catch Richard Newton, and they are pulling the number 82 in. They go around the final couple of corners, 4 minutes of this one to go. Still plenty of laps for Sean Briley to catch up to our leader, and in fact he already has. This is really good stuff here today at Bayford Meadows from Sean Briley down the inside into turn 1. Briley takes the lead, or does he? Because Newton's going to fight back here, and once again the switchback move is on and completed by Richard Newton. Richard Allen has the best seat in the house at the moment watching all of this, and will want to get involved as well. Adam Wright has closed right in, and look at that, 1.5 seconds. This is the nature of this Bayford Meadows circuit. When you battle, you do lose a lot of time. Adam Wright, 20 seconds ago, was 1.5 seconds almost off the lead, and now he's right there, looking up the inside of Richard Allen. He's got to run as they go into turn number 9 and gets through there or thereabouts. Richard Allen not too happy about it, and he's going to fight back and retake 3rd position. They're all having a little bit of a discussion, and that has allowed Briley and Newton to get away.
I'm not sure what to think about that one, Andrew. Richard Allen was right on the limit, to my mind, of leaving space going into turn 8. But then at the same time, it's almost like they got interlocked halfway through 8 as Briley's now getting the switchback. Beautiful switchback on Richard Newton. He's going to get that through into turns 2 and 3. Lovely textbook switchback move there for Sean Briley.
Move of the day for me, that, Howard, because he did the feint. He got Richard Newton offline and then switched him back through turn 1 and into turn 2. That was expertly done by Sean Briley. Mind games at the front of the heavyweights, and now do we see the number 50 start to pull away? I think we do.
Yeah, that was beautifully judged, as you say. Sold the dummy and then got that switch back through turn 1. It's actually quite a long corner, turn 1. We've almost seen, if it makes any sense, double switchbacks. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about drivers taking a later apex and having a faster exit speed. We've actually seen they've almost, if you actually traced out the racing line, some of these drivers are taking through 1 in some of these battles, as Adam Wright goes down the inside of Richard Newton for 2nd place there. So now Wright is going to push like crazy to try and prevent Sean Briley from getting away at the head of this one, as we've got some 70 seconds left of this race. And now Richard Allen will be trying to get onto the back of Richard Newton for third.
Wright and Allen both got contact warnings. That's almost like the referee just telling Wright, you're one foul away from a yellow card now, which I think is probably fair, considering what happened there a couple of laps ago. But still plenty of battles going on. We're looking here at Nick Trafford trying to get past Lenny Wood. Well, Lenny Wood has already switched that position on this very lap. This is over 6th place.
Yeah, this is the recovery drives for the likes of Lenny Wood, who had the spin in turn 8 on that one, and Stephen Downs and Jeff Lammer are two Class 1 runners trying to work their way up the field. So Stephen Downs now up to 9th place. He got past Jason Bear, who's still having a really good run, as you were saying earlier, Andrew. But Stephen Downs passed him for 9th place on that last lap, and Lenny Wood passed Nick Trafford, now confirmed as well, as Jeff Lamb has just got past Nick Polycott over 11th place. So they're doing recoveries, but we're on the last lap, mate. This is still going to be a low score by the standards of Stephen Downs, Jeff Lamb, and indeed to a certain extent maybe Lenny Wood. As looking here, Ben Bennyworth having a look at Nick Trafford as we're on the last lap here, and that's going to allow Stephen Downs to get involved on this one. This is the battle over 7th, 8th and 9th, as we're back with our leaders here. Sean Briley has been reeled in by Adam Wright, but I think it might be a little too late, Andrew, because there's not too many opportunities here for the overtake left.
Yeah, he's under a lot of pressure, but he's good at soaking up that pressure, is Sean Briley, the Briars Racing driver, alongside Anwar Barul Smith. But round the final couple of corners, Adam Wright thinks about going for a move, but it's not on. Sean Briley is going to take another victory here at Bayford Meadows, his second of the day. Adam Wright's second. Great result for Richard Newton there in third, beats Richard Allen. Bradley Shears has penalties, and then it was Wood, Trafford, Bennyworth, Downs, Lamb the top 10, Polycott, Muse, Bear. There is Lewis McKinnon, Martin Robinson as well across the line, Darren Townsley. Here's the overtake, this great switchback. Look, gets Newton offline and then goes, yep, well, you did it to me a lap ago. I'll go for the undercut and take the position into turn 2. That was a fantastically orchestrated move by Sean Briley.
He even has the presence. He did a look over his shoulder whilst executing the pass. He was in the knowledge. He was so confident that he had got that move done. Anyway, we need to look ahead here to heat number 11.
Heat number 11, Howard has a grid.
I do indeed. David Longman will take this one from pole. Lewis Ridd alongside Stuart Jones and Jordan Salter make up row number 2. Miguel Hall and Stuart Madden make up row 3. Row 4 will be Vinod Hirani and Dimitri Zeldin. Going to be Matt Kendall and Oliver Moss on row 5 to round out your top 10. Matt Wildman and Richard Neal are row 6. Row 7 will be Elliot Garnett and Dan Smith. Simon Kavanagh and Luke Phillips, are row 8 and row 9 is Jonathan Purton and Sonny Cundy. As we are good for a start, the 90 of Longman will lead them away. How's it going to be this time between the pole and the anti-pole? We have seen quite a discrepancy between how these two sides start. Here we go, though. Away for heat number 11. It's a fairly even start. It's a good start there from Lewis Ridd in the 39. Nevertheless, alongside is Stuart Jones, as they all work their way through turn number 1 for the first time. And look at Stuart Jones going for the lead of the race. And they've both done a pincer movement there on David Longman for the lead of the race. Have Lewis Ridd and Stuart Jones. And Stuart Jones has come out top on that one. Miguel Hall looks to me like he's got up to 3rd place as well, as David Longman has to stop the flow of cars. And we've got several cars facing the wrong way as well. We've got a couple of drivers around here. I think Dimitri Zeldin got held up by some of that as well. He tried to go off in avoidance, but actually got caught up with one of the spins. So we've got quite a bit of field spread as a result of that. And I'm going to have to check on live timing at the end of this one for who's fallen afoul of those issues. But amazing start. I think Lewis Ridd has got by Stuart Jones now for the lead, if I just saw it in the top of shot. So as they come round, it's going to be Ridd. It is indeed Ridd ahead of Stuart Jones and Miguel Hall, who amongst those other two in the top 3 has had a cracking first lap.
Yeah, I think Matt Wildman was involved in the incident on lap 1 as well. Stuart Jones now looking down the inside of Lewis Ridd and is going to go for a move into turn 3. Nice move there, under braking by Jones. Miguel Hall now trying to find his way through into P2, gets the inside line on Lewis Ridd, and another clean move there. Great stuff here in heat number 11.
Yeah, Zeldin it was who got held up on that, although I don't think he was actually the person who spun. Vinod Hirani dropped down the order, as did Elliot Garnett. So I think those are your two spinners. Hirani, Andrew, has had a fair few incidents across his heats. I think he might be one of those drivers to look out for, trying to race his way up through the finals once we get to them, because he hasn't scored the points that on pace alone one would maybe expect him to get so far in the heats. So that might be a story to watch out for in those A, B and C finals that we come to after our 12 heats.
So changes at the front confirmed on timing. Jones from Hall, Ridd there in third, Dave Longman still fourth, as Peter O'Connor calls him the ultimate bandit. That's potentially a little bit
I mean, he
harsh.
got quite mugged there at the start, didn't? If he was, it didn't pay off. that number one, because I've never seen that, Andrew. Just almost a pincer movement into turns 2 and 3. Stuart Jones was on his inside, Lewis Ridd was on his outside, and he lost out to both of them as this battle is going on here between Oliver Moss and is that Stuart Madden he's just got by over 6th place. So good battle there. Oliver Moss working himself up the order in the number 44.
4.5 minutes of this one to go. Matt Wileman is the fastest driver out on circuit. He's done a 54.872. So watch out for Wileman starting to come back through the field after having an incident on lap number 1.
Still love that camera on the final chicane. Really shows the pace as they try and carry it onto the start finish. All the moves that we're seeing in turn 1, the chicane at 12 and 13 is crucial for how you set that up, how you get the exit out of there. You don't want to lose out your time there, as now Longman is coming under pressure here from Jordan Salter in that number 42. So he's going to be looking. If anything, these drivers kind of want to work together here. They don't want to lose touch with the top 3 of Jones, Hall and Ridd. There are the top 3. You can see the gap back there to the number 90 of David Longman. That kind of gap is the kind that you want to close up in the latter half of this race rather than start battling, which is at least how I would judge that one. But you have got some drivers trying to work their way up through the field, such as Oliver Moss and Matt Wileman. So it could be interesting to see how they play this one tactically. As on to lap number 5 comes Stuart Jones ahead of Miguel Hall and Lewis Ridd. And this battle for 4th, as I say, there haven't been any moves yet by Jordan Salter, and I think they're just trying to push each other along to keep themselves in touch with the top 3.
Curb warning for our leader. Just a warning for now, no penalties. Some big curbs around here, especially on the inside of turn number 1.
There's some great puns going on in the comments, I'm just saying. They've got rid of Lewis, but they haven't, because he's right there in 3rd place. He's right on the tail of Miguel Hall. So he's definitely in the fight with this one, as Oliver Moss just starting to ramp up the pressure now on Longman and Salter in the battle over 4th, 5th and 6th. But as I say, they do well just to work together for maybe a couple more laps, just to see whether they can get themselves in touch with the top 3. You've got 2 groups of 3 at the front, and then you've got the 95 there of Stuart Madden, and then there you just saw the 131 of Matt Wileman having probably, or almost certainly, his quietest heat of the day so far. There in 8th place. Simon Kavanagh is a further 1.5 seconds back, and then it's another 1.5 seconds back from Luke Phillips. A lot of field spread, Andrew, here, caused by that the sort of ruckuses that we saw on the first lap in this one. So slightly more spread out than we've seen in some of our recent heats. There's only one more heat after this one, of course, before we get into those trophy finals for our heavyweights. And then after that, we're going to have all of this action to come, but in the flavour of the lightweight championship instead. That's going into the rest of this afternoon here at Bayford Meadows. We will have all that action for you.
And speaking of lightweights, good morning to, in fact, no, good afternoon now, we're past 12 o'clock. Good afternoon to Pietro Pagano, who's given us a follow at Double Dash Battle for the lead, though. Miguel Hall was looking for a switchback there on Stuart Jones.
That's the first proper look that Hall's given the lead there. And is he going to have an opportunity into 5? Got good run air off of 3 and 4. He is going to try down the inside of turn number 5. Are they both going to put each other out wide? That puts Lewis Ridd into the battle. Stuart Jones is going to come back at him into 6. But no, Miguel Hall has got the job done. Nice move there through the tight hairpin section of the lap. Lewis Ridd has got his nose alongside into 8. He's going to go for it down the inside of 8, side by side. Is he able to push Stuart Jones out enough? No, he's going to have to give the room to Jones through 9, and Jones is going to take it back. But into 10 is highly unorthodox place to go for the overtake, but he's going to go for it. And into 11, and Lewis Ridd is going to take 2nd place. That was a beautiful little exchange there. Stuart Jones is still trying to find a way through out of 12 and 13, and this is where that battle comes into play, because Oliver Moss is on the scene, and they're both going to go to the inside. Has Lewis Ridd got a problem? Surely he has, with that lack of pace there, because he's now under a lot of pressure from Jordan Salter here. This is going to be over 4th place now for these two.
He seems fine now. That was very strange. I don't know if he just had a bit of a cutout there.
Yeah, but it's allowed Miguel Hall to break away at the front here, so pending any disasters, he will surely hold on to this one with Stuart Jones and Oliver Moss battling away over second and third. Jones has a quick look over his shoulder. He's not under nearly as much pressure as he was a lap ago. But yeah, an odd loss of pace. I didn't see him tag anything going into the chicane. So unusual moment there for the number 39 of Lewis Rid. But it's going to be this man here, Miguel Hall, who pilots his kart through 12 and 13 and crosses the line to take the win in heat number 11. It's going to be Stuart Jones in second, Oliver Moss in third, Lewis Rid fourth, then Jordan Salter, David Longman, Stuart Madden, Matt Wildman, Simon Kavanagh and Luke Phillips to round out your top 10. Matt Kendall, Sonny Cundy, Richard Neal, Dan Smith, Dimitri Zeldin, Jonathan Purton, Vinod Harani and Elliot Garnett rounding out your 18 kart field in heat number 11 as we look ahead to our final heat of the heavyweight class here today at Bayford Meadows. It's going to be heat number 12.
Last heat here at Bayford Meadows. Here's Howard with the grid.
Paul Williams is on pole for this one. Tim Hill alongside Dave Pethers and Alex Pritchard are on row number 2. Row number 3 is going to be Alan Wildman and Stuart Simmons, and then it will be Anwar Barul-Smith and Steve Bosley on row number 4. Roy Grassi and Steve Lindley round out your top 10. Row 6 is going to be Rory Seven and Joe Holmes. Row 8, sorry, I've got one row ahead of myself. Row 6 is Rory Seven and Joe Holmes. Row 7 is Chris Solomon and Tim Williams. Row 8 is Carolis Joudzemis and James Fremont, and then Wayne Dunham and Jonathan McCady round out your 18 kart grid. Apologies we're not bringing you the grid graphics, but they're rotating so quickly between the races. We've got a bit of a grace period there as they went round for an additional warm-up lap, but we're trying to get the balance right between informing you of the grids but not missing the start of these heat races. And to that end, here is the start of one.
Here, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like this is going to be a frantic one. It's the last heat of the heavyweights round. Away they go. Paul Williams will lead them into turn 1. Tim Hill sticking it round the outside as a P2. I think that's the first time someone's done that so far today, but he's got the 127 of Dave Pethers on the inside. Alex Pritchard trying to go around the outside as well, and here they all come. Anwar Barul-Smith and Joe Holmes in there. There was a bit of loading into turn number 3, and side by side Pethers, Barul-Smith and Holmes false starts.
Yeah.
Good decision there from race control. There was too much loading there into hairpin 1, turn 3.
Yeah, Stuart Simmons was definitely unhappy with how that one started. I think he drove most of that first third of the lap with his one hand off the wheel to gesture his unhappiness about it, to be honest. So we will form up again. We'll not 1 minute off. So that's just going to ramp up the pressure and make it just that little bit more frantic because it was otherwise going to be too calm.
Hello to Ralph King. Brilliant coverage as always by Alpha Live and DDMM. Any chance of streaming a YDC round next season? Potentially. Have a chat with JV. Yeah. If that's what the people want. JV is a man of the people. And we can see what we can do. But yeah, false start. We'll go round again. And I think we're going to go for another formation lap as well because the grid isn't formed. This will knock at least 1 minute off of this race time. So it'll be a 6-minute sprint, I think, instead of the normal 7.
Plenty of people down the order to watch how they come up through the field with this one, Andrew, not least Anwar Barul-Smith and Joe Holmes, who earlier on you were talking about how they're going to be quite prominently featuring in this championship all the way through to the end of the year. They are both in this one. Going to be interesting to see how they can work their way up through the order.
Should say as well, Young Drivers' Championship, one more round of it this season.
Yep.
Curtailed obviously by COVID-19, which is a shame, but November 29th at Buckmore Park. If you're a young driver between the ages 14 and 18, want to get involved, head across to the website, check out the details and get entered for that last round of the season. Right, here we go then. Attempt number 2 for the start for heat number 12. Paul Williams on the left of your screen, Tim Hill on the right. Away they go for 6 minutes. Here at Bayford Meadows, Anwar Barul-Smith already cutting in. Will Tim Hill hold it round the outside again? No, unfortunately, he's going to get overtaken by Pethers there. And I think Pritchard was looking to the inside as well. Simmons there in the red and blue helmet coming through the field, tipped by Jay Elliott to win this one, but a relatively clean start, that one, Howard, compared to the first attempt.
Yeah, Hill was able to come back at Pethers, though, round the outside of 2 and 3, so he's been able to hold second place there. So it is Paul Williams ahead of Hill and Pethers, battling there between Stuart Simmons and the 77 of Alex Pritchard, and Anwar Barrell-Smith has capitalised on that, getting both of them into the long left-hander of turn number 8 as they all work their way through in the latter half of this first lap.
Nice move by Steve Lindley there, just cutting underneath and getting a couple of positions.
I think Rory Sevens had a cracking first lap. He got a bit of a tap there at the end, but I think he's one of the biggest movers of this first lap. Oh, maybe not so much. It hasn't gone so well in the latter half. Paul Williams it is who leads. Dave Pethers has got by Tim Hill.
And Anwar Barrell-Smith's going for a move, a double move down the inside into turn 3. It's not quite come off for him. And they're all squabbling. Oh, here he comes as well. Joe Holmes with the number 1 on the inside of Alex Pritchard. Steve Lindley still in there as well.
This is brilliant stuff, isn't it? I'm loving the racing so far at Bayford Meadows today. But yeah, somehow Joe Holmes just able to play that to his advantage there, up into 5th place, I think, now, as Lindley is on the outside. I think that's McCady going down the inside of him. Jonathan McCady in the mid-pack there through turn 8 as we come on to a new lap with Paul Williams leading. He goes defensive against Dave Pethers. Pethers is going to go to the outside to try and get the switch back, and then behind them Tim Hill and Anwar Barrell-Smith take the conventional line, so that's going to set them up nicely into turn 2. And going defensive still is Paul Williams, but that's going to allow Tim Hill a go at Dave Pethers. Pethers is going to hang in there though on the inside of 4, heading towards the hairpin at 5 now. And look out for Barrell-Smith trying to take both of them. He's got Tim Hill, but can he hold it round the outside? No, Hill's going to come back in the 74 kart against the number 3 kart. This is fantastic stuff, and now Joe Holmes is on the tail of Barrell-Smith as still Dave Pethers is pestering Williams for the lead of this one as they head towards turn 8. Look at how close they are, nose to tail, coming through this latter half of the lap. As you say, Andrew, this one is just going to run and run this heat.
I'm loving this. We've got a Gandalf. You shall not pass, says Paul Williams to the whole of the... Look at them all coming through here. Oh, now this is going to be a challenge as once again Williams goes defensive. Pethers looking for the Sean Briley switchback. He may have it on here. Oh, the brave defence by Paul Williams is over, and now Tim Hill's going to look to the inside. There's a bit of tyre smoke there. Simmons is to the outside of Holmes and Barrell-Smith. Slots back in there ahead of the reigning champion. Dive down. Oh, no. It's half spins and gets saved by Alex Pritchard. Does Simmons. It just went for a big move down the inside of Barrell-Smith. Locked the rear axle. Was a bit lucky to carry on there. But Dave Pethers leads with... Has Tim Hill managed to get through and into P2? No, I think he's still there. It's Paul Williams still up towards the sharp end of the field. Steve Lindley's been involved in pretty much everything so far in this race. Steve Bosley trying to find some space out there. Curb warning for Tim Williams, the number 157.
A fair play to Paul Williams, Andrew, because I really thought that might be a case of a stopper in the bottle and just everyone was going to come through. But he managed to regain his rhythm and hold off Tim Hill. And Tim Hill can be quite a robust driver when he wants to be. Go for that pass. And look at this. Joe Holmes now down the inside of Tim Hill into turn 3. How it's changed since a lap ago. Earlier, like Stuart Simmons was trying to put a move on Joe Holmes last lap. Here he is down the inside of Paul Williams now, but Williams will have the inside for the next corner. All of this is allowing Dave Pethers to check out at the front. I've been very impressed with Pethers across all of his heats, and he's setting himself up beautifully here to finish off his heats run with a win here as Barrell-Smith goes through on Holmes.
Just sneaks one up the inside there. Joe will not have liked that one. That was greatly read by Anwar Barrell-Smith as Holmes was fighting with Tim Hill. I'm worried about Tim. He's just come back from a broken collarbone. He's fighting it out there really, really hard. Take care of yourself, Tim. As the 141 of Stuart Simmons is still there down the inside. Here comes Joe Holmes again on Anwar Barrell-Smith. Takes that position back. Paul Williams defending again.
Yeah, Holmes caught Barrell-Smith napping, wasn't he? Barrell-Smith was setting up a move with the switchback, and there's Stuart Simmons down the inside of Tim Hill. That is over 5th place, but Joe Holmes now goes down the inside of Paul Williams, and that looks to me job done with regards to that, although he does feel the need to go defensive as Tim Hill has some kind of issue there, dropping to the back of the field in the number 74 there as he gets passed by Wayne Dunham and Roy Grassi towards the back of that train there. So disaster for Tim Hill there, as still Paul Williams is defending hard against Anwar Barrell-Smith. This is a really, really valiant defensive effort here from Paul Williams. He's doing a brilliant job of clinging on to these positions against some of Club 100's absolute best here in two of our Class 1 runners, and that might allow Stuart Simmons to come into this on the last lap, as again Paul Williams is going defensive, but Burrell Smith is going to try with the switchback to open up an opportunity. Look at this defensive driving, a Gandalf as you say, Andrew, but finally Burrell Smith finds a gap, and that's going to be job done surely over third place.
Let's go, Peathers, says Jack Harding on the YouTube comments. He's got over nearly a second and a half lead as we're looking here at Simmons trying to go around the outside of Williams if he can keep his nose in. No, shut the door, says Paul Williams. I've loved this performance from the driver in the number 65. He's often on the cusp of being one of the top super heavyweights, and he's really shown that. But here is Dave Peathers, who's kept it calm, kept it collected, and is going to come around the last couple of corners to take a very well-deserved victory, an overall victory and a C2 win as well. Let's see where he is on the grid, but that is nice and tidy there from Dave Peathers. He beats Joe Holmes and Anwar Burrell Smith to the win. Paul Williams is next. Stuart Simmons recovers to 5th. Alex Pritchard 6th. Then it was Rory 7th. Steve Lindley, Steve Bosley, Tim Williams wrapping up the top 10. Jonathan McCady, Wayne Dunham, Roy Grassi, Tim Hill, Carolus Jauzemis, Chris Solomon and James Fremont. Those were your 17 drivers.
Well, that brings to an end our heat. We'll actually have a small break here whilst they work out what the grid is for the first of our finals here at Bayford Meadows in the heavyweights. But my goodness me, there's been some fair old action, has there not, during those first few heats? And I don't know about you, mate, that felt like it sort of ramped up. It felt like the first rotation of heats were just everyone just getting bedded in. But this one has been, these last couple of rotations has been something else, to be honest, in terms of the action, and it's been very good to see, to be able to bring that racing to the folks at home.
Penalty for Steve Lindley just at the end there for a misdemeanor, which hasn't come up on my screen. I think it was contact, multiple pieces of contact. Hello to Jay Elliott again, superb effort, Paul Williams. And I just want to explain that one, because I know that there was a couple of questions. Why is he defending so hard? You know, Paul Williams, no discredit to him, it is not the driver with the record that we see of, driving through the field like we see with a Joe Holmes or an Anwar. So when he's got that chance to be at the front of the field, especially when you've got a shorter race as well because of the false starts, that was good tactics in my book, to try and hold on to those positions, because positions mean points, means potentially a slot at the back of the A final. Absolutely well played there by Paul Williams as he rejoined us in the box, and it gave him a good result. It gave him 4th place and 2nd in C2.
Absolutely, it is something to bear in mind. The super heavyweights are heavier. So, although, as we were talking earlier, some of the super heavyweight drivers at the forefront of that field really do seem to have a good old pace of the rest of the heavyweight field. Generally speaking, on balance, you're going to need to be a bit more defensive if you're a super heavyweight driver, just to try and hold on to those positions. If you've got that good grid position, you've got to try and convert it. And particularly, he'll have looked at that grid, Andrew, and he'll have seen, Anwar Burrell Smith, Joe Holmes, right? Okay.
But towards the back of the field,
so towards the end of this race,
at the front.
Yeah, exactly. The opportunity's there. So that's going to be a key part of his thinking going into that one. Anyway, we're now working out our grids for our finals. And we're not doing anything right now, but they are working out the grids for the C finals here at Bayford Meadows. And don't forget that if your heats haven't gone very well, I don't want to single him out, but I think I'd single out someone like Vinod Hirani, who maybe just hasn't had the rub of the green with those heats and how they've gone down for him. A driver like that, they're not out of it completely, because they can race their way up through these finals. 4 drivers would be promoted from the C final into the B final, and then 2 drivers will get promoted from the B final. The top 2. It's not random. It's the top 2 finish. The top 4 finishes of C go into B, and the top 2 finishes of B go into A. So there is that opportunity to work your way up through the field.
We're going to cut to an interview now. Just as we take this break before the C final, we're going to have a little chat about the Young Drivers' Championship, which had its 2nd round of the season last weekend at Rye House.
So yes, Club 100, we are launching the first ever high-performance two-stroke arrive and drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100 has been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door, enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high-performance kart. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the kart, do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the two-stroke engines, because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
My name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship at Club 100. But we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and to bring more young people into it, and hopefully they then move on to the bigger championship when they feel in this, they're at the appropriate age and readiness really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on 4 wheels, right up to Formula 1. They recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 arrive and drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
That piece there, filmed here at Bayford Meadows last summer whilst we were preparing for the Young Drivers Championship. 2 rounds out of 3 this year. Obviously, the 7 rounds that were planned had to be curtailed, sadly, slightly, due to COVID-19. But you can still get involved. So if you're between the ages of 14 and 18, or you've got a racer who you take care of who is that age, do get involved. Head across to the website www.club100.co.uk to find out more info on that. We are talking about it as well, the Young Drivers Championship, on our podcast, which we'll be having a review of all the action, not just here this weekend, but also last weekend at Rye. As we say, round 2 was held at Rye last weekend. 2 classes, of course, lightweight and super lightweight for those runners.
I'd have never been in that.
But Jonah Barker took a double win last weekend, if you weren't aware, in the lightweights, and Adam Harding took the final victory in the super lightweights. But it's been good to see the numbers in that series, being good even through this slightly chaotic, well, not slightly chaotic, very chaotic year. All going from strength to strength for the YDC.
Yeah, and I felt so bad. Obviously, there's various reasons why it's been a very unfortunate year with what's happened. But I do feel kind of bad for the YDC in that it's had to be curtailed. But it's still great, as you say, mate, that they've been able to nevertheless get those strong and healthy grids. And I really think, as you say, if you're a young driver out there or a young driver out there, it's definitely worth giving a consideration as a cost-effective way of going racing, and a hassle-free or an equipment-free way of going racing as well is the big draw there as well. So definitely check that out. One more round to go of it this year, and of course, hopefully up to full strength as originally intended going into 2021.
The other thing, just before we move on to the grids for the C final as well, with something, say we see it here today, we see it in the Young Drivers Championship as well. If you're a small team, say it's just dad and lad in a way, you've got that pressure taken away of, oh my goodness, we're racing up against such and such a team that's got all this big massive budget,
absolutely,
which you do see at that higher level of the sport. But Motorsport UK, of course, recognising it as a step to maybe get into that one day, it's a good level for young drivers to come in, prove themselves, and then, as say, move further up the karting ladder that Motorsport UK have been putting together the last couple of years.
Absolutely, it's a big deal, that recognition from MS UK that Club 100 has these days, and again, I feel that 2020 is slightly taken away from that, but it's a big deal, and that's just another fantastic thing that's been able to be offered with the YDC, and of course Club 100 generally, with the MS UK association now going on there, is a really powerful addition to Club 100. So definitely check it out. Meanwhile here, mate, we have got some grids now put together going into our trophy finals. So shall we say we'll look ahead now to our C final?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's have a look at our C final grid now, just as the drivers are forming up. But we're going to have a quick short break before we look at that and be back here at Bayford Meadows for the finals for round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Heavyweights Sprints Championship. So the grid then for this C final, top 4 at the checkered flag, remember, move into the B. So Luke Phillips has pole position for this one, determined by points from the heats and then by fastest lap across the races so far this morning and early afternoon. Blake Temperley joins him on the front row. Wayne Dunham and Andrew Perry are on row 2. If the results was to stay as that and it be really dull and there'd be no overtaking, those would be your top 4 moving through to the B final. But we don't want that. We want lots of overtaking. So here are the drivers looking to move their way up and take those positions away. Elliot Muse and Sonny Cundy are well positioned there on row number 3. Could they move up into the top 4? Time will tell. Richard Neal and Carolis João Demis are on row 4. Jason Bear and Jason Small start on row number 5. Vinod Hirani, as Howard mentioned, look for him coming through the field from row 6 alongside Lewis McKinnon. Moving into the midfield of this C final then, Dan Smith and James Dunnett will go from row 7. Jaden Cadigan and Jonathan Purton will go from row 8. Lee Woods and Martin Robinson go from row number 9. And then drivers looking for points and pride more than anything. It's going to be a tough ask from the back of this field to get into that top 4, but Chris Solomon and Peter Clark go from row 10. Elliot Garnett and James Fremont are on row 11. Ryan Baines and Doug Cook are on row 12. And last but not least, Alan Wildman wraps up the 25 karts in this C final. Good numbers there in the C final.
Very good numbers, mate. To be able to have a 25 kart grid in your C final is quite something. But what it does mean is you've got a very healthy bunch of drivers fighting over those top 4 places. I've just checked the B final grids, mate. None of our podium positions would be decided in this C final. In other words, enough Class 3 drivers have got up into that B final such that, and enough super heavies and all the subclasses have representation in the higher finals enough that none of the podiums get decided.
That's interesting for C3. Let's actually talk C3 a little bit. Just remind ourselves of the standings in C3 before the start of the day, because if I'm not mistaken, our C3 championship leader Wayne Dunham, 32nd in overall points at the moment on 453, is in this final.
Yes.
So he's got to get himself through if he's going to hold on to that championship lead.
Nick Pollicott, who is just below him in that championship, Andrew, is already up into that B final grid I've just spotted. So that's an interesting aspect to this one here. Sonny Cundy, who I think we gave mention to earlier today, has had a few of those. He's in this race. He's in this race. Is third within the Class 3 standings within the overall standings of heavyweights. And as we mentioned earlier today, has had some of those has been the highest placed Class 3 finisher on some of these races we've had in previous rounds. So he would be looking to get up there as our C final grid of karts comes out onto circuit. And as you can see, they're immediately going through the cut through here at turn number 4 because they're going to start forming up immediately.
If you're on Facebook and you're enjoying the commentary, do give us a like on our page at Double Dash Motorsport Media. Link should be in the video stream that you're watching below. Just going to check. Yeah, we are going around again. If you're on Twitter at Double Dash MM, as you say, thank you to those who've got in contact with us so far this morning and early afternoon on there. We're on Instagram as well at Double Dash MM, so that's nice and easy. Same handle. www.double-mm.com for us on the wide web.
Some questions on YouTube of how fast these karts go. One answer posted is 10 million miles per hour. Your experience may differ. In all seriousness, these karts will generally top out at, what are we going to say, mate, about 75?
It's at 70 on, in terms of when they're geared long. Probably not today, because the gearing will be shorter for a more twisty technical circuit.
Yeah, so the Club 100 team will gear the karts appropriately for the circuit that they're on. If there's the opportunity to get up to the high speeds, they might gear them to go to those longer speeds. But in that sort of 70 miles per hour region, perhaps a little more than that on a good day, which feels rather fast when you're that close to the ground. Here we go, though, with the C final. We're away. Luke Phillips leads them off for the C final in the heavyweights. He's got Blake Temperley alongside and Wayne Dunham battling away there in the white and pale blue suit as they work their way through. I'm delighted to say, Andrew, that's a fairly clean start there at the beginning of this one as they come through the top of Sector 1 through 2, 3 and 4. Again, very clean stuff this from our C final field. I'm just looking to see who has held on to the lead here. I think it is still Luke Phillips in the lead of this one as our 25 karts work their way out of the hairpins and onto the back straights as there's a bit of a battle going on there between, I think that's Blake Temperley and Wayne Dunham over second place, and Dunham looks to have got that position seized through turn number 8. As they come through the latter part of this lap, though, I believe it's Luke Phillips still at the head of the field in his red race suit as they stream their way through. Interesting look for a move there from Jason Small, I think there it was, but he doesn't quite get the job done there. It would be unusual to get a move done into turn number 11. Luke Phillips it is then who leads. Wade Dunham in second, Blake Temperley in third, Andrew Perry and Sonny Cundy round out your top 5 as they work their way through here. You can still see really good conditions for karting here. Lovely sunshine as they work their way through. That's the 75 of Richard Neal. He's defending against Elliot Muse there in the 145, and Jason Bear in the 153 is trying to get involved on that one as well. That's all in the battle over 6th place as they all stream their way through. That's the 23 of Jaden Cadogan trying to get a move done on Dan Smith over 9th place. Cadogan, of course, had a spin earlier in the heat, so again, he might be one of those drivers who think, I should be slightly higher, all things being considered. I'm going to try and get up into that top 4. And the top 4, remember, is that crucial region of this race. All those drivers will get promoted, repechaged, as I believe the regulations say formally, onto the back of that B final grid. And at the moment, it's Luke Phillips, Wayne Dunham, Blake Templey and Andrew Perry who inhabit those key 4 positions.
You've got to be patient in one of these C finals. You know, you can go diving in, trying to get yourself in that top 4 early on, but potentially throw it all away or pick up a penalty. You know, if you've got the speed or feel like you've got the speed, there is time to just, you know, take each position as it comes, not go wildly in there. Especially if you think we're not even to the stage of the race where it's the length of a heat to go yet. But Luke Phillips controlling this one very well. He's just got to get his head down now.
I think sorry, Andrew, I think that's an important point you make, though, about how, you know, under the standard format where you've got lightweight, heavyweight, you do get a bit more time between these races to think it through, whereas these drivers have just come fresh off the heats.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a break there, and you and I had a bit of a chat, and it was all nice. But essentially, it's bam, 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 straight through the races. And you're right, it's important to get your head settled and get into that slightly more patient way of approaching this longer race.
I mean, especially if you look at the situation, say, Jason Bear's in at the moment, 8th place, but he's in the mix. You know, he's only a couple of seconds off where that cut-off is. You know, if these guys start fighting, as they are definitely starting to do now, as Sonny Cundy's trying to make his way past Andrew Perry, he could still be in the mix here for a positive result, as once again, the 145.
Elliot
Muse.
Yeah, trying to get the move in on Sonny Cundy. I think actually Perry and Cundy swapped round and then swapped round again over the course of that lap. So the history books would show that nothing happened on that lap, but we know the truth. Muse got past Richard Neal as well to be in that position of 6th to challenge Sonny Cundy when the opportunity arose.
Big lap there from Wayne Dunham. He's broken away from Templey. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far as well, a 55.5.
Yeah.
So he's looking comfortable now. If he does catch up to Luke Phillips, he just needs to push on. Doesn't need to start attacking and benefiting those behind and encourage them back into the play. But this is the big one at the moment. This is 3rd place that we're battling over here. Blake Templey trying to hold it there with the green plate of the 100 in the super heavyweight. Andrew Perry in 4th place. This is where the big prizes for getting through to that B final are going to be decided. And Perry, if he thinks he's quicker at the moment, then Templey will want to get through and then get up the road. But at the moment, Templey is holding on to that position. 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go.
Oh, and there's a spin, big spin. And that is Andrew Perry, who I don't think there was any...
started from the grass.
I don't think there was any untoward contact or anything there, mate. I think he just got so bold on the brakes. I was just watching, actually, because I noted that Blake Templey seems to have quite a late turn-in technique generally around the circuit. I was watching for that, and just from behind him, Andrew Perry just spun around there, and that was a big moment for him, but he has been able to get recovered. I think he'll get away with the start on the grass, maybe, mate, because he did have traction, and the big risk, of course, is that you start spinning up the wheels, but that's not my call to make.
Yeah.
But, you've got to be a bit careful of that one when you spin out. And... that again, I think, is a something to get used to in this Club 100 carts. Of course, traditionally, when we didn't have the clutches, before the era of Club 100 Rotax, you'd be getting out of your kart every time. And for drivers who have been in the series for a number of years, it's quite familiar, as there's a little tap on the rear there of the 75 of Richard Neal. That's Jason Bear trying to get by there, and just needs to be careful. It's not that. Obviously, we're aiming for a no-contact sport here, but just needs to be careful going into turn 1. If you have the overspeed, you've just got to judge that switchback correctly so you get your nose alongside when there's the gap for you rather than with contact.
Elliot Muse has got away from this as well. He's worked his way up to 3rd and is now clear by about 1.2 seconds. So I think we can start to book out 1, 2, 3, and it's all going to be down to who can get this 4th and final spot in this race to be promoted up into the B final. At the moment, it's still with Blake Temperley. Sonny Cundy, Neil and Bear all behind, forming up. This is the battle for second place. These are two drivers who just need to work together at the moment. No point, again, fighting. In fact, hang on, no, it's something different there. Is that change for the... No, that is a change for the lead.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a change for the lead. Wayne Dunham has gotten to the front past Luke Phillips, and they should be well clear. They're more than 4 seconds clear of Elliott Muse. Penalty, restart on the grass. I did think it was going to come in, mate. I know what you mean with it being dry, but the rules are the rules. A restart on the grass in any condition is a penalty.
Yeah, no, that's fair cop. That is what the rules say, and under the letter of the law, that was an offence that can be penalised. He is at the back of the field.
Contact!
There's contact. That's crucially for 4th place, Andrew. That's Temperley round, and that will have been contact from Richard Neal, I would wager, for that one. So controversy there, and we'll have to keep an eye on where the penalties come out, and there is a penalty.
Take out, yeah, there it is for
Sonny
Cundy.
Sonny Cundy, ABC takeout, and that means that Cundy is out of this one.
Ooh, sorry, I thought Jason Bear was going for a bit. Look at this now. This is what we were saying, that Jason Bear, just keep it nice and clean. Don't do anything silly. You'll gain at least a couple of positions in one of these C finals. And now he is one overtake away from working his way up into the B final. The number 76 is out of this, of course, now because of that takeout penalty, which will be at least 4 places, probably more.
Out of this, but what you and I would call a disruptor, mate. He's still physically there on track and can influence this battle. And of course, his perspective now is, well, I can't get the promotion, so I may as well get the points. Positions mean points. So he's going to be in this to take as much as he can. Is going defensive now is Richard Neal, who currently sits in that crucial 4th place. Bear trying to go around the outside. That's very brave, but somehow manages to hang in there, not run wide over the concrete, and also not open himself up so much to attack that he got overtaken by Sonny Cundy. So lives to race another lap there, does the number 153 of Jason Bear. Still in the wheel tracks of Richard Neal over this 4th place battle.
There's plenty of time here, though. 3 minutes to orchestrate this move for 4th place.
As we were saying, Andrew, going into this one, that's significant for Sonny Cundy now. 3rd place in the standings overall in terms of Class 3 runners.
Yep.
And he now knows that he won't be scoring more than the points for being in this C final. So, as I say, he just needs to look to try and score as well as he can now. But yeah, not the best day of the year so far for this. And look at that battle just in the back behind them. That's the battle between the recovering Blake Temperley, who's going to feel a little bit aggrieved, of course, for that takeout, the victim of that takeout. James Dunnett is with him, as is Jaden Cadigan, and Jonathan Purton's just got past Vinod Harani for 10th place. This is a tasty little battle going on further down the field.
It is indeed. And you never know, it still could break down and come back to Blake Temperley this. You know, we've said it with Jason Bear when he was back down in 8th. Still a good amount of time on this one to go. Top 3, as we've mentioned, are just gone now, and just need to bring this one home. Up the inside there of the number 23 is the number 148 of Purton. So Jonathan Purton through and past Jaden Cadigan there.
It's 9th place now with Jonathan Purton. Nice little move there. Got the overspeed through 7 and set himself up into 8. There's the 93 of Peter Clark, trying to get onto the back of this train of karts, battling from about 7th place downwards.
Track limit warning for the 3rd place number 145 of Elliott Muse. Just needs to rein that in. That would not be a good way to rule yourself. Oh, now change for 4th. Here it is. Here it is. Jason Bear has got through the start of the infield, and Sonny Cundy's going to go through as well into 5th on the road. Now, big lap this from Jason Bear. Can he get his head down, keep it forward? Don't drive too defensively now, Jason, because he can break away, and he is breaking away from those trying to take that 4th place off him. This has been a really good run for the driver in the 153.
Yeah, and a crucial thing here, Andrew, is he's got a sort of rear gunner as we're on to the final lap, but he's got a rear gunner in the form of Sonny Cundy. He might not be aware of that fact, but Sonny Cundy is another kart between himself and Richard Neal that prevents Neal from coming back at him for that 4th place. Wayne Dunham, though, quite a way up the road from these 3, is on his final tour of the circuit. You just saw him flash through your shot, actually going right to left So Wayne Dunham in first, and actually his lead has been slashed by half a second on that last lap, Andrew. Luke Phillips is right with him now.
Yep.
But these drivers would do well not to throw it away with something too careless.
There is a trophy, though, for the C final winner.
Yeah.
There's a nice little piece of glass for the winner to take home, so that will be on their minds. But you're right, they don't want to do anything too silly. This is the key battle, though, that we're still watching, because this is the final spot in the B final. Oh, as Bear runs a little bit wide, but if Cundy does overtake him, it's still going to give the position to Bear, because remember, the number 76 has a takeout penalty for the incident with Temperley earlier in the race. As Wayne Dunham takes the C final win, Phillips joins him in the B final, as does Muse, and Jason Bear. Great drive from P8. Had to keep his nerve, and he did keep his nerve. He gets the final spot in the B final, well deserved. Sonny Cundy 5th, but has a penalty. Richard Neal 6th. Blake Templey 7th. Will be disappointed considering he was in that top 4 for a long time. Vinod Hirani, Jonathan Burton, Dan Smith, your top 10. Lee Woods, Jaden Cadogan, James Dunnett, and Carolus Jauzemis for the number 59. Peter Clark wraps out the top 15. Then it was Lewis McKinnon, Jason Small, Elliot Garnett, Andrew Perry, Martin Robinson, your top 20. Chris Solomon and James Fremont, 21st and 22nd.
Very good win for Wayne Dunham there. Very impressed by that. We had to stick with that battle for 4th, but great across the line for him. And but he doesn't get a moment to think about winning that one, mate, because he's immediately onto the back of the B final grid, which will just be getting ready to come out right about now. So we need to look ahead to our B final.
B final time here at Bayford Meadows, all the Bs. Here for Club 100 in association with Rotax, round 5 of their Sprints Championships for 2020. As we say, we've just seen our C final. We'll wait for that result to be confirmed. Of course, there's some weighing of the drivers that needs to be done for at least the top 4 to make sure that they were all above board. But let's have a look at our B final grid as it stands at the moment. Remember, we will have 4 karts joining the back of this one. Rory 7 and Kieran Chigsey are on pole position. So if this result was to stay as the grid shows us, they would qualify through to the A final. Ben Bennyworth and Dave Longman are on row 2. Steve Lindley and Darren Townsley are on row number 3. All with the shots of moving up into the A final. Let's have a look then at row number 4. And, oops, there we go. I thought the graphic had paused for a second then. But Paul Williams, deserved front, or towards the front of the B final start there after a great last heat. He starts P7, Andrew Cherry alongside him on that 4th row. Richard Newton and Tim Hill starts from row number 5. Justin Shaw and Matt Kendall needing to work from the midfield there on row 6. James Workman and Bradley Shears go from row 7. Tim Williams and Richard Lazenby are on row 8. Jonathan McCaddy and Simon Kavanagh start on row 9. Dimitri Zeldin and Chris Kirk are on row 10. Rory Grassi and Nick Policott are on row 11. And then we will also, remember, have our 4 promotees, our repechage drivers from the C final. Have we had the C final?
Yeah. Now confirmed, mate. So it is Wayne Dunham, Luke Phillips, and then Elliot Muse and Jason Bear. They were all within the correct weight limits of this class, so they are all successfully repechaged onto the back of your B final grid.
Pies eaten and lead placed on carts. That is good to see. Hello to Mr. Stephen Hicks. I'm not quite sure where in the world he is at the moment because he seems to be here, there and everywhere. Will there be an Alpha live stream at Wilton? There will for the sprints round. So that, I believe, if I am not mistaken, is the 11th of October.
Yes, mate.
So the 11th of October is the next streamed round for Club 100 Sprints. Apparently he's looking forward to racing me in the E60 on the Saturday. Well, that's a very big assumption, Mr. Hicks, that I have remotely any speed to be up at the front with you, which, let's be honest, ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen, son. And if you're back in the midfield racing with me, then there's something terrible that's gone wrong. So
there's a very harsh comment that just sprung to mind about blue flags, but I'm not going to say it.
Hey,
anyway,
hey.
No.
Hey, it's Wilson, and I'm hoping to
You
at
are
least
good.
stay on
You're
the lead lap.
No, mate, you are good around Wilton, to be fair. To be absolutely fair. I just want to be clear, into this B final. Super heavyweights podium,
Yeah.
not going to be determined in this one. There are
Ooh.
3 super heavies up in the A final, so that is not going to be determined here. But your podium for Class 3, there are no Class 3 drivers up in that A final, so that's going to be one to watch out for here in this race. Who can claim those podium positions in Class 3? It's not inconceivable we could get a Class 3 driver finish in the top 2 and get promoted to the A final, but at the moment we don't have any A final Class 3 drivers, so that's the podium to look out for being decided in this final.
Right, we're going around again, which is good because it also gives me a chance to give a shout out and a plug, because Mr. Hicks has been in contact. September 23rd. If you're an iRacing person and you're a Club 100 or a BUKC racer and you don't know about the Club 100 Legends iRacing Championship that we hold on our Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, get involved. C100 iRacing on Facebook is the group that you need to go to get involved. Our next round at Spa-Francorchamps will be on the Wednesday evening of the 23rd of September, and it's been good fun. It's a fun championship.
Great.
It's it's nothing too serious, but it's been a good bit of fun that we started during the midst of lockdown that we're carrying on for the rest of 2020. So do go check that out.
Absolutely. Here though, we are ready to get this one underway. Rory 7 in that number 19 on pole with Kieran Chigsey alongside in that 62. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and we are away for our B final in the heavyweights. It's a good start from pole. Rory 7 retains the lead, but it looks to me like Ben Bennyworth has been able to hold the inside line from grid position number 3 and get past Kieran Chigsey as they head through turns 3 and 4, and they all work themselves out. Delighted to say everyone at least is facing the right way, and the start so far looks to have been called good as Chigsey is battling away with Steve Lindley there in the number 47. I didn't get a chance to say there's a penalty already for Steve Lindley given there.
Bump and pass
for
four
bump and
places.
pass. So that's it. He's definitely not getting through to the A final. Already lost that opportunity. I was going to say, Andrew, whilst you were talking about the grid of this one, there are a lot of drivers in this one who I think would consider them, so yeah, I can get up into that A final. That's one of those drivers, I think, taken out that running already, as here he is under pressure from Paul Williams, and himself applying pressure to Kieran Chigsey is further back in the order. Here are all our drivers, some of them, of course, the promotees from our C final. At the end of lap 1 then, Rory 7 leads in the 19, Kieran Chigsey in 2nd, Steve Lindley in 3rd, Paul Williams there in 4th in the 65, and David Longman, our only Class 1 runner, as Lindley goes down the inside of Chigsey for 2nd place, but Chigsey is going to come back at him. Look out for Paul Williams and David Longman, all trying to capitalise on that, but it stays as they were through turn number 5 and into 6. But Paul Williams is going to be hung out to drive. That's going to allow David Longman back surely, but no, Paul Williams is going to hold on round the inside, and look out as well for Ben Bennyworth becoming involved in the 96. This is crazy stuff here going through turn 8 as all these drivers. David Longman's going to try to hold it on the inside, side by side through 10, side by side through 11. They're going to be no. Paul Williams manages to hang on. How did Paul Williams hold on to that position? But they've got to be careful, Andrew, because they don't want to lose touch with the top group if any of these drivers harbour ambitions to make it into that A final.
I've got to say, Paul Williams is racing his heart out today. I thought Dave Longman was going to hold him around the outside through turn 9, but Paul Williams held it in there, has kept that 4th position, effectively 3rd when you take Lindley's penalty into account, and Kieran Chigsey is holding a bit of a train up here, and I do wonder, is it actually playing into his own hands? Oh, Williams down the inside, that's brilliant. Great move by Paul Williams, gets 3rd now on the road.
Chigsey's got to do it, Andrew. He's got to defend like crazy. He's in 2nd place. He's in that crucial 2nd place. And if he's got that pressure from behind, he has to try and defend it.
But is he potentially encouraging more of these drivers into the mix by defending
quite possibly,
that
but
hard.
I'm not sure what else he can do in a way. If you know, if he loses that position, he already had a stack of 5 karts behind him.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference whether it's 5 karts or 8 karts that are on your tail. There goes Paul Williams for second place, and he's got the job done. But Chigsy has got his kart alongside, side by side, heading towards turns 2 and 3, and he tries to get him. He tries to get by in 2, but Paul Williams comes back at him in 3, and Paul Williams has held on to that second place as Steve Lindley now attacks Kieran Chigsy into 5, and David Longman again looking to get through, our only Class 1 runner who hasn't been able to secure himself a spot on that A final grid, looking to get, he just has to get 3 more karts done and he would be on for that, but he's down there at the moment in 5th place, chasing Kieran Chigsy.
But again, a lot of time still to play. 8 minutes and 42 seconds for Longman to try and work his way through. What he doesn't want to do is get too aggressive and then, you know, get overtaken by the likes of Ben Bennyworth and Andrew Cherry just behind, because that would make his job clearly a lot more difficult. But he's still got time on his side here to try and pull this one back as they go through. I mean, Rory Seven's gone. He's gone up the road and he's got this win. He's got the spot in the A final. As long as he doesn't do anything silly, such as clipping a cone or exceeding track limits too many times. Paul Williams holding on to this second place. Another curb warning has just come in for
Oh,
Steve
there's a
Lindley.
spin in the background, Andrew, and that was in the battle. That was the likes of it was sort of the latter half of this pack. So I think we're looking
Townsley.
we're looking in the Darren Townsley, Bradley Shears, Justin Shaw, Jonathan McCady, and Tim Hill was on the back of this train as well. Those karts towards the back. So we might have to see who's lost out there. I was about to say that there was a train of about 10 karts and any of them could take the second place in theory, but that's just been whittled down somewhat here as they all battled over things towards the back of this train, and there's a penalty there for Jonathan McCady, so blame attributed to him in that incident.
Longman down the inside of Kieran Chigsy, tries to make the move stick, doesn't get it done, has now got to defend. This is what we were saying. He's got to defend now from Ben Bennyworth, who's down the inside for 5th place, and has got it. Great stuff there from Bennyworth to take advantage of that. It is so difficult to overtake into that first turn. It's not really a corner where, you know, you can do a dive bomb. You've got to be fully alongside to take control of the corner, and Longman didn't quite have that at that spot of the race. And look at Tim Hill coming into this as well, not too far behind there in the number 74. Bennyworth goes defensive there as they go into turn number 9. There's been a curb warning for Kieran Chigsy.
Yeah, so the 2 drivers who were involved in that contact and dropped down and spun as a result.
Yeah.
Jonathan McCady, who had the blame attributed to the takeout, and presumably he took out the other driver involved, which was Bradley Shears. So when you're talking about Tim Hill coming onto the back of his mate, he managed to survive that because he was behind both of them. So experience showing there, I think, a little bit for Hill to navigate that incident. But those are the 2 drivers who, unfortunately, their races have become perhaps ones to forget. Certainly with regards to any hope they had of gaining the promotion. But here we go, Ben Bennyworth just going a little tighter on the entry into turn 5 there, just to head off David Longman, but it hasn't really deterred Longman in his pursuit of looking for opportunities to get by here. And as you say, Andrew, plenty of time left. I've noticed Bennyworth takes that line generally into turn 8, just a slightly tighter line. He was doing that a couple of laps back when he was under no pressure at all, so that is his preferred line going into that one, and I can kind of see that making sense because it deters the moves, and there's very rarely an opportunity to come back at someone in turn 9. So if you're slow through the latter part of 8 as a result of being tight, it maybe doesn't penalise you too much, although it's worth saying that 9 leads into 10 and 11, and you know, it is really difficult to know how to string all those corners together sometimes. But Tim Hill there getting by Andrew Cherry over 7th place there. Cherry very wide through turn 2, but managed to hold it together and bring it back in, keep it on the grey stuff there. Rory Seven, as you said earlier, mate, he's sort of checked out, although the gap is now reeled in slightly by Paul Williams. There was the gap, you just saw it visually on your screens. And here is Tim Hill having a look at David Longman round turn 8, and has he got enough alongside? No, Longman's definitely going to come back in turn number 9, but he's got it done. Tim Hill managed to get enough of an advantage through turn 8 to hold it around the outside of turn 9, and a good move there from a very experienced head in the paddock, Andrew, in Tim Hill.
Well, he's had a bit of a break, obviously, from Club 100 whilst he's been repairing the broken bones. You know, he wasn't at PFI for the 6 Hour a few weekends ago, and he does seem very refreshed. There's been a lot of racing going on the last few weekends. But Tim Hill, as he didn't have the best of luck in one of his heats, which is why he's in this B final, definitely has the speed. Can he work his way through into that P2? At the moment, Paul Williams is holding this 6/7/10 second gap to Steve Lindley very nicely. But of course, Lindley has the penalty, so he kind of take him out of this for the top two. So the gap between qualifying for the B final and not qualifying for the B final is currently 1.8 seconds.
Again, that's an issue as well. If Lindley were to get past Paul Williams, does Paul Williams know Lindley has a penalty? Because if he doesn't, what's going to happen is Lindley will get by, and Paul Williams will not panic, but he'll go, oh my gosh, I need to get by, as there's a penalty for our C final winner in Wayne Dunham. What is that for? That is for
takeout. Down the inside, very bit of contact there between Tim Hill and Ben Bennyworth. And Ben Bennyworth not too happy about it. Andrew Cherry now trying to fight and find a way through past Dave Longman.
But yeah, it's important, Andrew, that if Lindley were to get past Paul Williams would risk throwing it away by trying to I've got to do a banzai move to get the promotion, and in so fighting, he could allow the others to get in on this one in the form of Kieran Chigsey and Ben Bennyworth.
The other thing that I'll just mention, Howard, I don't know whether it was just a little mistake or maybe a little bit, no, it won't be traffic at this stage. Rory 7 just lost 4/10 of his lead. The gap is now down to 2 seconds. It's now 1.88. There's still a fair bit of time in this race. It might not be over here. Paul Williams is pulling that gap down and could be catching Rory 7 late on in this B final.
Yeah, I'm just having a look out the window to see if I can peruse. No, I can't see 7 in any particular traffic, Andrew, so it seems to be on raw pace as Tim Hill goes down the inside of Kieran Chigsey over 4th place and gets the job done. Nice move from Tim Hill. Racing well, isn't he, Andrew, on his return into the sprint racing Club 100 fray. There is Paul Williams still in 2nd place with Steve Lindley behind, and then Tim Hill now leads this pack. There's Ben Bennyworth still taking his tighter entry into turn 8 just to cover off any move from David Longman there over 6th place. And this is all brewing away nicely. We've got a couple of minutes left on the clock. What is the gap for the lead as they come around this time? Because I still think Paul Williams has been able to sort of set about setting good pace unabated. No, the gap's held this time. In fact, it's just 2 1/1000ths of a second that separate the lap time of our 1st and 2nd place karts. So the gap's holding now at 1.8 seconds. And I think it would take something quite extraordinary for that to whittle down. But Paul Williams, here it is, Andrew. Paul Williams now going defensive against Steve Lindley, and he'll be losing time here when actually he could just let Lindley go.
Nice move though, just saw from Chris Kirk putting move on Richard Newton. That's your leader in the number 56 in C3. So your C3 podium currently is Chris Kirk, Tim Williams and Elliot Muse from the C final. So that's some great racing there. But yeah, you're right, Howard. I don't think Williams knows that Lindley has the penalty. Otherwise, he would just be quite happy to work with Lindley at the moment, in the knowledge that Lindley would then take the penalty and pop himself back up into 2nd place. We are on the last lap though.
We are, so now it's now or never for any of the moves that you want to make. There is your race leader, Rory 7, who we have barely seen. Just been able to hold the gap. Again, he actually opened out the gap on that last lap, so he's looking good at the moment for the win and indeed that promotion. Behind him though, Paul Williams battling away. Is he with Steve Lindley? I think there was a little look from Lindley into one of the hairpin turns there. But again, he's looking all right at the moment, Paul Williams. Just got to get it around the second half of this lap.
So Rory 7, as Howard said, has had a very quiet race, but that's just what you want in one of these repechage finals. Get to the front, get your head down, get the win, and move on to the next one. And that's exactly what Rory 7's going to do. We'll see him in the A final, and Paul Williams races through into the A final as well. Steve Lindley is 3rd. Tim Hill sets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 54.626. He'll be classified 3rd once Lindley's penalty is taken into account. Kieran Chigsey, sorry mate, I've forgotten. We have got super heavyweights in the A final, haven't we? So yeah, he misses out there for super heavyweight. Ben Bennyworth, great racing from him again in 6th. Dave Longman, 7th, maybe a little bit disappointed with that result. Andrew Cherry in 8th. Justin Shaw has raced well today. Top 10 there in the B final. Darren Townsley wrapping out that top 10. Chris Kirk is your winner in C3. Well done to Chris Kirk, the driver of the number 56. Tim Williams is second in C3. Immediately behind him, Richard Newton is next up. James Workman 14th. Elliot Muse from that C final gets on the podium in C3. Luke Phillips is next. Then it was Nick Pollicott. Good try from Nick, who started towards the back of that field and gained some positions across that 12-minute race. Wayne Dunham, Jonathan McCaddy and Matt Kendall wrapped out the top 20. Then it was Simon Kavanagh, Richard Lazenby, Bradley Shears, Jason Bear, Dimitri Zeldin and Roy Grassi. That was your 26 runners in the B final. We're going to take another short break here at Bayford Meadows with your commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Next up, it's the big one. It's the A final for round 5 of the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship for 2020.
It's going to be a little bit more chill for this one, just because the drivers have a few laps of practice, and obviously we are calculating the well, I'll say calculating the grid. We know most of the A final grid, but it's just a question of weighing those drivers in that B final and checking that they are within compliance on the weight limits of this heavyweight class. So that is something that needs to be checked. Let's take you through it, though. Let's talk you through this A final grid. Sean Briley, 6th in the heavyweight standings overall coming into today. His best finish in a trophy final so far this year is a 3rd place. He starts this one from pole after a fantastic series of heat races today. So going to be an interesting one for Sean. What can he go on to convert that into? But he's got Joe Holmes alongside. And you can see as well, these are the points. You can see what they've scored across all the heats, and it's very close, as you can see. In situations where the points are equal, we go to the lap time that they've done, the fastest lap time across the heats. So Sean Briley and Joe Holmes, your front row, Anwar Burrell Smith and Chris Dixon on row number 2. Bill Taylor and Dave Pethers on row 3. Both 2 drivers who have had a very strong day at the races, Andrew. And Bill Taylor, the highest place of our super heavyweight drivers as well. So featuring really well here today. Then it's Adam Wright and Oliver Moss on row 4. Row 5 is Lewis Ridd and Miguel Hall, which I think makes them the highest place of our Class 2 runners on this grid. Stuart Jones and Stuart Simmons, 2 more Class 1 runners, are on row 6. Row 7 is Matt Wileman and Jeff Lamb. And then on row 8, we're going to have Steve Bosley and Stephen Downs. Row 9 is going to be Alex Pritchard and Richard Allen. Row 10 is going to be Lenny Wood and Jonathan Elliott. Lee Henderson and Nick Trafford makes it an all super heavyweights. Row 11. And then it's Stuart Madden and Jordan Salter on row 12. And then confirmed promotees from our B final is Rory 7 and Paul Williams, who will round out that grid. So that's your A final grid for this one.
Hello to Brian Holmes, who's cheering on for Anwar Burrell Smith in this final race for our heavyweights. If you're tuning in to watch the lightweights, they will be coming up later this afternoon. There is a test session, a 30-minute free practice test session, where we will break off to get a bit of lunch and return about 2 o'clock, 2:15 for the start of the racing in the lightweights, where we did go through the same programme again, 12 heats, 3 finals. So do stick around for that. But this A final, just to remind yourselves of the championship situation, and I'm thinking, has Alpha Timing updated itself so far? No, it hasn't. So okay, so this is still the results that we had from the start of the day. Anwar Burrell Smith, the championship leader, has a good lead at the moment. However, there are some drivers, Adam Wright as an example, Joe Holmes as an example, who haven't done all the rounds this year. But Anwar Burrell Smith will be looking to consolidate his championship lead. Stuart Jones, second on 695, the deficit being, 41 points at the moment. Jeff Lamb, third on 685. As you say, 6th in championship, Sean Briley has run well in the finals so far this year. He's 3rd at round 4. He's had other results such as, he's had 2 thirds
He
so
has.
far.
So
year.
round 4 was Butmore, and was round 2 at Shennington, mate? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, it was.
So.
Oh no, I'm going to correct myself there. He has had the 3rd. The last round was actually in the B final. So it's good to see that today he's had the good heats results to get himself at the front of the field.
Yes.
If he's able to carry that form, I think he's on for a good result here. Could be a big result as well. There he is, the number 50 in the yellow and black.
What I will say as well, mate, is I think that we've got a couple of drivers in Class 2 in Lewis Ridd and Miguel Hall. They're starting on row 5, and they have, how far back is it to the next Class 2 runner? They've got something like, they've got a couple of rows back to Steve Bosley.
And of course, no Chris Gristwood here today, who's your C2 leader in the championship. So, you know, a big opportunity for Ridd, currently 3rd in C2, to take a big step. Don't rule out Alex Pritchard as well. Is a very, very consistent driver. And he'll be looking for a good one. So, practice over. You can see the pace cart out there, forming this grid up. And 3 really big hitters at the front of this field. Briley, Burrell Smith and Holmes. This is a very difficult one to call. Form book, I don't see where the form book goes, because obviously you've got Holmes there. We know his record. Burrell Smith has a strong record as well, but such has been the strength of Sean Briley and the clinical nature in which he's raced today. I don't think we have a favourite in this. I think we've got 3 drivers, all very evenly matched at the front of this field, and any one of them could take this race victory. And all 3 of them, you know, there could be a bit of drama. They could take each other out. And this, you see Chris Dixon there in the green helmets. He's had a very strong run, calm run, collected run through the heats.
I think we've got 6 super heavies in this one as well, mate.
Yeah.
Which is quite unusual for an A final. So plenty of action across all 3 of the subclasses that are still in action here. Our Class 3 podium has been decided. That was in the B final. But yeah, plenty of stuff to look out for in this one.
We're going round again. Bill Taylor as well. You know, he's had such a strong day and has had that experience, obviously, of being at the front of the field across the course of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he's 2nd in super heavies. Richard Allen, who you can just see there in the 26, he's quite much further down this grid.
Yeah.
And he's he's the highest position of the super heavies so far. So this is a good opportunity for Bill Taylor to get those points, to hoist himself up towards Richard Allen in that championship fight for super heavyweight honours. So yeah.
So the grid, if you're just joining us here at Bayford Meadows, it's round 5 of the Club 100 Sprints Championships for 2020. This is your heavyweight A final. Sean Briley, number 50, has pole position. Reigning champion Joe Holmes alongside him on the front row. Championship leader Anwar Burrell Smith, number 3, is there, P3 on the grid. Chris Dixon, who's had race victories so far today in the heats, in 4th. 12 minutes to decide who wins this round. You can see the drivers there trying to keep the engine warm, get that response good as we go green here at Bayford Meadows, and straight across there and into 3rd place. In fact, the Joe Holmes was trying to cut across into 2nd. He wasn't able to do so, so it's a Bryce Racing 1-2 as they head towards the first big braking zone. It's Briley from Burrell Smith, from Holmes, Bill Taylor up to 4th, Adam Wright trying to go through there, and Miguel Hall has a half spin as they all try and get through turn number 4, and somehow they've just about done it as one of the tester carts goes away there. Alex Pritchard's number plate is making a bid for freedom, but that's already, to me, Howard, I think the field is split in 2 with whatever was going on there through turn 3 and turn 4, but it's a good start for Sean Briley.
Yeah, they all bulked up, didn't they, as that incident that left Miguel Hall out wide into 4 sort of got itself settled. Remarkable that they all managed to keep it together there, but they did go five abreast at one point, heading towards turn 5 as a result. But yeah, good move from Adam Wright. To get past, I was going to say to get past Bill Taylor, but Bill Taylor's got him back. So as we finish lap number 1, it is Sean Briley in the lead of this one, ahead of Anwar Burrell Smith, Joe Holmes, Bill Taylor, Adam Wright, Chris Dixon, Dave Pethers, Stuart Jones, Stuart Simmons and Matt Warman to round out your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
Oliver Moss has a penalty for a takeout, ABC, so that's his race results ruined. There's a contact warning as well for the 131 of Matt Wildman, and already it's this top 3 breaking away as Holmes goes down the inside of Raoul Smith for second place. Big move and gets it done. So Holmes up to second place then, past Burrell Smith, but we've seen these two trade positions back and forth a couple of times already today.
Yeah, and it's as you said with the other finals, mate, it's a longer race, so patience, at least perhaps for the first few laps, might be a virtue. I'm not sure how much it pays off towards the end, but yeah, Anwar Burrell Smith, no need to panic. He can look to get the position back, and Adam Wright has got by Bill Taylor as well over the course of that one. So Adam Wright, who let's not forget is also featuring fairly prominently in this championship as well. He's missed a round, so he doesn't show up on scoring, but he is a very experienced driver, very successful driver, and he's in this fight as well.
Briley defending. There's been a penalty for Matt Wildman, bump and pass. That'll be 4 places at the end of this race, and you get the sense that Briley is sensing that he does need to defend. Joe Holmes has got good pace in this race. Just want to mention as well, Richard Allen's had a storming start the last few laps. He's up to 12th place. That's second place, a clear second place in super heavyweights. Bill Taylor still leading in that subclass. They're P5 overall.
Matt Warman has had a penalty. I'm not sure if we've covered that one. That's for ABC bump and pass. So 4 positions docked from wherever he finishes in this one.
Oh, big curb hop there from Stuart Simmons. He's trying to work his way through. He's got past Stuart Jones for 8th place on that last lap, but still as he were at the front of the field. 1, 2, 3, Briley, Holmes and Burrell Smith. There's a penalty now for Stuart Madden, another bump and pass, another 4 positions there.
That's significant in his pursuit of trying to get a podium in Class 2, Andrew, because he's currently the 3rd.
Down the inside, sorry, Howard. Holmes going for a move on Briley and let him back through. Yeah, there was a bit of contact there, so that was correct by Joe Holmes to let Briley go back through. But he's going for it again as they go through the long left-hander. They're going to be side by side. Briley will have the inside for the next corner, which is a right-hander, and Burrell Smith's going to nip up the inside. Oh, he's side by side. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Anwar Burrell Smith. He saw the door open again, went, yes, I'm going down the inside of you there, Joe, because this is key. This is key for championship as we get to this middle part of the season. Briley's having to defend again from his teammate in Anwar Burrell Smith, and Adam Wright is on the scene there as well in the number 4. It's a 4-way scrap for the lead.
What did we say about patience being a virtue? Beautiful opportunism from Anwar Burrell Smith, and now he knows is the time to pounce. But Adam Wright is having a look at Joe Holmes. Holmes is having to go defensive here against Adam Wright in the battle over 3rd place, and that's but it's interesting, Andrew. Burrell Smith and Holmes both on this lap going to the inside of corners, half in a defence but half in attack as well. Again, Holmes going shallow on the entry into 8. It'll push him out slightly wider, but there's not much that Adam Wright can do about it. What I'm going to dub a little bit the Ben Bennyworth approach to turn 8. Just go defensive on the shallower entry, and it won't do you too much harm, but it has allowed Burrell Smith just to break away a little bit, and I think Burrell Smith is going to get a few corners here of just focusing on Sean Briley here, as Briley's just a little bit tighter on entry. Can Burrell Smith tuck under? Yeah, he can. He's got a nose alongside, surely into 2, bouncing around on the tarmac, but Burrell Smith is through into 3 and gets the job done. Change of lead then on lap number 6.
This is a fascinating A-final in the heavyweights. You've got the 2 teammates at the front. Surely they will try and work together now, because they'll have seen that Adam Wright is right there. He really is hassling the rear bumper of G3 Joe there, the number 1, the reigning champion. And Joe Holmes can't go for a big move at the moment because Adam Wright is right there. I was about to say filling his mirrors, but the Club 100 carts don't have mirrors. But you know what I mean. He's buzzing around, and Joe is distracted a little bit there and can't think at the moment fully about getting a move on Sean Briley. Can the Briars boys use that as a means to try and break away from him?
Behind them is Bill Taylor. You just saw that train there, and he's sort of defending like crazy over this, because in that pack that's behind him, in that train, is second place in super heavies, Richard Allen. So Bill Taylor is defending like crazy. It's going to be very difficult for any drivers to get by. Stuart Simmons in 6th is trying to get by Bill Taylor with potential hopes of getting onto the back of this top 4. But at the moment, Bill Taylor is understandably defending like his points depend on it.
Well, they do.
Oh, but Stuart Simmons has got through there, Andrew. So Simmons now up, but Stuart Simmons has got through, Simmons now up into 5th place and will look about trying to get onto the back of this 4.
Yeah, the gap is about 2 seconds at the moment between 4th and 5th place. Let's see what Simmons can pull out of the bag. Chris Dixon's still there as well in the green helmet. He's trying to find a way past Bill Taylor for 6th place. They come round to finish another lap. Here he comes, though. The pace is really, really high at the front of the field as Dixon has a little look. Oh my goodness, it's Stephen Downs on the scene. Where did he come from there? That was a huge attempt by Downs. He didn't quite pull it off. And we nearly had 3 wide through turn number 1. But the pace is high at the front of the field. Joe Holmes has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's through. He's through and into 2nd place. So Holmes with the fastest lap of the race. 54.408 is now into 2nd place on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's our championship leader coming in today, and Anwar Barrell-Smith in the lead of this one. And Joe Holmes, someone who, he missed a round. So at the moment on the championship tables, he doesn't show as second in that championship. But as Andrew was saying earlier today, these two have got to be some of the key players at the front of this championship battling away. Not the only ones, absolutely not the only ones, but they are right where they need to be in terms of carrying on their championship campaign. Still 4.5 minutes of this one to go. Sean Briley and Adam Wright need to work together just for a little while longer here so that they don't lose touch with these two at the front.
Lee Henderson has had a cone penalty. That will be 1 place deducted at the end of his race, and Barrell-Smith having to work hard now to defend, but not too much. Keep the pace up with Joe Holmes just behind him. Curb warning for the number 40, which is Steve Bosley. Steve currently last of the runners, unfortunately, so not having the best of A finals here today at Bayford Meadows.
It's like one of those impossible radio communications you hear in Formula 1 where they say if you could keep the pace but save the tyres. It's kind of like if you could defend but also keep
the guy ahead under pressure.
Yeah, it's exactly the same sort of duality that's very difficult to actually maintain. That is the challenge.
Stephen Downs, Howard, has got past Chris Dixon for 7th place.
Oh, good run off of 3 and 4 though there for Joe Holmes. He's trying to set up the opportunity, sells the dummy a little, or has to bail out of it and switch back. He's going to try and get the switch back to set himself up for a late exit here out of 6 and possibly set up something into 7. It's going to be very difficult. He's going to get another switchback. He's done about 3 switchbacks in a row. And Barrell-Smith is wise to it. He's going to squeeze the line there and say, oh no you don't, Sonny, not through here. Brilliant stuff, and that's allowed Briley to get right onto the scene. He was a little way off the back of Holmes, but now he's right in there, got a nose alongside in 10, thinks better of it and tucks in behind Holmes for turn 11. But that series of switchbacks right back at turns 2 and 3, Holmes was trying to get a later exit to get himself onto the back of Barrell-Smith, and he's closed this top 4 right up again as they come on to lap 11.
This is such a close race. I cannot call which way this one's going to go. It could be any one of these 4. And Adam Wright, we've seen him do this before. And this is reminding me of Lyd last season, where he did a similar thing. He just stuck at the back of the squabble, waiting for something to happen. He's doing the same again here. He's on for good points once again in the heavyweight sprint championship, even if he doesn't get onto the podium. And Briley has to go defensive to Wright there to prevent him going down the inside for 3rd. Still, as you were, Barrell-Smith ahead of Holmes, then Briley, then Wright. There he is in the number 4, 2 minutes 20 to go.
Stephen Downs has got past Bill Taylor now, so it's Stuart Simmons in 5th and Stephen Downs, the next drivers down the order. There's still, if these top 4 really start battling, Andrew, they could come into this towards the end. It all depends on how this goes for the next couple of laps as our top 4 snake their way through turns 3 and through the left-hander of 4. Again, Barrell-Smith goes defensive here, but that's going to allow Joe Holmes to get a good late exit at more speed out of these hairpins. It's a repeat of what we saw a couple of laps ago, but so long as Barrell-Smith is wise to it and covers it off into 8, and indeed he does.
It was an interesting little gesture there from Anwar. I'm not quite sure who that was to. It looked like get behind me, get behind me. Oh, Joe stuck one down the inside. Where did that one come from? Side by side, is he going to let him back through? No, he's going to take the position on the road. I think he surprised Anwar there.
He certainly did. He surprised us as well. He just managed to. He got such a late. He took a very late apex in turn 8, Andrew, and unusually that allowed him 9. But what was weird there was he sort of said, "You can have it back if you want," and Burrell Smith went, "Nah, that's fair. That was a fair pass." That is how I interpreted it, at least. So fascinating stuff here, as this is surely the penultimate lap of this one. Moves further down the order. Lenny Wood has just got past Nick Trafford. And I'm just seeing that might, with some of the penalties being applied, actually. No, it's not a class. Oh, as Adam Wright's right on the limit of adhesion there, breaking into the hairpin at turn number 6, and that's put him off the back a little bit, Andrew. But again, if these 3 ahead of him start battling, none of that will matter come the end of the last lap. This is all going to be fascinating as we're coming round here to start our final lap of the heavyweight run. We've got to do all of this again for the lightweights, mate. But this is fantastic stuff as our top 4 come through to begin the last lap of the heavyweights for round number 5 here at Bayford Meadows. Joe Holmes leads, and he just set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.291, to try and head off the challenge from Burrell Smith.
Can Joe Holmes close out what would be his 3rd A-final victory of the season? Won at Buckmore Park. Well, in fact, it would be his first win away from Buckmore Park this season. Obviously, he wasn't at Clay Pigeon, and Anwar took the win at Shennington. But he's keeping it calm. This is classic Joe Holmes. Just able to keep the corner speed so high. Doesn't even have to defend as they go through the long looping left-hander. And surely he's got it under control now. This has been a tenacious race. One of the closest A-finals I can remember in this class. It's not been a completely dominant display from Joe Holmes today. He's had to work really, really hard. But there's the number 1 in P1. He takes round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Heavyweight Sprint Championship. That, Howard, was a champion's performance. He had to dig really, really deep into his locker there, but he's got the 130 points.
Absolutely, mate. I am very, very impressed by how the top 4 raced in that one. The focus, rightly so, was kept on it because it was such a good battle. Fascinating to see the little bits of the little dogfights. You can just sort of see, Holmes is getting a later exit there. That's going to give him an opportunity here. Loving the way that you can see the dogfights, as there's a bit of frustration there for I think that was Lee Henderson, wasn't it? And I think he has unfortunately finished lowest down of the super heavyweight runners in that, so clearly perhaps one to forget for himself there. But what a race at the front. That is exactly the kind of thing that we like to see between Holmes, between Burrell Smith, Adam Wright, as you say, mate, there on 4th place, ready to capitalise if any of them falter, and Sean Briley topping off a fantastic day with a podium finish there for himself. So massively impressed by those 4.
Fastest lap on the last lap of the race as well from Joe, 54.280. He takes the win by less than half a second ahead of Anwar Burrell Smith. Sean Briley on the podium again in 3rd, Adam Wright 4th, Stuart Simmons 5th, Stephen Downs 6th. Bill Taylor is your super heavyweight winner. A really, really good effort from Bill today. Chris Dixon was 8th. 9th was Dave Pethers, who wins in C2. Stuart Jones wraps out the top 10. Richard Allen in 11th. 2nd in super heavyweight. Then it was Matt Wileman. Provisionally, he does have some penalties, though, that will relegate him a little bit down the order, but he was 12th on the road. 13th overall, 2nd in C2, Miguel Hall, immediately ahead of Stuart Madden, who takes 3rd in C2. Oliver Moss wrapping out the top 15. Then it was Lenny Wood, Alex Pritchard, Lewis Ridd, Nick Trafford and Jonathan Elliott for the top 20. Jordan Salter, Paul Williams, Rory Seven, Jeff Lamb, Lee Henderson and Steve Bosley. Those were your finishers in that A-final. And that was, as he come back to us in the box, it's quite warm in here now.
That was yes. I mean,
that was tense. I thought that was a really, really tense A-final, more than usual.
Yeah, I felt that as well. And I have to say as well, I feel sort of slightly bad that we weren't able to. Well, it's always the curse, isn't it? We can't focus on everything.
Yeah.
Unsurprised and impressed by Dave Pethers getting that win in Class 2. He's been racing brilliant throughout the heats. So good job by himself there, and he finishes some 4 positions up the road from Miguel Hall who's next in the Class 2. Good points for Miguel in his Class
Yeah.
2 campaign as well, finishing some 4 seconds up the road from Stuart Madden. Very close for the final podium position in Super Heavies as well, Andrew. 0.7 of a second separating Nick Trafford and Jonathan Elliott across the line there. So interesting stuff there in the Super Heavyweight subclass as well.
Just looking at the social media, hello Matt Hale, who says, great race from the top 4, good effort guys, absolutely agree. Hello to David Whitehouse as well, good mate of ours, on Twitter, watching the Club 100 Racing Heavyweight Final, Rob Moore. Both of us know we would have won this one. That's on the hashtag Club 100 Live and at Double Dash Motorsport Media, at Double Dash MM on Twitter. Right, we do take a bit of a breath now. We're going to go into a bit of a break. The lightweights are having their briefing for their test shortly, which will be about half an hour long. So half an hour to 45 minutes, we will be back to do it all again here at Bayford Meadows. It'll be round 5 of the Lightweights Championship. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Howard Mitchell. Together we've been Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do give us a like on Facebook, at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram as well. This has been your Alpha Live production for Club 100. We'll be back after the lunch break for more action here at Bayford Meadows for the Lightweights. We'll see you then.
So yes, Club 100, we are launching the first ever high-performance two-stroke arrive and drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100 has been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door, enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high-performance kart. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the kart, do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the two-stroke engines because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
My name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship of Club 100, but we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and to bring more young people into it, and hopefully they then move on to the bigger championship when they feel in this, they're at the appropriate age and readiness, really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on four wheels, right up to Formula One, they recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 Arrive and Drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
Miguel, runner-up today in your class and indeed 12th overall. Yeah, take your time, Miguel. Put the hat on the hat, absolutely. Perfect, looking good. Okay, so we move then up to 9th overall and winning class 2. This is making me smile. Congratulations, winning his class, 9th overall, driver number 127, Dave Heather. Customs Bayford. I'm waiting for my notes to come up. I don't think they're going to, so I'm going to have to do this from the top of my head. I spoke to the heavyweights this morning in depth, probably more about their behaviour at Buckmore Park. You guys weren't too bad, but what I want to do is talk about this circuit and the fact that I remember going back with good old Russ when he was our clerk of the course here, and he always used to say, in this infield section, from the hairpin up there and the infield, okay, all around this area here before you get onto that middle straight, it's all about giving each other room to race alongside, guys. It's something you need to do. Just bear with me a moment. Stratford, Nick. Okay, so it's very important that you give each other room to race alongside. Otherwise, it turns into a war, guys, okay? And that's what we don't want to see today. Now, the heavyweights, certainly through the heats, were very good indeed. Okay, I'm going to have to do this from the top of my head. My iPad's gone all still with. So, yeah. The other thing as well, which Nicky joined me on with this morning, was drivers that lack peripheral vision, driving around blinkered, if you like, and not looking around them. You know, as you're on a little bit of a straight approaching a corner, have a little look, make sure that there's nobody coming up alongside you and all that, because we're getting a lot of turning in on drivers that are fully alongside or more than halfway alongside. They've got the line, give them room to race. Okay, if they win that corner, then you slot in behind and fight for another corner. All right, otherwise it ends up in contact, somebody spinning out, and then everybody... going. We expect you to remain in formation until you cross that start line, and away we go into your racing. Now, full start zone. Turns 1, 2, 3, up and including the hairpin over there is the full start zone. I don't want to see loading. I don't want to see people taking people out and ending up with multiple carts off. If it happens, full start flags will come out on post 3 and post 4. That's where the full start flags are, indeed on the digi flag as well. All right, so look out for that. And if we'll reduce the time in the race, we'll try restarting the race in a clean and fair fashion. We had one full start today for that, and we had another full start for somebody jumping the start. So, you know, just the one we had. Let's try and improve on that one lightweights this afternoon. We don't want to see any full starts today. Okay? Now.
So yes, Club 100, we are launching the first ever high performance two-stroke arrive and drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100 has been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high performance car. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the car, do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the two-stroke engines because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We've got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We've really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
My name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship at Club 100. But we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and you know, to bring more young people into it and hopefully you know, they then move on to the bigger championship, you know, when they feel in this, you know, they're at the appropriate age and readiness, really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on four wheels, right up to Formula One, they recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 Arrive and Drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
So we still have a couple of empty carts here.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 5 of the Club 100 Sprint Championships for 2020. We're here at Bayford Meadows, and it's lightweights time, isn't it, Howard, for our light classes who we haven't seen so far today. We've got the heavyweights done, they're out the way, but it was a good morning, wasn't it, from our heavies and our super heavies?
It was a brilliant morning, yeah, really good racing to get us going, to see us return to live streaming Club 100 Sprint action to you in 2020, which it's been an absolute joy to do so far. No reason to suspect that'll be any different. My lockdown mop is standing on end at some points today with the excitement that we're seeing out there. So, no, it's really good here at Bayford Meadow for round 5 of your 2020 Club 100 Sprints Championship. We haven't been able to give you, we've been reviewing it on our humble little podcast. If you want to check that out, all the rounds so far. We've been to, I'm going to try and do this off the top of my head, we've been to Butmore, been to Shennington, been to Clay, we've been to Butmore again. Yep. And now we're here at Bayford Meadows. So that's where we're at in the championship. And there's so much Club 100 action to cram into the latter part of this year, mate. And but yeah, the heavyweights got us off to a really lightning start this morning. Fascinating racing throughout the heat and indeed into the trophy finals, not least with the really dramatic A final that we saw. Fantastic battle at the front of that. So, as I say, no reason to suspect that's going to be any different now. We do it all again, which is great news for everybody apart from our voice boxes. We're fine. But you can save us a little bit of voice by interacting with us. And actually, that doesn't work at all because we then shout it out. So I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, do interact with us. We are going out live on Facebook across a plethora of pages on there. And if you leave a comment on the Club 100 page instance of that stream, we will get that beamed straight to us here in the box. But also YouTube comments. To those of you watching on YouTube, hello to all of you. We'll see those. And on Twitter, today we're trialing a bit of a new hashtag for this. Hashtag Club 100 Live to get through to us here in the box. Or if you're just talking generally about the day, we are keeping tabs on all of that. So plenty of ways for you to all interact as you're enjoying Club 100 action once more being streamed live to you, courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media.
Absolutely. So you'll have probably seen some pictures before you came back to us here in the box. Karts are out on circuit for a practice session. This isn't part of today's racing, but it is our lightweight drivers out on circuit at the moment. It's getting some practice in, getting into the rhythm of this Bayford Meadows circuit. And we'll give you the live rundown of the timing. Interesting setup this for the test session, because we've got a bit of a local wizard at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Joseph Hunt is currently quickest. Jack O'Neill, a very strong driver, not just in this competition, but in the Sprint 60s as well so far this season. He's second at the moment, just 100th of a second separating the top two. James Martin third, Chris Powell fourth, James Wattis fifth, Mike Coppin sixth, Andrew Ward seventh, Rihanna Percox eighth, Bailey Morgan, who you'll have seen in the trailer for the Young Drivers' Championship, he's in the top 10. Reese Pope wrapping out that top 10. I should say that I know some of those karts are being shared, so there may be drivers out there at the moment who are getting unnamed. For example, Mike Coppin, and no Callum Brule is out in his karts at the moment.
It might also mean that there are some karts circulating that aren't fully leaded up.
Yes, that as well, yes. Obviously, there's no jurisdictions on the weight, but once we do get racing, 75 kilograms for each of our drivers. Hello to Racing Roggiero, who says, forecast is a dry one. It is. Forecast is kind of similar to where I was at Rye House yesterday. It's been doing it in this part of the world pretty much all weekend.
We do. I was about to ask.
There are some threatening clouds, but I don't think any rain coming out of them. And there you go. There's a null chance of rain, 18 degrees with a slight 9-mile-an-hour wind. And that's from JMW Forecast. A big thanks to JMW Forecast for that one. But yeah, it should mean that we're in for some very quick racing this afternoon. And let's have a run through, Howard, through Championship. I'm just going to pull up the scores on the doors. So as we say, we've had 4 rounds so far this season. And it's your reigning champion, Ed Bars, at the top of the times, at the top of the table, I should say, on 744 points, but a lot closer than we were talking about with the heavyweights, where Anwar Burrell-Smith obviously had that bit of a lead.
Yes.
Bit of a different story in the lightweights. Mike Coppin, who's had a bit of an up and down season. He had a great Buckmore Park to start the season. We talked to him about it on the Double Dash Motorsport Media podcast. Took a final win as well at round number 2. But then there's been some other not so good results in there, but hopefully they can be eradicated once drop scores start to come into play. But he is in second place on 730 points, so 14 points is the gap between Bars and Coppin. Dan Healy is third, 711. Chris Alcock is fourth, who finished third in the championship last year on 710. Daz Teal is fifth on 705. Then Rihanna Percox, Dan Truman, James Bottis, Josh Adams, and Chris Powell wrapping out the top 10. Let's talk C2. So this is the same as the heavyweights this morning. There's C1, C2, and C3 classes. The C2s, your intermediary class. So their current scores look like this. Fraser Brunton is your top C2 runner in the championship and I need my eyes testing. For 628 points. Ashley White is second on 624. Hussein Rashid 615. So that again is a very close battle. We saw this in C2 last season as well. And let's talk C3. At the moment, Niall Toohey is your leader in C3. He's been having a cracking season. He's 25th in points overall, regularly in B finals, in 480 points. But he's got drivers behind him that are running him close. Greg Smith, in particular, 474, who had a fantastic time last time out at Buckmore Park, and Raminas Sirkauskas as well on 464 points. So all to play for at this midpoint of the season for the lightweights. And I believe, well, I don't believe, I can see it out there because there's no karts running around anymore. Practice session is done. Joseph Hunt was your quickest driver with a 53.981. We've not had confirmed whether that is with lead or not. Jack O'Neill second, James Martin third. Right. Shall we, just so it's out the way and done, shall we have a look at the grid or get ready with a short little break for race number 1, heat number 1 of 12? Club 100 in association with Rotax. Round number 5 of the 2020 Sprints Championship. This is your first grid for the lightweight sprints. Dan Truman will have pole position. Ned Douglas alongside on the front row. Rihanna Percox goes from row 2 with Steph Theodoru on that row as well. Ben Stone and the ever-experienced Keith Segal will be on row number 3. Let's move into the lower parts of the top 10. Cameron Moss and Callum Brule go from the 4th row of the grid. Tom Fuller and Rob Newman go from row number 5. Rob Dowsett and Christopher Powell are on row number 6. Rogero Mendez and Jed Toole are on row 7. Jack Gobble and Chris Phillips are on row 8. James Browning on his own on row number 9. 17 karts in the field. Interesting names in that one, Howard. In particular for myself, looking at Rihanna Percox there on row 2. She's been having a cracking season so far. Rob Newman as well from the middle of the grid. Who else catches your eye in that 17 kart field, Howard?
I think it's going to be interesting. We've got oh, that's very nice nature shot we just got there. Chris Powell.
Yeah.
Having a cracking season, going from 12th on the grid in this one. Callum Brule, Andrew, driver you and I have commentated on plenty over the last few years, obviously coming up through the BUKC ranks across multiple universities as well. So that was Warwick and Cranford?
Yep, Cranfield.
Yeah, Cranfield, sorry, Cranford. Cranfield coming through that. So experienced driver there, going to be interesting to see how he does. I just think generally, mate, if I can pick up on what you were saying about the championship before we rolled the stinger into this one, it was really interesting to have. If you haven't heard the interview that we did with Mike Coppin in our podcast, it was a really interesting one. Ed Bars, of course, leading the championship coming into today, is the reigning champion in lightweight sprints in Club 100 from 2019. And it was a really interesting discussion with Mike about how he's going about his racing this year and the improvements that he's making in order to take that fight to Ed and really challenge him for this championship. and the work that he's having to do, you know, he is working on his physical fit. Even though we talk about, one of the big things that we talk about with Club 100 is there's somebody for everybody to race, and it is true. But the dedication of people, you know, it's still taken really seriously to fight at the sharp end of this.
We should mention as well, of course, our pole sitter, Dan Truman, currently 7th in points, has had wins in heats so far this year. Took one at the last round at Buckmore Park. There's Rihanna Percox, number 27, starting from the second row in this first race of the day. Hello to Alistair Irvin as well. Great job as always, guys. Thank you very much, Alistair. If you could hurl, in brackets, polite abuse at Callum Brule, that would be much appreciated. I'm sure we could sort that out, Alistair, for you. I've got a bit of a story to tell about Callum's experience at PFI a few weeks ago.
Right.
Well, let's get this one out of the way. We was in a race that was also involving Rihanna and our very own Andrew Ward at the time. Had a little bit of an incident, though, on hairpin 1. And at the time, watching it from outside, it looked like he'd just got stuck on a curb. There he is, the yellow helmet. He had got stuck on a curb. Well, he got stuck on something. He'd managed to get stuck on his own foot. He tried to roll the cart back using his feet, which is something I've generally never done.
No.
And managed to roll the cart onto his own ankle, and that's why he just sat there for a very, very long time and lost a lot of positions. So don't try and roll the cart back, everybody, if you're trying to recover it with just your feet. Just hop out, turn it round at the front and pop it back down.
It's
again.
like
There you go, Alistair.
We-
Polite abuse of Mr. Brule straight away.
We don't see too much. We don't see too much.
Oh, Carson's back.
He is. It's the top half of him we get to
Yes.
see now. Which, if you weren't watching heavyweights, has zero context at all. And I'm not sure I'm going to give it to you, folks. I think you're just
You're going to have to watch it back.
You're just going to have to go and watch back the heavyweights coverage for that. So here they are then, just warming up the carts, checking that everything is shipshape and Bristol fashion to take us racing. They're not going to get these warm-up laps for every single one of these races, though. We've got 12 heats. Everyone has random grids allocated to them. Let's say that in a different order. There are 12 heats. Each driver competes in 3 of those heats. And they have random grids so that across all 3 of their heats they have equal average grid position. That's how that's all worked out.
Front, middle and back.
Front, middle and back. And you can think of these 12 heats as being further broken down into rotations. So for the first rotation of heats, i.e. the first 4 heats, by the end of those first 4 heats, all of these drivers will have competed in at least 1 heat. So prior to that, they get to have it's only 4 or 5 laps warm-up ahead of going into rolling up, just to get themselves bedded in. There was a test session that a lot of the drivers in the field took part in before we went live with this lightweight coverage, but some drivers didn't do that test session. So this is the sort of get everyone bedded in, make sure everybody is ready to race, hasn't got any issues prior to going into rolling up laps. So for the first 4 heats, that's how it'll work. For all of the heats after that, we will go straight into racing. And I should say that as well, folks, with the heavyweights this morning, this is quite a tight scheduled programme that we have with Club 100 today. It's fantastic. It means we get treated to a lot of racing, but it does mean we might have to be rather sharp with our grids, and it might mean we don't get to put grid graphics up for all of the races. We might just have to gabble through them quite quickly verbally. But we will call out all of the names, of course, as the racing goes on.
Alistair Irvin has been back in touch saying non-polite abuse of Mr. Callum Brule is also allowed, to which producer James behind us has replied back saying, now we're talking. I'd just like to make very clear, Double Dash Motorsport Media does not condone the non-polite abuse of any driver in the Club 100 field. Keep it clean, chat. Keep it clean. But the practice going on. There's Chris Powell, number 39. Very intrigued to see how Chris does today. He's had some really strong form the last few weeks, particularly in the Sprint 60 Championship we've noted. So this is a circuit that he's been to before. He's been a regular in Club 100 for a good few years. Mm-hmm. We talked earlier about how experienced around this circuit, it being such a technical and tricky circuit to get into a rhythm around. I'm keen to see how he gets on today. I think it could be a good run for him. There is the pace carts, showing that we will be picking up the leader very soon.
Now I get why Racing Ruggiero was so happy about it being dry. He's out there.
He's out there right now.
That makes more sense.
Well, I mean, that was 10 minutes ago that he messaged
I was going to say,
that
I
13.
just looked at it on screen and went, how's he messaged that? And that was 10 minutes back. He's now out there in a kart, in kart number 101.
That's ominous.
Starting in kart 101 from 13th position there for anyone who's anyone who's superstitious out there.
So Dan Truman on pole position, Ned Douglas alongside on the front row. Rihanna Percox, Steph Theodorou, row 2. We're going round again, I think we are. There's some more action there of the all-weather Club 100 shorts. I am going to talk to JB about getting them on a shop.
Yeah.
And I'm still going to be taking commission on that idea.
Right.
I think it's an avenue that Club 100 need to, expand with. We'll talk to Muttley as well. I'm sure he can sort something out.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just so. I was reading through a grid, wasn't I? Yeah, Ben Stone and Keith Segal are on row 3. Cameron Moss and Callum Brule are on row 4. Tom Fuller and Rob Newman, you see him there in the orange helmet, row 5. Rob Dowsett, Chris Powell, row 6. Ruggiero Mendez and Jed Toole on row 7. Jack Gobble, Chris Phipps and James Browning form up the field. Here we go then. It's lightweights time here at Bayford Meadows for round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Sprint Championships. Very even start. Away we go then. Dan Truman will lead them into turn 1. Rihanna Percox already looking for second place on the inside there and will take it away from Ned Douglas. Douglas trying to fight back though there in the number 19 into the first big braking zone. They've all got through, only 17 of them, slightly smaller fields here in the lightweights, but it's more or less a clean start, Howard, from our lightweights.
Yeah, remarkably clean start actually. I was quite happy to see that. Yes, there's been a bit of bumping and barging, but generally speaking, we saw a little bit of that this morning in the heavyweights, so I'm not too concerned, although we've got a few contact warnings there for Ned Douglas, who started second on the grid and so far has been able to stay in third place as Rob Newman's trying to hang a move around the outside of turn 8 and manages to hold position there. But that's out wide on the grass there for the 61 of Rob Dowsett, so he's straight to the back. Nasty moment for him there, and that's something coming off. Oh, it was some stone. Yeah, stone coming out the back of the kart as they come around to finish the first lap of racing for the heats. 12 of them to come, Andrew, for today's running in line.
Truman from Percox, here they are, first and second. We say Percox has been having a strong season on her return to sprints action in Club 100, has raced with Birmingham University for a couple of years in the BUKC. Down the inside, takes the lead. Decisive move there by Percox. Truman will try to fight back, but Percox is going to have the inside line for the next corner.
He'll get the switch back. He might have a bit of overspeed, but it's going to be one thing to have that overspeed and another thing to capitalise on it into turn 8. He's looking for the gap, though, and it's... he's still got the gap. He's still got the gap. And they're immediately to racing out of the stops here, aren't they? This is very similar to what we saw in the heavyweights earlier today, that Bayford Meadows is really lending itself to some fantastic dogfights and battles for position. All the way throughout the lap, even if it's not a corner where maybe there's a conventional overtaking opportunity. It's about constructing a different line through that corner to give yourself the option into the next corner.
Looking at the fight here between Keith Segal, Steph Theodorou and Rob Newman. Rob Newman makes it 3 wide. And I don't think Segal was aware that Newman was on the inside. Somehow all 3 of them managed to get through that without taking each other out.
Yeah, and now
Chris Powell now having a go.
Indeed in that 39 there.
So it's weirding me out seeing Keith Segal not in the famous Firestone suit that he's had for years, in a kart fight one there. Turns in, defends from Chris Powell. Chris Powell not able to get through there for, what's that going to be? It's going to be 7th place, isn't it, at the moment that they're fighting over. And look out just behind, Cameron Moss in the number 26 wants to get involved.
Yeah, and Segal felt he had a chance there on Steph Theodorou as well, didn't he, in the 85 through turn 8. He did get alongside, but had to pull out of that one. But Rob Newman has already got a bit of a steal on this one, as now down the inside goes Cameron Moss, but there's a little tap on the rear there, and Chris Powell is back through and followed through by Ruggiero Mendez,
who survived. He survived lap 1.
He did.
From starting from 13th and being in kart number 101. Tom Fuller just behind there in the pink and black helmet. The white details on it.
Don't think we've given mention to number plates really briefly here. Red number plates are your Class 1 subclass runners, and black number plates are your Class 2 and 3 number plate runners. So that is Chris Powell, a Class 1 runner there, trying to execute a pass on Keith Segal as we cut back to the battle here over third, between Ned Douglas and Callum Brule.
Just saw a penalty as well for Chris Powell. Thought that might be coming in. A bump and pass penalty for the move on Cameron Moss down at turn 1. He'll see that over start finish this next time around. So there'll be +4 positions for Powell at the end of this race. Ned Douglas, though, holding on nicely here ahead of Callum Brule.
Yeah, over halfway through this race as well now. 7 minutes only for these heats ahead of the 12-minute finals later on. So it's about making those moves quickly and cleanly as Tom Fuller gets a pass in on Rogério Mendes, and ahead of them, Christopher Powell tries to get by Keith Segal, but Keith, experienced head, Andrew, proving as ever to be quite the defender, as is the 19 of Ned Douglas. But Callum Brule's going to have to hang it round the outside of 10 here. They're still side by side, heading towards 11. They usually have to sort themselves out. Callum does have to tuck in behind, and he's got to be careful here because Rob Newman is right on the scene and goes for it into 12 and 13. We haven't seen too many overtakes there, Andrew, because it's not actually that big a braking zone into 12. But Rob Newman shot for the gap, and he did make it work.
Yeah, the door was open there. I can see why Callum was shaking his head, but Rob Newman is always going to send that kind of move. It was a bit of a block pass as Callum pulled in. As who's that off into? That's the last corner, isn't it? We'll try and track you. I think it's Jed Toole. It's Jed Toole who's off the back. But quite a few BUKC people in this one. I've just noticed there, obviously, with Newman making the move on Brule. Don't forget, 25th of September, we will be at Clay Pigeon for, at last, the final rounds of the BUKC season. That will be streamed live here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. So Friday, the 25th of September. Put that in your diaries. But what can Rob Newman do here? A former Baby Prem of the Year. We know his credentials.
At the front of this one, still Rihanna Percox, 1.5 seconds to the good now on Dan Truman, who's 3 seconds up the road from this battle here with Ned Douglas ahead of Rob Newman, Callum Brule and Steph Theodoro there in the 85 on the back of this one.
Newman has had a track limit warning. Nothing, I've seen nothing yet regards contact. And for me, yes, okay, it was a forceful move, but for me, Newman was in control of the kart at all times. You know, he'd locked it up, he'd balanced it on the corner, he was holding it to the apex. So, yeah, I can see why that's not been called for any kind of ABC of that nature. As I say, the door was open. Not many seconds in this one to go then. We'll go on to the 8th and final lap shortly. Percox still ahead of Dan Truman by 1.7 seconds. Ned Douglas, though, been really impressed with this drive. Keeping his head down ahead of some very quick drivers. Looking like he can get some good points here. Goes defensive into turn 2. Fends off Newman through turn 3. Can Newman get one down the inside? Douglas will go defensive again. That's the correct decision at this stage of the race. Needs to keep it nice and controlled to not open the door to Rob Newman as they go through the infield section. Percox still leaning ahead of Truman. Here is Rihanna Percox.
Into 8.
Through turn 8. 2 wins so far in the heat, so this would be number 3 if Rihanna can get the number 27 round the final couple of corners. And as I say, what's been a very strong season so far for Rihanna Percox. Plenty of experience from the BUKC as well. Rihanna Percox will take the first heat in the lightweights. Dan Truman, good points for him in second. And a great result for Ned Douglas. Holds off Rob Newman there. Takes the C2 win. Callum Brule 5th. Steph Theodoro 6th. Great drive from Rogério Mendes as well in 7th. Tom Fuller 8th. Chris Powell in 9th but has a penalty. Good recovery there from Rob Dowsett as well, 10th place, having been forced out onto the grass on lap 1. Keith Segal, Cameron Moss, and Jack Gobble, and then Chris Phipps, James Browning, and Jed Toole. That was your order for that first race. Let's take a short break. Race 2 is coming right up. Let's get going for heat number 2 then in the lightweights. Howard, give us a grid, mate.
Okay, we have Tom Eastwood taking this one from pole with Jack O'Neill alongside Reese Pope, and Darren Teal make up row number 2. Row 3 is going to be James Wattis and Martin Theodoro. Row 4 is going to be Rob Langthorpe and Sebastian Bloch. Then it's going to be Eric Mignon and Mike Coppin on row 5. Row 6 will be Daniel Cohen and Claudio La Rosa. Bailey Morgan and Sam Morris will start this one on the 7th row of the grid. It'll be Niall Toohey and Andrew Rabbage on row 8, and then Peter Knight rounds out your 17 kart grid for heat number 2 of 12 in round 5 of the lightweight sprint championships for Club 100 in 2020.
Another interesting grid here. To mention our C3s towards the back of the grid, keep an eye out for Peter Knight. He's been running well in the Young Drivers Championship so far this season. For more details on that, if you're a driver between the ages of 14 and 18, or you take care of a driver between those ages, go check it out on the website www.club100.co.uk. One more round of the Young Drivers Championship this year, and then fingers crossed back to a full schedule of 7 rounds for 2021. Keep your comments coming in both on the YouTube stream, on Twitter as well. Use the hashtag Club100Live. Tweet at Double Dash MM to get messages to us here in the box. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media for you today. And I can tell you, because I know there's a lot of his fans, a lot of his followers in the chat, you've just got to be a little bit more patient. There is some Super GT action live coming very, very soon.
There is.
But yes, race number 2. They're out for their 4 minutes of practice at the moment. We'll have seen some of the action from heat number 2. We may not necessarily have known how it finished. But Jack O'Neill, I think we've got to say, is probably the favourite for this one, Howard, on that front row.
I'd say so. You've got the good grid position, and Jack's going to be absolutely on it in that number 50 kart. So I see no reason why you wouldn't look at him to be the favourite of this one. But it's not. We've got some very experienced people in the field. You've got Daz Teal to see how he gets on. And Mike Coppin, of course, second in the championship coming into today. Starting 10th, he'll be looking to move forward on that and score some good points to open up his tally for the day's running. Lightweights, of course, I'm not sure we've said this in this half of the stream. Lightweights and heavyweights running separately, of course, in order to minimise the number of people on site at any one time. So that's why, if you've followed Club 100 sprints in previous seasons and gone, why aren't we switching between the classes? That's why we had all of heavyweights and all of lightweights. And I think that the one thing we were talking about earlier, Andrew, is that means you've got a lot less rest time between these heats. So, if you had some really annoying heat in heat 1, you've just got to clear your mind and get yourself set up for a good run in the second heat. And likewise, if you've maybe ended up not in the final that you intended to, you've just got to gather yourself up quite quickly with this.
Sebastian Bloch there in the 167. Interested to see how he gets on in this one today. A lot of experience in this grid, up and down it, including, say, all the way to the back as well with our C3 points leader as well. Thumbs up from Pace Kart Driver. We're ready to go here at Bayford Meadows for heat number 2. 7 minutes, a little wave there from one of the drivers, and away we go then. Good start for Tom Eastwood. Jack O'Neill's going to try and hold it round the outside. Not many people have done that so far today, and it looks like he's been forced out wide. Reese Pope's down the inside, could be going for the lead. No, Tom Eastwood forms back in. Still Jack O'Neill fighting round the outside. That's a good effort. It's hard to start there from P2, but he's done a pretty good job of it and has only gone down to 3rd. Daz Teal's down the inside, and round goes Rob Langthorpe. Can everybody avoid him? Yeah, pretty much. But that's not good news for Rob Langthorpe in the number 98 there.
Yeah, no, it's not good news at all. And yeah, you're right, Andrew. We've seen earlier today in heavyweights quite a discrepancy for some of the races between the pole and anti-pole sides of the grid getting away. And it is a tough job that Jack O'Neill had there from grid 2. But he's been able to hold into 3rd place, which is good stuff. So it's because of the long nature of turn 1, and obviously after that you've got all right-handers for quite a way until you get to really turn 5 is the first significant left-hander of this lap, and he's back past on Reese Pope there for 2nd place now. So Jack O'Neill back up to where he started this one from in 2nd place, and now setting about chasing down Tom Eastwood for the lead of this.
He has indeed. Just to say as well, I don't think Sam Morris has completed the first lap, or might not be out there on circuit, unfortunately, the driver in the number 34. Yellow flag.
Oh, he's
no,
there.
he's there. He's there. So something has gone wrong for the number 34, which is a shame for him. There are other C3 drivers at the moment. Nartui currently leading ahead of Andrew Rabbage and Peter Knight.
Mike Coppin did have a good first lap, Andrew, up 4 places into 6th place, so he's trying to work his way up the order. Darren Teal still in 4th place where he started this one. Change of position for 2nd confirmed as they come across the line, and here we are challenging for the lead now is Jack O'Neill down the inside of Tom Eastwood, and he's got the job done. That was a nice clean move there, Andrew, to get himself up into the lead.
Yeah, it's classic Jack O'Neill. He's done this kind of racing so many times. As down the inside there for 3rd place goes Daz Teal on Reese Pope. Another clean move there. Curb warning for Mike Coppin. I did notice he had a big hop over the curb on the last couple of corners, so that'll be what that curb warning is for. But let's see what Jack O'Neill can do. Can he start to pull away now? Because there's some drivers in the shape of Daz Teal and that man there, Mike Coppin, who will be looking to try and catch up to him in the remaining 4 minutes and 40 seconds. But they've got work to do to clear other drivers. This is O'Neill's opportunity to get this win locked down with a good couple of laps here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Langthorpe, we saw dropping down the order as a Class 1 driver. He'll be looking to try and get up as much as he can. What's happened to James Wattis?
Yeah, James Wattis unfortunately falling down the order. Not quite sure why that's happened, but yeah, that seems to be the end of his race. He has come back over the line with a 64.815 that last time around, so not good news there. Cone penalty for 2nd place, Tom Eastwood. So that'll be +1 position at the end of this race.
Difficult for the drivers to know to whom that penalty... Well, the driver who has that number, Tom Eastwood, will know that as he crosses the line and sees that on the board. But if his fellow competitors around him won't necessarily clock and go, oh, OK, Tom, the driver in front of me, has a penalty. So you can expect them to still race fairly ferociously. You know, if you're Teal in 3rd place, you're not necessarily going to have clocked that it is the kart in front of you that has received a 1-place penalty, and so you don't need to worry. And besides, I think Daz Teal would probably quite like to get on up the road and challenge for the lead anyway, so it doesn't really change the battle as it happens during the race. For the next 3 minutes, you can bet a fair amount that everyone will still be trying to get past Tom.
Good tactics there from Reese Pope. He just gave a little point to Daz Teal, who didn't have the best exit off of turn 3 and has now gone down the inside of Tom Eastwood. But there was a point there from Pope to say, no, I'm not going to attack you. The runner-up from last season, that would be pointless. As up the inside comes Martin Theodorio, and Mike Coppin's in there as well. Ooh, now I'd give that back, Mike,
yeah,
because that's going to be an ABC.
He does. That's heads-up driving there from Coppin.
But yeah, from Pope there, that was him reading the situation and going, Daz Teal's probably got the pace to push through. If I lunge down the inside of him, I'm just going to cost myself time.
Yeah.
Stick behind, try and make that progress through the field. And as you see there, he's now up to 3rd place. It's very, very heads-up driving there from a youngster in Reese Pope. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, this is Mike Coppin challenging Martin Theodoru over 4th place. He's got to be careful though, because he's got Sebastian Bloch there in the number 167 right on his tail, and he won't need a second opportunity as Coppin goes down the inside now of Theodoru, makes that move stick. Nice move that time. That was a lot cleaner than the one that he had to relinquish about a lap before they got to a lap ago at this point around the lap, actually. So Coppin now up to 4th place, and will set about trying in the last couple of minutes to close the gap to the top 3, which has opened up to best part of a second.
Coppin did receive a contact warning for the little incident we saw a lap or so ago. That will be because he let the affected drivers back through. 1 minute 24 on the clock. Jack O'Neill's lead is just over a second ahead of Daz Teal and Reese Pope. There they are. Reese Pope staying with Daz Teal as well, so it's not just that he's got a wise head on young shoulders, he's also got a lot of pace to stick with the runner-up from last season's championship. Mike Coppin trying to bridge that gap across to them as well, with Martin Theodoru just behind. And Sebastian Bloch again having a very good run here. He's done a fair bit of racing in other series, and some owner racing as well, of course. Track limit warning for Eric Mignon. the number 45. Just see your leader flash through his shot there, the number 50, Jack O'Neill.
On to his last tour of the circuit now, Andrew, in this one. And it's been a fairly dominant performance by Mr. O'Neill. Got himself to the head of the field and has stayed there. Daz Till keeping him honest, but the gap held last time around. It barely changed at all. So, pending any disasters in the latter half of this lap, this is on for Jack to take the win.
If you're wondering championship points, this has been a very good performance from Jack O'Neill. Where is he in the points? He's only been to one round so far this season, which was at Clay Pigeon. Took 2 heat wins that day. Didn't have such a good final, finished in 10th. But this is going to be race victory number 3 in the sprints this season for Jack O'Neill. A championship contender in sprint 60. We know his pace, very experienced, the Titan Motorsport driver. Around the final corner, Jack O'Neill looks behind. There's nobody there, mate. That's a fantastic win ahead of Daz Till and Rhys Pope in 3rd. Mike Coppin in 4th. Martin Theodoru 5th. Sebastian Bloch in 6th. Tom Eastwood finishes 7th. Bailey Morgan, good race from Bailey there, in 8th. Eric Mignon 9th. Dan Coe in 10th. And Peter Knight, we said watch out for Peter Knight. He's got the win in C3, 11th. 12th for Andrew Ravage. Then it was Rob Langthorpe, Claudio De La Rosa, Niall Toohey, James Wattis and Sam Morris. Those were your runners in heat number 2. Let's take a short break. Next up is heat number 3.
Heat number 3 then for the lightweights round 5 of 2020 Club 100 sprints. Let's take you through our 16-kart grid for this one. Roger Davis will start with William Stacey alongside Joseph Hunt and Chris Alcock are row 2. Adrian Mertens and Andrew Ward make up row number 3. Jason Bradbury and Stephen Westwood are your 4th row of the grid, with Dan Seeger and Cameron Williams rounding out your top 10. Dan Healy and James Martin are on row 6. Row 7, and we're into our Class 3 runners here. Thomas Partridge and Raminas Sakauskas, and then Luke Dunnett and Anthony Amato. Now, just to explain that, our Class 3 runners, because they're Class 3, meaning they're some of the drivers with lower experience in the field, they start from the back of these grids. That's mostly that might sound harsh in some way, but that's actually got a lot of thought into it as to what it's like when you're starting out in Club 100 karting, because it's quite stressful if you get these random grids and they plonk you on, the front row, starting alongside a Rob Newman. So those sorts of things can be quite, those are difficult to do, and it can, lead to incidents and whatnot. So that's why Class 3 drivers start towards the back in that, but it's still interesting to see how they get on. Now, Andrew, one of the things to look out for in this, I think, is, and we gave a bit of mention when we were covering the times from the practice session earlier, but Joe Hunt starting in 3rd in this one. We understand this to be the same Joe Hunt who won the Senior Club Max Championship here at Bayford Meadows in 2018. And he's got a fair amount of experience karting around Kent, Leard and Butmore and stuff like that. So I expect him to be rather rapid around this here Bayford Meadows circuit. So could be one to watch. Could be what we would call a disruptor, in that he isn't necessarily in the championship, but he is very much going to be at the sharp end of some of these races.
Yeah, he's definitely shown a bit of pace in the test session just before we came back on air. As you say, he's got a good grid position for this one. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Stephen Rule, who says thanks for the support, Alistair. Obviously in response to Alistair Irvin's loyalty to Warwick University teammate there.
Yeah. Shall we use the term banter? Let's leave it at banter.
So the kart's coming around then. Are we good for a start, or are we missing somebody?
There's quite a gap in that grid.
Yeah.
There. So I think we are going to go around again, which may be a surefire way of saying we're going. And
no,
we're going. So here we go. Roger Davis in the 43 leads them away. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Look out for Chris Alcock in the 3, immediately going for the lead of the race. And he's got the job done. there as well in the number 3. But there's Andrew Ward down the inside of turn 2, side by side into 3. He's surely going to lose out on the inside, on the outside of that, and he does. But he's got himself up to second place nonetheless. Good start there from Andrew Ward, starting in the 32 from 6th on the grid, and there's impact in the mid-pack. It's Jason Bradbury in the 44 of James Martin as well, and it looks to me like Ward is still battling there for second place with the 43 of Roger Davis, our pole sitter, who's gone down the inside of turn 8, but is going to go very wide on exit. But he might be able to hang it on the inside of turn number 9 as the 29 of Stephen Westwood now gets involved in his red and white liveried helmet and suit. But it's a great start here for Chris Alcock, straight to the lead of this race.
Oh, tyres have gone. That's the first time they've gone today. But a couple of other things to note on that first lap. Penalty for Anthony Amato, bump and pass. Takeout penalty as well for James Martin that compounds his issues. Just to say as well, Chris Alcock came from grid 4.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen anybody else. Big hit there with the tyre. Stephen Westwood taking those out. This is getting a bit too rough in this heat of the lightweights. And there may be some calm down boards coming out in a moment. Contact warnings for Dan Seeger and for Anthony Amato there. Well, this is all going to have shaken out in the order as they come over start finish. I mean, Chris Alcock, barring any disasters, has got this race won already. Great start, as we say, from P4. The driver who was 3rd in the championship last year and was awarded one of the prizes to test the Ginetta GT5 with Mutation Motorsport in 2019. So you know how good he is, but Alcock leading ahead of Davis and Amato, who, as we say, has got penalties already.
Yeah, Anthony Amato, though, Andrew, running 3rd at the moment as a Class 3 runner, so really good run for Amato in many respects.
Yeah.
But currently under pressure from Joe Hunt in the 116. I didn't quite catch what happened at the chicane at the last lap, though, mate. I saw the end of it. I didn't see the start. Was it just everyone going Noah's Ark?
Yeah, it was about 3 carts all trying to fit onto a line where there's only 1 cart through works.
Cone penalty given for Andrew Ward. That will be for clattering with those tyres, I would have thought, on the exit of that chicane.
Anthony Amato needs to be careful here. That's a little bit too much contact for my liking, and loses out there to local expert Joseph Hunt, and Healy's got through, Dan Healy as well.
Absolutely. This is really nose-to-tail stuff here as Joe Hunt, and Healy's doing a good job here. He's just picking off the opportunities, isn't he? Following Joe Hunt through, he's now side by side with the 43 of Davis, and he's going to go down the inside. You have to be quite decisive doing that move, but he's got that job done.
Well, Dan Healy, a very experienced driver now, has been doing Club 100 for 5 or 6 seasons. He's proven himself many times to be one of the top drivers. That was a beautiful move by Adrian Mertens there in the blue helmet. Has been forced wide now. Again, 168 needs to be very careful here. I think someone may be pulling him aside. Yeah, there's another penalty for Anthony Amato. That's 2 penalties in this one. That is not the likes of driving. That's not the driving standards we like to see here in Club 100. Stephen Westwood trying to fight back there in the number 29. We just caught a sight of Ramias Zerkauskas, the number 28, sorry. He's having a very good season so far here in Club 100.
Amato down the inside of Ward. That's over 6th place. That was a bit more like it in terms of a pass. Yep. Nothing untoward there. As out wide there goes Mertens, and that's allowing Westwood to have a look at him. As
and Seeger going down the inside of Roger Davis. That's the fight over 4th position.
Yeah.
And it really, this rough and ready race has, I mean, it's allowed the top 3 to get away. They are just gone now as Seeger's down the inside of Davis, and Amato's in there as well. Ward looking around the outside. They can have a nice, relatively chilled run to the finish now with 3 minutes to go. Drivers off all over the place. Amato running over on the grass.
Oh, and that's a big moment.
Ward there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a side swipe there from Amato as he cut back across there.
The number 59 is on the scene. So Jason Bradbury, that's how chaotic this race has been. Jason Bradbury got taken out on turn 4 of lap number 1.
Healy now ahead of Hunt, Andrew. So change here for 2nd place.
Bradbury has been able to fight himself back up towards the pack and is now sat in 8th place.
And actually, Andrew, they've done some really good job here of closing the gap down to Chris Alcock. I don't know if there's enough time to bring him into...
Red flag,
Yeah.
red flag. And now, this is either because of an incident or because this race has been too rough. I'm going to be honest, that is probably one of the worst races I've seen in Club 100, and I think talking to the drivers might be coming.
Yeah, I have to say, mate, that was, you don't like to say it, but that's the
I don't-
scruffiest driving we've seen today by quite some margin.
We have seen this happen in BUK very, very rarely, I should stress. Very rarely, but I have seen this happen in BUKC before, where race control have called a race to be finished simply because they don't have control of the pedals. Chris... Now, I was going to comment, Chris Alcock wasn't like he's an engine there. His pace wasn't that good. He was only in the 54 race, but because of the chaos behind, nobody was catching him. So this is not confirmed, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
I think
all
this race has
14
been called.
Well, all 14 karts were in shot just then, mate.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that. So there's nobody who's had an incident and come to a stop out there.
I think this race has been called off because of poor driving standards. I don't like saying that, but as you say, Howard, all karts have come into the pits. Nobody is stuck out there and in trouble having had an accident.
But we did see some close
Nicky's
calls.
got one of those looks on his face of, right, I'm going to have to go and have a chat with people here.
I think we should be fair here, mate. That the viewers who have been watching the stream all day and saw what was in heavyweights this morning, you can tell that that was not the standard that we are used to and expect here in Club 100 racing. And as much as everyone is here to have fun, it's got to, I know it sounds a bit mumsy, but it's got to be safe. You know, it's got to be safe. And some of the moves we were seeing there were not safe.
No.
And that's the key thing here. You know, the officials, Club 100...
All drivers being called into a driver's briefing. That's
Yeah.
understandable, because if it's not just a case of one group of drivers needing to be told, the whole field needs to be told. That is not acceptable. As I say, I've seen this once before at a BUKC event.
I've seen this twice before
Twice
at a BUKC
I didn't
event.
think about it. I think I've seen it twice before as well, but one was a qualifiers. So keep your comments coming in. Super GT is the next driver out, in the next race, I should say, for those following Steve and his progress. I just caught a little glimpse, or not a glimpse. What's the hearing equivalent of a glimpse? My brain's gone to mush.
A snippet?
A snippet, yeah, that'll do. That JV obviously not too happy.
I know I'm in the corner. I'm not dictionary corner, though. I can't...
If you are enjoying the commentary, do give us a like and a follow on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media, at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram as well. I think we're going to come back to us here in the box. It's been a long day. It's been a long
good
weekend.
day.
Yes, a very
good day.
good
This
day.
is the first stoppage that we've really had to the action.
Yeah.
In many respects. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's got to be done. I think you and I both have it. We get this sort of, I don't know, what do you want to call it? A sixth sense for this, when you're just there going, this isn't quite as nice as we like to see.
Yeah.
That one was getting a bit spicy.
Well, no, I will stress, I've only ever done this once, ladies and gentlemen. I know what it's like to be out there and calling the incidents, and when there was so many like that, you can't call them. You can't actually be fair to the field. So in that place, you've got to nullify it, because there'll be people being sent to the realm in various ways, and the people sending them will not be getting the repercussions. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly with race number 4. Right. All calm.
It is all calm.
Let's have a look at the grid for heat number 4. Justin Buck starts on pole position. Mikey Nichols alongside him on the front row. Fraser Brunton and Hussein Rashid on row 2. Interesting battle that in C2. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Super GT, Steve Brown, starts on row 3 alongside reigning champ Ed Bars. Row 4, Eamon Salir and Oscar Lancaster looking for good work, good results in this one. Ashley White and Matt Collier are on row 5. Dan Brewer and Chris Woodger. A slick back Chris Woodger. He's had a really, he's had a start of lockdown cut, but obviously not a start of lockdown. I think he's done it for sheer speed.
What a shame he's wearing a helmet.
Yeah, and Toby Case and Greg Smith on row 7 and Tommy Welsh on row 8. It looked good.
Okay.
It looked good. Chris, if you're watching this back.
Good.
And I like what you've done there.
I haven't seen it yet, Chris. I can't comment.
We won't see it now because he's got a race helmet on.
Well, as I say. Yeah, anyway. So, out on track they are doing their warm-up. And, yes, returning back to normal service here after the drivers of the last race. I've had a little bit of a bonus briefing there. But, yes, there is Mr. Steve Brown. For all of those Super GT fans who've been saying, where's Super GT? This is probably the longest we've made you wait, because this is the last heat of the rotation of the last class to be running today. So, you've all been very patient. But, Andrew, I want to give some mention to some of the other drivers in this this one to be watching, not least our championship leader, Mr. Ed Bars, who starts this one from 6th on the grid, and our reigning champion, lest we fail to mention that one. So he's certainly going to be one to watch. Actually looking out there for, we've got Dan Brewer, of course, in this one, Chris Woodger. We've got some experienced drivers going in this one, so it's not, I don't want to upset any of the fan base out there, but this is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, hello to Cash Racer, who says Super GT P5. Yes, he's starting one place ahead of where he normally finishes. So there we go. Hello, viewers, and all of that.
Yes.
So keep your comments coming in. You can tweet us as well at Double Dash MM and use the hashtag Club100 Live.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for joining us in this first streamed Club 100 sprint action of 2020. My goodness, have we been wanting to do this? It's been a long wait. A really long wait. And, you know, we last had streamed Club 100 action like this for the British Universities Karting Championship near the start of this calendar year. And as Andrew mentioned a few moments ago, the 25th of September, we will be streaming the final round of this year's championship in the longest ever BUKC season there has ever been.
And probably
ever will
there
be.
will ever be.
Yeah, it would take some doing and some severe disruption of university exams to ever do this again. So be sure to join us for that one.
We will be talking about it in the upcoming episodes of the DDMM podcast, and that's the thing with it, with the weirdness of 2020. It won't be that long before we're talking about the next season of the BUKC.
Indeed, the news about that upcoming season came out a couple of weeks back, and we did give a quick mention to it on the previous episode of the podcast. It's a very unusual or different approach to the upcoming
10-round season next season. No qualifiers as such. Promotion and relegation that's going to be decided at Clay Pigeon in a few weeks' time.
And drivers who competed this season will be able to compete in the next one,
indeed,
even if they've graduated.
That's all for later in the autumn, though. This is the 4th heat of 12, as we're going to go around again. I thought we were good for a start then, but there you see Steve Brown, aka Super GT, starting P5 on the grid in the number 63.
Going to be interesting to see, as I say. Dan Brewer and Chris Woodger are effectively, quote-unquote, at the back, and I mean that as in they start as far back as they can in this, given that the Class 3 runners will start this one. Our novice runners
I think we've got Matt Collier out there.
No.
Although, do we?
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Good pickup.
Come on, Matt.
Good pickup cameras.
We've got a race to run. Keen to see a good result here from Fraser Brunton, if he can hold this this good grid position. One of our front runners in the C2 Championship, of course. Young driver as well. But here we go then. 7 minutes, as normal, for this 4th heat. This is the last set of drivers to have their first heat of the day. Eyes on the lights, away we go then. Good start from Justin Buck there in the 165, but leaves the door open. Fraser Brunton through into 2nd place.
And Steve Brown into 3rd as well, so Super GT with a decent start there, capitalised on the fact that he was on the pole side of the grid as they all run their way through turn number 3 for the first time. And there's a look there for the lead, I think it was, going into the hairpin there. It's still the 87 Fraser Brunton is to the front.
Not the greatest of starts for Ed Bars. He looked in a bit of trouble in the mid-pack there. Yeah, you see him all the way back there in the green and black suit.
Battling with Eamon Salih.
Yeah. And he's got the position there. Dan Brewer involved as well in the 142, moving up to C1, last year's C2 champion. Coming round to finish lap number 1 then. In the lead is the number 87 of Fraser Brunton, followed by Justin Buck. But here comes Super GT. Steve Brown up the inside, going for second place. Nice move there. Can he hold on to it? He's still got to get it locked down before the hairpin. He does so. So that's Brown up to second place.
Ed Bars now challenging Hussein Rashid in the number 11 into the hairpin at turn number 5 and has got the job done. So Bars on the move as well, and he'll now try and set about putting some pressure on Mikey Nichols ahead in the number 37, running well in fourth at the moment.
Problems for Chris Woodger. He's had a slow lap last time around and is down in 15th position, unfortunately, the C1 driver. So let's see how far he can get back up the order, but it's not going to be the best of results for the number 36. On to start finish, here we go. End of lap 2 is Steve Brown sizing Fraser Brunton up for a move into turn 1. He did it last time around to Buck. No, he just sits there nice and patient. Still plenty of time to get this move done. 5 minutes of this race to go. Contact warning for the number 72, which is Matt Collier. Justin Buck throws one down the inside, and that was beautifully positioned by both drivers to make sure that that wasn't going to be contact. Brunton having to defend off of turn number 4. It's a great race, this, in the early stages of heat number 4.
Yeah, and the one thing that we're seeing quite commonly here is drivers thinking about making a move, realising the move isn't on, and then going to the outside to set themselves up for the switchback.
Ed Bars is on the charge. He's got it together. He's now up to P4. Hussein Rashid is following through there in P5. So Mikey Nichols being shuffled down as Justin Buck goes for another move down the inside of Steve Brown. Not able to do it that time. Brown just held the speed round the outside. On to start finish again. This is a 4-way scrap then for the lead of the race. Brunton, Brown, Buck and Bars, as down the inside goes Steve Brown, and Ed Bars on the move as well. Brunton trying to fight back on Steve Brown. May have a lane on the inside, does have a lane on the inside, and here comes Ed Bars. Oh my goodness, what a move that is by Ed Bars. And Justin Buck's fighting through. This is a great scrap. All clean racing. Hussein Rashid's on the scene now as well, trying to fight through, but that was an enormous send from Ed Bars to initially take the lead, but then slip back into second. Steve Brown and Ed Bars now side by side, and Hussein Rashid's getting involved. Slight contact between him and Brown for P3. This is fantastic racing in Club 100 here at Bayford Meadows, and Brown goes down the inside of Bars into the long left-hander. Buck has got a bit of a lead now. They've got to get themselves organised to pull him back in, Howard.
Great opportunism from Justin Buck, though. It was a full send there from Ed Bars. But Justin Buck really read that one beautifully to get himself into the lead, and as they all squabbled over the scraps, he's managed to pull out this slight breathing space of half a second. So it's Justin Buck in the 165 now, half a second ahead of Steve Brown there in the 63. Ed Bars right with him, and Dan Brewer, who we have not mentioned at all, has managed to get himself up into 4th place there, and here goes Steve Brown for the lead down the inside of 5 on Justin Buck. Buck's going to go defensive, and look out for Ed Bars. Ed Bars, the opportunist there, coming in and taking second off of Steve Brown. Now Dan Brewer is going to be having a look at Steve Brown, but I think the opportunities have dried up for now as Steve Brown goes down the inside of Ed Bars. Caught Bars napping a little bit there. Bars is now on the outside of 9 as well, so he's not going to be able to respond back. Or is he? Yes, he is. He's going to get his nose ahead for turn 10. This is crazy stuff here between our top, 8 drivers, 6 drivers are at least nose to tail here. Hussein Rashid has joined onto this. Fraser Brunton is still there in 6th. Mikey Nichols and Oscar Lancaster form this fantastic pack of 8 at the front of this one. Justin Buck, though, Andrew, doing a fantastic job having gained the lead through the brilliant opportunistic move, as down the inside of Hussein Rashid goes Fraser Brunton and manages to make it stick. Nice move there. And there, late move to the inside for Ed Bars on Justin Buck, and I think allows Buck to have that one back because he knew there was contact. But Steve Brown is just going to go for it. He's going to catch them all napping, and look out for Dan Brewer as well, trying to go around the outside of 7.
This is great. It's a send-off out there. You send it, I send it, everybody sends it. Here comes Dan Brewer down the inside for one and takes P2 away from Justin Buck. This is fantastic racing considering, oh, that's going to get a little bit interesting. 3 wide. Hussein Rashid went for it up the inside of Fraser Brunton. On the scene now is Mikey Nichols as well in the number 37. Very, very tight racing here. Oh, the tyres. I'm feeling for the tyres. They must be in fear every time the drivers come through. Mikey Nichols down the inside of Hussein Rashid. Now a little bit of contact. Hussein Rashid just about holds on to it with 1 minute and 20 seconds of this heat to go. Chris Wood is potentially going to come back into this because he's got through the traffic. He's up into P10. If they keep scrapping, he will catch them in the latter stages of this race. Contact warning for the 142, Dan Brewer. But as we come round to start lap number 7 in a few moments' time. No, hang on, we've gone completely off the circuit. We're still about halfway around laps. We are on lap 7, apologies. So Steve Brown leads from Dan Brewer. There is Justin Buck, who's got Ed Bars directly behind him.
I have to say, in all of the action, Dan Brewer went round the outside of Ed Bars at turn 7. I just want to highlight that one. That's one that I spotted, clocked at the time, and then went, what? Fastest lap of the race from Dan Brewer then. Onto the last lap. He's really going to try and pressure Steve Brown here at the head of this field. It's a personal best from Steve Brown. The gap has only gone down by a few hundredths of a second. But Brewer is there and ready to pounce should the opportunity arise. Meanwhile, behind them, look at this, between Justin Buck and Ed Bars. Buck defending any which way to try and put off Bars from making that move. Behind them, Hussein Rashid has got a bit of breathing space now against Mikey Nichols and Fraser Brunton, who managed to get back past Oscar Lancaster on the last lap. As Steve Brown leads them into turn 8, takes a nice wide entry, which will give him good pace through turn 9 and round just the right-handers to go now, and the last chicane for Steve Brown. But what a race it's been. We've seen battles throughout the field, throughout the race, but it is going to be Steve Brown, Super GT, who comes through to take his first heat win of the day in heat number 4 and end our first rotation in the lightweights. It's Dan Brewer in second, Justin Buck in third, Ed Bars in fourth, fifth for Hussein Rashid. Then it's Fraser Brunton, Mikey Nichols, Oscar Lancaster, Ayman Salih, Chris Woodger to round out your top 10, Ashley White, Matt Collier, Greg Smith, Tommy Welsh and Toby Case round out your 15 karts. My goodness me, on we go to heat 5.
Rapid fire grid time as heat number 5 are already coming round to finish their formation. Apologies, I've not got it up on the screen. Chris Powell on pole position, Ruggiero Mendez on the front row, Dan Seeger, Rob Dowse at row 2, Ned Douglas, Daz Teal row 3, Roger Davis and Rihanna Percox row 4, Sebastian Bloch and Andrew Ward on row 5. That's all we've got time for, because there are the lights and we're away yet again for 7 minutes here at Bayford Meadows. Problem for Callum Brewell there in the middle of the pack, and Chris Powell will lead Dan Seeger away as they go into turn number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Powell retaining the lead here. Important to note that the drivers are a bit more sort of randomly spread across the heat, so we have got some of the drivers who are there's an issue there for the 61 there dropping off. That's Rob Dowsett. And I think actually, didn't Rob have a drama in his earlier heat as well? So it's not going his way so far today as they come through turn 7 and onto the back straight for the first time.
Just a feedback on some of the comments at the end of that great win for Steve Brown. Xander Davies, can't wait for Super GT's video on this. That will be a good one. James Firmer, Alex Albon wins. Brilliant, love it. 6 minutes 40 of this one to go then. There's Andrew Ward fighting with James Wattis, 2 evenly matched drivers there. But across start finish, Chris Powell leads, Dan Seeger second, Ned Douglas third, Ruggiero Mendez now down to 4th. He had a good run in his first race. And it's Roger Davies, Daz Teal, Rihanna Percox already has a win in her pocket today so far. Won the very first race of this lightweight session.
Some of the drivers who were in the red flagged heat number 3 are in this field, so that's important that the drivers are spread out. I would just like to say the last thing I want to say about the heat 3 thing, mate. Contrast heat 3 and heat 4.
Yeah.
And you see exactly what
where the limit is.
Yeah.
Where the limit is. Race number 3 crossed that limit by quite a way. And it's not that you can't have good racing around this circuit.
Oh, and so Teal got through there on, I think that was on Roger Davis that he got by, and Rihanna Percox was looking for the opportunity there into 11. It wasn't quite on there, but here's Ned Douglas defending against Rogero Mendes. Already very impressed, Andrew, with how Ned has been driving today. Remember, he held off Rob Newman in his first heat to the line. So
that's more than I've ever done.
As is more than I've ever done as well. So I might have held him up lapping me once. But yeah, no, driving really well at the moment is Ned. Having to defend hard here, and here is Daz Teal trying to get past Mendes. As they come onto the back straight, he's going to have a bit of overspeed and going to fire it up the inside of turn 8. There he goes. So that's Teal up into 4th place.
I've got to say, Rogero Mendes, that is a very nice helmet design there, as Daz Teal looks down the inside of Ned Douglas for 3rd place. Powell and Seeger already starting to pull away. There they are. And a good train formed up at the moment behind Ned Douglas. Rihanna Percox in the middle of it as well. Andrew Ward looking to gain some positions. Percox to the inside of Roger Davies. Did she get that move done? Yes, just about, but got a bit of encouragement from James Wattis just behind. And James Wattis has actually got through both of them there as Douglas. Oh, Daz Teal's half spins and his round gets going again, but it's going to lose a number of positions there. A rare mistake from the number 2 driver in this class.
And as that was happening, Andrew Ward has got by. He was trying to get by Roger Davis, but Davis has been able to hold him off, as there's a penalty there for James Wattis, currently running in 8th.
Yeah.
That's ABC bump and pass. That's going to be 4 positions, and that's mightily expensive and costly, Andrew, in these heat races.
Yeah, I think it was for the move on Rihanna Percox. I did wonder, because there was a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact, but that deemed to be a bump and pass move by race control.
I can see that. It was quite a... You've got to be bold overtaking there. You have got to just throw it and chuck it in, but
yeah,
there's a limit to that,
braking,
isn't there?
and got into the rear bumper of Percox's number 27. So the train's still behind Ned Douglas. Saw this with Paul Williams earlier on as James Wattis tries to go down the inside of Rogero Mendes. It's going to be side by side into this next right-hander. Oh, shunting coming in again. Drivers need to be careful.
Percox is going to have quite a bit of overspeed on the back straight. One would have thought she managed to get the switch back out of there, but actually got slightly balked. You can just see as the camera panned across there.
Dowsett running wide.
Dowsett, he's not having a day to remember so far. Hopefully that can come back to him in the rest of this race and his 3rd heat. But you just catch on some of the long shots looking up the road our 1st and 2nd place drivers of Chris Powell and Dan Seeger. There's some 3.2 seconds to the good of this battle, but fair play, Andrew, to Ned Douglas. He's staying where, he's holding his position and doing what he needs to do.
We saw Paul Williams do it earlier in the heavyweights. This is a circuit that you can defend around. It's often a case at some circuits that there's so many opportunities to overtake, and the nature of the circuits, Buckmore Park, for example, a very hard circuit to defend around. But this one, you can place your kart in reasonable positions to keep a field behind us. Daz Teal goes down the inside of Roger Davies. Rihanna Percox now up the inside of James Wattis. He's got to hold it there on the inside. Gets a good line out of turn 8. Here are your leaders. Look how far ahead they are. Chris Powell and Dan Seeger. At the moment, Chris Powell is just able to hold Dan Seeger at a couple of lengths by just doing some really, really good lap times. This is the best form I think I've ever seen Chris Powell in.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Curb warning for Mendes in the 101. Dan Seeger trying to put Chris Powell under pressure now. 66 seconds to go.
Again, you can just see
more laps, including this one.
You can just see what I was talking about when I talk about the switchback lines. I'm talking about drivers going for a wider entry to get a late apex and have better speed on the subsequent straight. And you can see that in abundance around Bayford Meadows, as Andrew Ward is now going down the inside of James Wattis in a move very similar of what we saw Rihanna Percox do to Wattis a lap ago. You can just see drivers doing that, judging their lines, going, okay, they're going to go defensive, so I'm going to take the wide line, get the switch back, have the overspeed on the next straight, and have an opportunity into the next corner. As we're on to the last lap now, and Chris Powell and Dan Seeger must be wondering where the rest of the field have gone, to be perfectly honest.
Roger Davies had a problem the last lap. He's dropped 2 positions down to 12th, but here is this battle at the lead, and here's an even bigger battle. This is all over about 7th place. Sebastian Bloch down the inside of James Wattis there. James Wattis not too happy. Daz Teal's... Oh, well, Daz Teal just got, okay, if you're going to have a little chat about it on the corner apex, I'm going to nip round you and get 2 positions. Great stuff there from Daz. We are on the last lap. Hello to Tim Weitman, who says, better race to watch than F1 here from the Netherlands. Thank you very much, Tim, for tuning in. But here comes Chris Powell round the final corner. Chris Powell takes another win this season in Club 100. He really is on good form. Dan Seeger in second. Who's going to take third? It's going to be Rihanna Percox ahead of Andrew Ward, and Daz Teal just gets pipped to 5th place there on the line. Ned Douglas gets that one. Sebastian Bloch in 7th. Rob Dowsett, good recovery from Rob, to 8th. Rogerio Mendez in the top 10 there in 9th. James Wattis wraps it out. Niall Tui, top 3 C3 driver in that one, in 11th. Roger Davis in 12th. I didn't even notice Callum was out in this race. Where's he been all this time?
He had the problem
he did it on lap 1, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been driving with a mechanical.
Jed Toole in 13th. James Browning 14th. Callum Brule in 15th. Let's cut then from this race number 5 on to heat number 6.
Heat number 6 then for our lightweights in round number 5. Claudio La Rosa will start this one from pole, and then it's going to be Bailey Morgan alongside Eric Mignon and Matt Collier make up row 2. Jack O'Neill and Steph Theodoru are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Hussein Rashid and Reese Pope. Stephen Woodward and Martin Theodoru will make up row 5. Row 6 will be Eamon Salih and Adrian Mertens. Peter Knight and Sam Morris will be row 7, and then row 8 is going to be Greg Smith and Anthony Amato. That's how they line up then for heat number 6. We'll be halfway through the heats at the end of all of this. They come very thick and fast, do these heat races, but it does mean that we get plenty of rapid sprint racing action, which is great to see. Drivers competing in these 12 heats, to say each driver competes in 3 out of the 12, and there's 20 points on offer, championship points on offer for the win, but it's also about setting yourself up for the best grid for your final race. We have an A, B and C finals race, and there are 130 points on offer to the winner of that A final. And then all the points work their way down through the finals. If you have a terrible time of it in the heats, there are opportunities for you to get promoted up through the finals. The top 4 finishers in the C final get promoted to the B final. The top 2 finishers in that B final get promoted to the A final. Plenty of opportunities for you to work your way up as we are going around again. So, you know, important for these drivers to get as good a result as possible. We keep talking about subclasses as well, class 1, 2 and 3, and we've spoken about the number plates. Red number plates are your class 1 runners. All of these runners are scored together though, they're not scored independently, so you know, every position counts in terms of gaining points. If you have 2 class 2 runners and they finish 2nd and 4th, they'll have different points relative to each other than if they finish 3rd and 4th overall in the race. As I think we're waiting. Are we good for the start here, mate?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Start. The pace car has pulled to one side, but I'm not convinced that the grid is... We are good for a start. Here we go then.
La Rosa leads away. Bailey Morgan trying to cut across and hold 2nd place. Jack O'Neill's on the inside of him, tackling that 2nd place and taking it. Hussein Rashid having a good start as well there in the number 11. Into turn 3 we go then. Jack O'Neill to the inside, cuts through. Brilliant stuff there from Jack O'Neill and through into the lead. The rest of them all filing through. Bailey Morgan down the inside of Rashid there. Greg Smith towards the back of the field as well, starting as a C3. Curb warning already for Steph Theodoru here in heat number 6. Jack O'Neill out ahead, and it's looking pretty tough for anybody to be able to reel him back in this one. He is the only C1 driver in this field.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth there, mate. This is going to be an interesting one, though, that means for our Class 2 runners, because it should mean, in theory, that everyone's fairly closely matched in this one. But Jack O'Neill getting straight to the head of the field. It's not that we don't see Class 2 wins, of course. Plenty of them throughout the season so far, so it's not a done deal just because he's the only Class 1 runner, but got to the front he has, and based on his performance earlier on, you wouldn't put it past him to stay there. We're looking, though, at the battle through turns 2 and 3. There's Hussein Rashid trying to allow through Bailey Morgan back into a position.
Spins out La Rosa. So La Rosa gets spun out there by Theodoru. I reckon that will be a takeout penalty for the number 11. I'm not quite sure what was going on there with Bailey Morgan. That looked a bit strange. Yep, there it is. Takeout penalty for the number 11. So that's Hussein Rashid's race ruined. There's also an overtake under yellow penalty for Greg Smith.
That's not good either. That's one of those basic don't get these wrong moments. I'm not, these things do happen, but it's definitely frowned upon to be going for overtakes in yellow flag conditions.
Peter Knight's having a brilliant race. He's up to 9th place, the C3 runner in the 144. He's just got past Adrian Mertens and Eric Mignon. Let's try and catch a sight of the driver in the 144. It's Martin Theodore who's battling there with Collier. You just see him there in the white suits with almost the Jenson Button style brawn colours.
Yeah, very high vis.
He's right in the mix. This is fantastic from the young driver.
Yeah, and he's going to get a nice switch back onto the back straight as well. If he can find his gap, he'll have a nice overspeed there on the 141 of Martin Theodore, who got a little bit tight there as they headed into 8, but he's managed to work his way through, Andrew. He's up another place there.
This is very impressive. This is one of our stars from the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship this year in Club 100. New to the series. Penalty for Greg's. Well, that's a repeat showing of the same penalty from earlier. Showing, and this is the idea obviously with the Young Drivers Championship, it bleeds them into Club 100 so that they can step across into the full championship against the older, more experienced drivers as well, and not be taken too aback by the nature of this sprint race. And this is a great performance from Knight, and he's going to go to the inside now of Reese Pope, the number 42,
and he might not have the move done, but he'll try and get a late apex here again and sort of repeat what he did last lap. Get a bit of overspeed on the back straight and see if he can't execute a pass. But actually it is the 42 of Reese Pope that goes down the inside of Matt Collier, the 72, in a move for 5th place. And there's Martin Theodore trying to get the move back, and he does get the move back there on Peter Knight in the 144. As they head towards the chicane. He had a little think there, I think, about a move into the chicane, but it does tighten up quite a bit there. Here's Hussein Rashid in 3rd place, holding off the 85 of Steph Theodorou. I don't think we've mentioned much getting up to that position, but here he is. He's got his nose alongside, and we'll go down the inside of 2 and 3. Nice move there from Steph. Got the job done, and he's now up into 3rd place ahead of Hussein Rashid, who, of course, does have a penalty to be applied here, as behind them, Martin Theodorou goes down the inside of Reese Pope.
Matthew Collier having a good run so far in this one. Good to see him up there solidly in the top 10, the number 72.
It's a good point, actually, mate. We haven't really mentioned Bailey Morgan in 2nd place, have we? This is really good representation here from the Young Drivers Championship.
3 seconds behind Jack O'Neill, but crucially 2 seconds clear, or will be 2 seconds clear, because there's been some battling between 3rd and 4th on that last lap. Here they are. Steph Theodore will be confirmed as in 3rd place on timing, and everybody else trying to sort themselves. This is all lower part of the top 10. There is Bailey Morgan in the number 14. New suit and helmet design this season for Club 100. I noticed he was in the almost Belgium style black, red and yellow last season.
Yeah, I've got to say, if you sort of disregard the fact that we've got a single Class 1 runner in this one who's 3 seconds up the road, take that away, and Bailey Morgan's leading by 2.5 seconds.
Well, yeah, this is the kind of performance I think we've been looking forward to from Bailey Morgan. He's an experienced head now in these Club 100 karts, youngest driver in the field. He's been doing a lot of racing, not just in the sprints, but in the E60 Championship as well, which has been giving him a lot of strength as well. If you think those Ironman races where you're doing 25 minutes of practice qualifying and then going into a 60-minute race solo, that is not easy for that's not easy for anybody. It's definitely not easy for a 14, 15-year-old. I've been very impressed with Bailey's skills this year. He's always been quick, but the thing is, he's getting now the racecraft. His racecraft is improving every single time I see him race. So at the inside there, is Martin Theodoru on Amato. Anthony Amato is having a cleaner race by the looks of it this time around.
I was just going to say it, mate. I have noticed that he's been racing a bit cleaner in this one compared to what we saw earlier on, and that's something that should be commended when one sees it.
Peter Knight side by side here with Matthew Collier. Great racing again as they come out of the infield. Oh, that's a brilliant switch back from Peter Knight. That was his corner on the inside. I think Matthew Collier tried to hold it in for too long. Martin Theodore is now going to be down the inside. Amato gave a bit of a nudge there. Reece Pope's involved as well with Adrian Mertens in the blue helmet. As they're, well, that's unlucky for Collier.
I know he might feel a bit punch drunk there, Andrew, but he has got to be careful as to how he rejoins the circuit when he has those moments. There's two halves to that process, and you've got to be a bit careful of what battle might be coming upon you.
Jack O'Neill's going to take the race win then in the number 50. It's all still being swabbled out. Here he is. We've not seen him much in this race, but once again, Jack O'Neill, one of the strongest drivers in Club 100 at the moment for me, Howard.
Yeah.
It's great to have him here in the sprints. He's going to come round the final couple of corners and make it 2 from 2. Could he make it 3 from 3 and do well in the final as well? Over start finish. Jack O'Neill takes heat number 6. Bailey Morgan takes a brilliant second place. Look how far clear he is of everybody else. Third is going to be Steph Theodoru. Rashid 4th. Peter Knight P5. Amato 6th. Theodoru, Pope, Mertens, Collier, Mignon, Westwood, Salir, La Rosa, Smith and Morris. That is your result. We're going to take a very short break. Next up, heat number 7.
Here we go with heat number 7. Then it's going to be Dan Healy on pole for this one with James Martin alongside. Rob Newman and Cameron Williams are row 2. Row 3 it's going to be Will Stacey and Mikey Nichols. Tom Eastwood and Joseph Hunt are your 4th row. 5th row is Fraser Brunton and Tom Fuller. Then it's Ed Bars and Jason Bradbury, Keith Segal and Luke Dunnett, Thomas Partridge and Toby Case, and Raminas Sakauskas in the 17th position of this 17-kart grid.
Away we go then for another 7 minutes round Bayford Meadows. Good start for Healy, good start for Newman as well, with Martin trying to hold in some form of decent position. He's done so. He's slipped there into 3rd place. Clean start here from this group of lightweights into the first braking zone as Joseph Hunt got a little bit loaded up there but controlled it well. Ed Barnes is trying to fight his way through. This is his second of the races where he has to do some overtaking. Contact warning for Tom Fuller. Jason Bradbury getting involved there in the middle of it all.
Fraser Brunton looking racy as well, Andrew. I think it was he who was really trying to get past Joe Hunt into turn 3, and he did have a look and get the job done through the hairpin at turn 5 as everyone's going side by side. Through turn 8, they managed to keep it together.
They did just about. So there's the reigning champion. Where can he finish in this race? Down the inside there of Cameron Williams. Will have the inside line for the chicane. Slips in behind.
Cameron Williams does well to avoid the tyres, I have to say, on the exit of that chicane, mate. It's easy to collect those if you're forced out wide, as there's a penalty for Jason Bradbury. I'll just look at what that's for.
It's for bump and pass, so it's for positions Tom Fuller down the inside of a couple of drivers there. Nips through. It's feeling quite frantic again.
It does, doesn't it?
These heats in the lightweights.
I've noticed as well, I think some of the drivers, Andrew, are a bit, I don't know, to me, compared to the heavyweights earlier today, I'm seeing more attempts at moves through 10 and 11 towards the end of the lap, where they just seem to, I don't know if it's how you get drive off of turn 9 or what, but we've seen more moves attempted in that latter part of the lap.
We have indeed. At the front of the field, though, Dan Healy leading ahead of Rob Newman. James Martin going with them as well. They know they need to get the head down because that driver there that you just caught sight of, number 1, Ed Bars, will come on strong through the course of this race. Contact warning for Keith Segal, the number 112.
Oh, was that a stationary car on the outside?
I think it was a tester.
Oh, okay.
Nothing too much to worry about. It was indeed.
Yeah, it was. So there is Rob Newman in 2nd place, trying to not give Dan Healy the pleasure of pulling away from this field. And James Martin in 3rd will be wise to that as well. We've got some fairly experienced heads on our top 3 drivers here. They will know that with sprint racing you want to lose as little time as possible battling until it really matters to do so, which when you're at the sharp end of the field like this is towards the end of the race. Good driving so far from Mikey Nichols. In fact, I think he's been driving well throughout his first couple of heats today. Keeping in touch there. Here is Fraser Brunton now under pressure from Ed Bars and Joe Hunt, who, as we mentioned earlier today, is quite the experienced and successful racer around this Bayford Meadows circuit. So this is an interesting battle here for 5th, 6th and 7th. And then behind them is the battle over 8th, currently being led by Tom Eastwood with Tom Fuller battling away. Eastwood had a penalty.
Yes, he did.
In
Yeah,
the first
time
heat, so
penalty.
he'll be looking to have a clean one here to secure some good points, set up the best possible grid position. And here is Ed Bars trying again.
Ooh.
That turn 10 move that I was talking about, and that's going to open the door for Hunt. And Hunt is through on Bars. Does Bars come back into the chicane? It's going to get very tight. Yes, he does. Nice little exchange between those two there. And they did manage to keep that clean. But as I say, mate, more overtaking action in the latter half of the lap than we saw earlier today in heavyweights.
How about that from Fraser Brunton as well, not being phased by the reigning champion being up his inside. Young driver growing in confidence in this series. Tom Fuller down the inside there of Eastwood, and Bradbury's going to try and follow through as well there in the number 59. Does so. Nice move there by Jason Bradbury. Just to mention C3 as well. Toby Case having a strong run here in 11th at the moment, ahead of Cameron Williams and Keith Segal, both C2 runners. As what are we looking at here? This is Bars and Hunt once more, trying to get back on terms with Fraser Brunton.
Very wide entry that Bars took into 8th there. He either felt he was not under threat from Hunt, or he's conscious that they are both working together here. Dan Healy, Andrew, able to keep Rob Newman and James Martin at arm's length here.
Yeah, it's been a very nice drive from Dan Healy. The pace has been good. He's kept the pace up. He's just on a 54.340, so he's actually pulling away from Newman and Martin at the moment. And it's just what you want to do when you've got those good positions. Get yourself out front, head down. Don't worry about what's happening behind. It'll still be good points if you do lose the lead, but on this kind of form, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Newman and Martin to catch the number 4 up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some very impressive pace at the head of this field. And as I say, Mikey Nichols doing a good job to keep himself broadly in touch with the top 3. He's dropped back a little bit now, it has to be said, but he's not that far back. There he is. You just saw him at the bottom of your shot there. That gap is not all that big between our top 3 and the highest placed Class 2 runner at present.
He'll be learning as well, obviously, being able to run up with faster drivers.
Absolutely.
When you're in development, it's always good to, even if it's just a few laps, you do pick up little things.
Oh,
as our cameraman nearly falls over there. Was that on the health and safety fall? Ed Bars having to defend here. He's having a hard time in this race, with Hunt just behind him there in 7th place. Closed up to the back of Fraser Brunton then, who just checks over the shoulder, sees the number 1 cart there. He's racing for position though, doesn't have to jump out the way, but Dan Healy, 2 laps to go then.
Yeah, the issue for Brunton here, Andrew, is that now if you're Ed Bars, you're now going, there's no way I'm catching up to the lot up front. It's now just about taking this cart in front of me and getting past it. And he's got 1 lap to do so, and there's going to switch back, but no, Brunton was wise to it. He really isn't being intimidated, is he here, as they come towards 2 and 3. Again, Ed Bars is going to try and send it down here. It's a bold move. Is Joe Hunt going to follow through as well? He's going to try. It's going to be side by side. Brunton, fair play to him. He's really fighting with some of the best out here. And yes, he got taken by Ed Bars there, now up into 5th place. But doing well is Fraser Brunton to hold position.
That was very good. You know, he got worked offline, but gave Ed Bars the room, but was thinking, okay, I'm not going to win this position with Ed Bars. Just make sure that another driver doesn't come through, and positioned his kart perfectly there to fend off Hunt. But Dan Healy is going to come around the final couple of corners and take a very, very good victory ahead of a strong field there. Rob Newman 2nd, 3rd for James Martin. Mikey Nichols superb there in 4th, 5th for Ed Bars, 6th for Brunton. Then it's Hunt, Bradbury, Eastwood, Fuller, the top 10. And a look across the line, the 166 of Toby Case, then Williams, Segal, Sarkauskas and Dunnett. That was heat number 7. Let's roll on straight into heat number 8.
Heat number 8 then of your lightweights for round 5. Dan Brewer on pole with Chris Woodger alongside. Ashley White and Mike Coppin make up row 2. Row 3 is Dan Cohen and Ben Stone. Then it's Chris Alcock and Dan Truman on row 4. Justin Buck and Oscar Lancaster round out your top 10. Cameron Moss and Rob Langthorpe are row 6. Row 7 is Steve Brown. Super GT fans rejoice with Tommy Welsh alongside Andrew Rabbage, Goppel and Phipps. And that's them, and away we go. And Dan Brewer leads them in the 1-4-2 there through turn 1. Chris Woodger's going to be out wide. In fact, they both go wide, and I think that's allowed Ashley White through up into the top spot there as they stream their way through turns 2 and 3. Jason Buck in the Justin Buck, excuse me, in the middle of a fight once again, as he was through his first heat, as they all stream through for the first time. Mike Coppin with a cracking start, Andrew, up from 4th, up to 2nd place already.
Is indeed.
In fact, that was a disaster start for Dan Brewer in many respects. Having started pole, I did not expect him to have gone back that far.
Coppin down the inside of White, going for the lead, gets the lead, and his good mate Chris Alcock is not too far behind as well, trying to go around the outside of the number 64. That's a bit brave, Chris. Oh, brilliant by Dan Cohen. Cuts to the inside, is going to have 2nd place. Yes, the driver double duting this weekend. I saw him yesterday at Rye House for a bit of RHPK. This is good stuff from Cohen into, and look at this, Truman down the inside for 2nd place now through turn 1, side by side as they sweep through turn 2. Turn 3 is next. Truman holds it to the inside. Very nice indeed, and points to say let's crack on, let's try and catch up to Mike Coppin. Cohen penalty for Ashley White. Justin Buck trying to follow Chris Alcock through there on Dan Cohen.
Yeah, Cohen's having to be very defensive here in many ways. Justin Buck on his tail, and then behind him going 3 abreast there is that's the 64 of, and it's getting a bit bumpy there. Ashley White, the 64 it was, racing with Chris Woodger, I think was one of the cars involved.
Steve Brown involved as well there in the number 63.
And Dan Brewer, who's trying, Andrew, to go forward if you can just find some momentum and pick this race back up again. Just felt a bit mugged for the first few laps. I think I used the term punch drunk earlier. It's probably an apt phrase right now. It's been a tough start for this one for Brewer.
Coppin's gone 1.7 seconds up the road now from Truman and Alcock, who will try and work together with Dan Cohen to just start to stretch this field out a little bit, because ever whilst it's tight like this, Howard, you look at the number of names there: Woodger, Brewer, Brown. They're all still in the mix for getting, at the moment, P2.
Yeah, you say that, by the way. I have to say, Alcock was looking pretty racy there coming out of turn 3, and he's looking racy again here on Dan Truman. So this isn't working together at all, and Truman's going to come back at him, lean on him slightly through 9. I said earlier today how this feels almost to me sometimes like the car. He's got the job done, has Chris Alcock. So Alcock wasn't interested in working at all there, Andrew. He's got himself up into 2nd place, and this is what I was saying earlier today. It feels sometimes like a touring car race around Thruxton here at Bayford. It's just sort of, side-by-side action through fast corners, a little bit of leaning here where it's okay, within reason. And there goes Justin Buck trying down the inside of Dan Cohen. Cohen's going to come back at him though, and look out for Chris Woodger in the 36. He'll be looking to capitalise, and Steve Brown in the 63 behind as well. So there's plenty of drivers here looking to capitalise should the opportunity arise. And there is Woodger down the inside of Dan Cohen there. The blue helmeted driver now ahead of the red and white helmet of Cohen.
And Cohen starting to fall back through the order into the clutches of the other C2 drivers in this field: Ashley White, Oscar Lancaster and Cameron Moss. 4 minutes in this one to go. More positions gained for Steve Brown.
Yep. Dan Brewer trying to follow through as well.
Chris Alcock is just about breaking away from Truman there in 3rd, as here comes Woodger down the inside of Buck through turn 1. Oh, bit of pod to pod there.
I mean, you say he's just pulling away, Andrew. He has just taken half a second out of the lead gap, has Chris Alcock.
Brown down the inside of Buck as well. So Buck being forced out wide. This is what we mentioned earlier around this Bayford Meadows circuit. You get offline and lose one position. It's very, very tricky to get back onto the rails, as it were, of the rest of the pack, as Dan Brewer goes down the inside of Dan Cohen. That's over 7th position.
Cohen penalty for Ashley White. That'll be 1 position deducted at the end of the race for the number 64 driver. You can just see there turning into turn 8.
Dan Brewer ahead of Dan Cohen there. And they've just got Ashley White behind him. Rob Langthorpe having a stronger run in this one. We saw him have problems in his first race of the day. 8/10 is now the gap for Alcock to Truman. Now, is he? Yes, he is. He's catching Mike Coppin at quite a rate as well. 0.4 of a second out of Coppin's lead last time around. It's still a significant amount of time in this race. Steve Brown, what can he do about Chris Woodger and his 4th place with 2 minutes to go? Justin Buck still there in 6th.
This could get interesting, couldn't it, Andrew? As you said, near the start of the race, Coppin and Alcock, good mates. But yeah, gap is closing down quite substantially here at the moment. So we're looking at Chris Woodger defending from Steve Brown over 4th place. They'll come through the chicane at 12 and 13 and come around to start a new lap. Love this camera shot still, showing them streaming onto a new lap. Important to get a good exit because it allows moves like this. Steve Brown down the inside of turn 1 on Woodger, and nice clean move there into turn 1, and behind them Dan Brewer is trying down the inside of Justin Buck, and that all went a little bit pear-shaped, didn't it?
Well, we've had a question from Roman Texera. How many people was sent to the Shadow Realm? Well, that's another notch. That's another one today. We had quite a few in heat number 3 earlier. But thankfully, none from Mr. Super GT himself. He's not been sent or sent anyone as far as I'm aware.
You just saw the lead gap, though. It's down some more this lap. And there's a bit of a battle brewing at the front of this one. And do you know what, Andrew? Dan Truman is not that far out of touch with these two. And so, therefore, there is the lead gap. Coppin ahead of Alcock in the number 3. Then Dan Truman there in the 10. And then is the battle over 4th place. And we are on to the last lap, Andrew. So if the gloves are going to come off, now is the time.
1 lap then for the Applewood independent drivers who form a team with Alex Pritchard in Team Endurance Events. And did so for the PFI 6 Hours a few weekends ago. Coppin very much aware that his good friend is just behind them, and both of these drivers are in the fight for the championship, of course. They'll play it sensibly, but there are big points to be played with today. Coppin, a former championship leader after the early rounds, lost it to Ed Bars over the last couple, though. Can he hold on for this victory? I think he's going to be able to. No, there's no chance for Chris Alcock to send it down the inside, and Mike Coppin is going to take the victory here in heat number 8, and he's very relieved about that. Chris Alcock 2nd, Dan Truman 3rd. Steve Brown flies in a 54.0 on the last lap. Brewer, Woodger, Cohen, White, Langthorpe, Buck the top 10. Lancaster, Moss, Welsh, Rabbage, Gobble and Phipps finish up the field for the end of heat number 8. Let's take a short break and be back for the start of rotation number 3 in heat 9.
Heat number 9 then for the lightweights. Eamon Sully will take this one from pole with Keith Segal alongside Sebastian Block and Andrew Ward make up row number 2. Row 3 will be James Martin and Matt Collier with Christopher Powell and Eric Mignon on row 4. Rounding out your top 10 on 5 is Reese Pope and Darren Teal. As we are good for a start already, Eamon Sully in the 146 leads them away. Keith Segal, it's a false start. Well, you could have told me I could have finished my grid.
Now you can.
Now I can. Actually, yeah, why am I moaning? So it was Reese Pope and Darren Teal rounded out your top 10. Then it was Roger Davis and Will Stacey on row 6. Row 7 is Ramanas Sakauskas and Luke Dunnett. And then Jed Toole and Toby Case round out your 16-kart grid. Let's not even pretend that was a full start. Let's just say they wanted to. They could hear that we hadn't finished.
There's John Patterson in the middle of your shot. He's been doing some great photography for Club 100.
Indeed.
Over the past few months. Do go check it out. Are we ready for us? No, we're not ready for a start. There's a pace
they
car
think
coming
they're
down
starting,
the
but there's a pace car there. Is that going to be... I don't know what
not a
happened
race
there.
start.
Well, they're treating it very much like it, but no, that is a full start.
I thought we were going to have a Paul Ricard situation.
Mate, it got pretty close. That got pretty close. That is not quite absolutely disastrous. But they will form up again. I wonder if we're going to have a minute knocked off of this one, Andrew, because we have technically had 2 full starts now. Eamon Sully then in the 146, Keith Segal in the 112 alongside.
Here we go then for heat number 9. Last chance for this group of drivers to get some good results and good grid positions in those finals. Bit of barging. Oh,
Ooh,
big
wow.
spin there, and everybody's avoided. I think, was that a Marto going round there at the start? No,
Amato's not on this
I'm
grid.
incorrect there. That's a driver not even on the order. We'll try and figure that out in a few moments' time. Apologies there. But you can see Andrew Ward trying to fight his way through. Reese Pope involved in the action as well. Daz Teal has been shuffled down a couple of positions there, but it is the 146 of Eamon Salir out front. Roger Davies and Daz Teal there going side by side. In fact, as Davies got a problem. Davies has got a problem there and he's going to have to pull off circuit. That's a real shame. He's having a tough day, is Roger. Coming round to finish lap number 1 then. Good start for Sebastian Bloch as well. He's got up to second place and he's now going to go for the lead, surely down the inside into turn 1. Bloch with a beautiful move there. James Martin trying to follow through as well there in number 44. Contact warning for Luke Dunnett. I think it might have been Eric Mignon who got spun out early on because he's fallen to the bottom of the order. And Andrew Ward now trying to look down the inside of Salir. Chris Powell, who's already taken a heat win so far today, fishing around for spots as well. This race has been reduced to 6 minutes, Howard. So we've only got 4 minutes, or 4 and a bit minutes of it left.
I thought that was a very earnest opportunity for James Martin to go for the position then on Sebastian Bloch, but thought better of it as they'll come round to finish this one, and we'll see a change of the lead confirmed, because it is now Sebastian Bloch at the head of this one. James Martin in second, Eamon Salir in third, and Andrew Ward in fourth, and go down the inside for third.
Yeah, had to do that, had to get on with it to keep up with the top 2, and has done just that. Unfortunate for Salir because he's been forced out wide, and I think Powell and Pope have got through as well. They have indeed. So Sebastian Bloch here, very experienced driver. He's done a lot of owner racing. What can he do ahead of this field with the likes of Martin and Ward? Oh, Martin a little bit slow there off of turn 6.
I wonder if James Martin feels he hasn't got fantastic drive out the corners, Andrew, because he seems to do that line a lot on that back straight, as if I thought it was him going on the attack, but I actually think he might just be driving around the issue and sort of heading off by defending, heading off any attempt to take the position into 8.
If that is the case, it's good news for Bloch, who extends his lead to 0.5 of a second. Can Andrew Ward find a way through past James Martin? Chris Powell is there as well. Has half a little look, a little bit of a nudge from Reese Pope just behind. Daz Teal looks like he's got through and into 6th place.
Pope doing a good job to keep himself in contention here.
Yep. He's just got a contact warning though, needs to be careful not to pick up too many of those. Keith Scal having a good run in this one as well, is in 8th place. You just see him there in the white suit. Now, is this where Martin is struggling? No, he seems to have good pace to that time. Maybe he's just a little bit tardy on a previous lap there, but it's keeping the pressure on Sebastian Bloch here in this. Now, what did you say? Is that a yeah, they're definitely breaking away from Chris Powell, so it's a 3-kart battle for the lead here between Bloch, Martin and Ward.
I mean, we've got this nice breakaway, more generally this breakaway group of 6, haven't we? But here they go, the top 3 into turn 1. All of them go initially for a quite tight line, but Ward goes to the outside to try and get a bit of overspeed here, heading towards 2 and 3.
Oh,
look there,
move.
Reese Pope down the inside of Chris Powell. I think that caught Powell napping, and it might, as James Martin seriously challenging here for the lead on Sebastian Bloch. He seems not too happy with how Bloch is positioning himself, but Bloch goes very clearly defensive for the next corner, and you said it was a 3-kart battle, mate. I think that's closed up a little bit now.
Well, yeah, I think that's where frustration is coming from James Martin. He wants Sebastian Bloch to get on with it, to try and, you know, whittle away some of this pack. As I said, it was a 3-kart battle. It's now probably a 7-kart battle all the way back to Eamon Salir there, and one of the drivers involved is now Daz Teal. He's going to be licking his lips at this opportunity now with just under 2 minutes to go. Potentially getting a better result. There's going to be 3 more laps after this one. That's the end of lap number 5.
I want to give a shout out to Sakauskas, who just in the back of some of these shots you can see Keith Segal in his white helmet and suit defending us. Look at this, the battle with Andrew Ward versus James Martin, and he's got the job done for second place there into turns 2 and 3. Nice job from Ward there. getting himself into second place, and now he'll try and set about battling for the lead, but Reese Pope still defending well here against Chris Powell.
Chris Powell was having a big go there, as you say, at Reese Pope, and Daz Teal still in there as well. But Andrew Ward seems to have some good pace here in this number 32. What can he do? There's going to be another 2 more laps to potentially set a move up on Sebastian Bloch and go for the lead.
Bloch's been defending hard, though, throughout the race. We've seen how James Martin... No, this one's the last lap, mate. And Ward is going for it down the inside of 1. That was bold, but he's going to be exposed on the exit. And indeed, James Martin and Reese Pope get by. And now he's under pressure from Chris Powell into 2 and 3. And then immediately it's Daz Teal. That is the nature of sprint racing. If you go for it and it doesn't pay off, you can lose several positions at once, unfortunately. And that was a bold attempt there by Andrew Ward for the lead. It's now James Martin who's in the pound seats to challenge Sebastian Bloch.
James Martin hasn't had a win yet so far this season. His best results being a second in one of round 2's heats. Can he do something here? It's Reese Pope's trying to go around the outside of Chris Powell. That's a brave one. He's going to stick it on the inside. Oh, Powell's going to be on the grass and he's going to lose positions there to Ward and Teal. But I think Sebastian Bloch is going to be able to hold on to this one, take his first win of the year as well. First appearance in sprints this season. Sebastian Bloch takes number 9, heat number 9, fantastically there from James Martin, defended it from a good few minutes out. Reese Pope 3rd, Andrew Ward 4th, Daz Teal 5th, then Powell, Soler, Segal, great result there for Keith, Jed Toole, Ramanauskas, Sakauskas the top 10, Toby Case, Matt Collier, Eric Mignon, Luke Dunnett and Roger Davis, the 15 runners in that one. Let's get ready for heat number 10.
Heat number 10 then, Callum Brewell will be looking for a better one from pole. Steve Brown alongside, Tom Fuller and Martin Theodoro are row 2. Rogero Mendez and Cameron Williams are row 3. Daniel Brewer and Claudio La Rosa row 4. Running at your top 10 is Joe Hunt and Chris Alcock. There's Tom Eastwood, Justin Buck, Niall Toohey, James Browning, Sam Morris and Anthony Amato.
Here we go then, Brewell from pole position ahead of Steve Super GT Brown. Can Brown get on the inside? Oh, he's trying a big sweep round the outside. We've not seen anyone try to do that so far today, and it's worked. He's got the lead. What a move by Steve Brown. I almost thought there was a problem with the cart, but he thought, no, this needs a big send round the outside. Used the slight banking that you've got through turn 1 there, and for the first time today, a driver from the anti-pole side of the grid leads at the end of lap 1. Oh, and who is that off? It's one of the younger drivers. I think it might. Might have been James Browning. We'll check as they come through. As Tom Fuller's at the inside of Callum Brewell going for second place with Martin Theodoro just behind. But what about that start, Howard, for Steve Brown?
Yeah, I mean, that is the boldest start we've seen from second on the grid. I think, memory serves, I think Steve Bosley may have been able to get to the lead by about turn 2 or 3, having started there. But that was so bold. Rather than what am I going to do to defend, he was just like, right, we're going to open out the entrance. I'm going to use this left-hand start to my advantage and open up the corner.
Cameron Williams was your spinner in the yellow helmet on lap number 1 there. So unfortunately his race is pretty much done. But look at the gap, 1.9 seconds at the end of lap number 1. That is one of the best first laps I've seen in quite a long time here in Club 100 from Steve Brown, and he is gone. He's got the race. This is ominous for the rest of the field in terms of the finals. Steve Brown seems very up for this today. There's Dan Brewer in 3rd place. Good field of experienced drivers here from Theodoro through Fuller, Brewell and Hunt's in there as well. Jero Mendez in the 101 has got up to 5th place.
Remember, Brewell will be looking for a good race this time. He had that problem at the very start of his previous heat, which kind of nullified that one for him entirely. As Martin Theodoro under pressure here from Dan Brewer. The 141 under pressure from the 142. And there is a battle going on between Tom Eastwood and I think it was Joe Hunt he was defending against. As Chris Alcock, this is his heat where he has to work his way up, as is the case for Justin Buck. This is their lowest grid starting position, as there's a penalty for Joe Hunt. And that is for advantage by contact, bump and pass. So that's going to be a 4-place deduction at the end of this heat. Still Theodorou leads through Brewer into the chicane at 12 and 13. Tom Fuller there in the 53. And Rogero Mendes in the 101. Here we go. Theodorou still defending, but Brewer is going to get the switchback pass. There he is, the overspeed. He'll have it nice and set up now for turns 2 and 3. Textbook overtake in turns 1, 2 and 3 here at Bayford Meadows.
It was indeed, but the field behind still forming up. Everyone looking for those positions with 3 minutes and 47 seconds to go. 3 seconds is now the lead for Steve Brown. This is a remarkable run from a remarkable driver. Contacts warning for the number 168, which is Anthony Amato. He's in 12th place at the moment.
I'm almost wondering, I almost need to see that start again, mate. I
Yes.
didn't quite sort of clock how that happened as such, you know. Obviously, you've got that concrete
bent physics.
There's the concrete runoff, isn't there, now on the outside turn 1, which makes it possible. Here we go.
So at first it looks like Steve Brown's got a problem because he pulls off to driver's left, but just goes, nope, send it round the outside.
And he keeps it.
He keeps in track limits as well.
That's ridiculous.
And it's an approach we've seen nobody from Grid 2 take at all so far today. I think we might be seeing it a couple more times.
Well, I mean,
across the rest of the day, because it clearly works.
You've got to be careful, though, mate, because if enough carts have packed in on your inside, you could be forced out wide onto the concrete. It could easily, you know. But what was interesting there is he actually had a bit of a steal on Theodorou, who was starting in grid slot 4.
Yeah.
So he kind of had the space to do it, I guess. I don't know. It just really worked for him, didn't it? Brilliant stuff. 2.5
minutes to go. Brown just sets a new fastest lap of the race so far, 54.3. Has gone quicker early today, though. He did a 54.0
but Brewer
at the end of his second stint. Yeah. In fact, Dan Brewer, the first driver to get into the 53s. I think he might be. 53.982 from Brewer. Just over 2 minutes to go. We're on lap number 6. All of these heats have tended to be 8 laps today, side by side between Rule and Buck.
Buck working his way up through the order, of course.
And they've lost out to Chris Alcock as well, so this is over 8th place. There's Tom Fuller in the pink and white helmet, just behind Martin Theodorou, the battle for 3rd. Rogero Mendes having another good race here in the top 5. Cone penalty for the 165 of Justin Buck.
1 place penalty at the end of the race in 90 seconds time.
On to lap number 7 then. Brewell not happy, and Buck's down the inside. He's also trying to make a move there, I think, on Tom Eastwood.
And he's done it. As we pick up Martin Theodorou, who I feel he's been defending all race here in the battle over 3rd against Tom Fuller in that 53. And Mendes having a good day at the races, I think, Andrew.
Yeah, been really impressed with Rogero Mendes so far today. He's interacting with us on the stream earlier. Do keep your comments coming in.
Yeah, in that 101 kart, currently running in 5th place. And, well, yeah, got Joe Hunt chasing him. Hunt has a penalty, doesn't he? Bump and pass, I want to say, to be applied at the end of this one.
Yes, he does.
So bear that in mind, folks. He will be classified 4 positions down from wherever he finishes this one.
Last lap then. Superb pace from Dan Brewer, 53.8. The trouble is, he's 2.2 seconds behind the leader, Steve Brown. Surely just keeping things under control to take this victory. Will be his 2nd of the day. Got a 4th, if I remember correctly, in his other race, so that's good points for Steve Brown in terms of getting a good grid slot for the A final. Here he is.
Martin Theodorou just did a good job of defending against Dan Brewer in the early part, Andrew, and it meant, yeah, I mean, perfectly within Martin's right to do that, but one wonders with the pace that Brewer has, this was a longer race.
Round the final couple of corners then, what a brilliant race. And as is said on the videos, get in there Lewis, get in there Super GT. That is one of the best victories we've seen so far today. Steve Brown takes it from Dan Brewer. Martin Theodorou 3rd. Tom Fuller 4th. Oh, very, very Bargy there over the line, but it's Mendez 5th, Joseph Hunt in 6th, but with penalties. Alcock, Buck, Eastwood, Brewell, the top 10, Amato, La Rosa, Tui, Morris, Browning, and then a spinner at the start, Cameron Williams. Let's move on to the penultimate heat, heat number 11.
All right, here we go, folks. Keep up. Jason Bradbury on pole, Adrian Mertens alongside. Oscar Lancaster and Cameron Moss make up row number 2. Chris Woodger and Mike Coppin are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Dan Healy and Ashley White. Rob Newman and Fraser Bunton round out your top 10. Hussein Rashid and Dan Truman are on row 6. Row 7 is Jack O'Neill and Chris Phipps. Andrew Ravage and Peter Knight make up row 8. And Thomas Partridge is on 17th position. And I didn't need to go nearly that quick, did I? Because they went round again.
I've got to ask producer James, what is it with the legs today? All the leg shots.
Is there a record for the fastest read-out grid in an Alpha live stream?
I think it's just been broken.
Yeah,
there.
I'm quite proud of that.
Here we go then. Penultimate race of the heats. Bradbury will lead them away. Does anyone try and do the Super GT round the outside? No, not this time.
But Mike Coppin's going to go very wide onto the concrete runoff there, and that wasn't the start that he wanted, but it's still Bradbury leading them through turns 2 and 3, as there's a little bit of bumping there, and Jack O'Neill there getting by. Has Hussein Rashid fallen off the back? There's some of the carts there, drivers looking down at their engines going, what happened there? I wonder if some people have got a mechanical further, or one person maybe, and that's caused everyone to bulk up. I'm not too sure about that, but they all seem to be facing the right way and coming out of 7 onto the back straight, and it is Bradbury ahead of Adrian Mertens. No, everybody looks like they're running normally actually, so I think they just all held each other up a little bit as they come through 10 for the first time. There's the 4 of Dan Healy, who I think has had a great start. He's got himself from 7th up to 4th. There's Rob Newman and Dan Truman as well, trying to work their way through here as we get to the end of lap number 1. It's Jason Bradbury ahead of Adrian Mertens, Oscar Lancaster, Dan Healy, as I said, up to 4th, Chris Woodger, Ashley White, Cameron Moss, Rob Newman, Dan Truman and Fraser Brunton round out that top 10 after 1 lap.
They do indeed. Last chance for these drivers to get good points through the heats and go into those finals with good positions. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 5th round of the Club 100 Sprint Championships for 2020. Our lightweights racing through their heats at the moment before they then go into the finals, which will form up the C final first. 4 places in that up for grabs to get onto the back of the B final grid. 2 places in that final to be awarded to get onto the back of the A final grid. This is great racing between Chris Woodger and Dan Healy.
And Lancaster
and
as well,
Oscar Lancaster as well.
Yeah. Really holding it around the inside, the outside, really any side.
Bob Newman there with Jack O'Neill behind. Jack O'Neill, of course, has got 2 wins so far. Newman to the inside of Moss. Simple as you like. Great move there by Newman. We'll move on to try and catch up this group here. Chris Woodger just ran into the back of Oscar Lancaster there and led him back in. Didn't want to get a penalty. Contact warning for the number 64 of Ashley White. Did you notice that Dan Healy? Yeah, Dan Healy's got through. Dan Healy has got past Oscar Lancaster early on this lap. Is now trying to challenge Adrian Mertens for 2nd place. Jason Bradbury, though, Howard, is doing a very nice job here out front, the C1 driver.
Yeah, perfectly decent start. Managed to retain that lead and just held on to it. But not able to pull the lead gap out too much so far. Adrian Mertens doing a good job to keep him honest here. And there goes Healy down the inside of Mertens. They're still going to be side by side. And Mertens trying to hold on to this one.
Great
and
defense,
it does,
actually.
yeah. He has enough speed, but in the second half, through turn 3, I think he's going to have to... No, he is going to have to concede that one to Healy.
Yeah.
But fair play to him. Still felt that he was in that fight through to the end. There were a few points where I felt maybe he'd have to concede, but he did keep his foot in there, and it still went the way of Healy.
Commendable effort. I thought he was going to hold it around the outside, but Healy was strong on the brakes into turn number 3 there. Was able to get that block pass done. Less than 4 minutes to go in this race. There's Oscar Lancaster. He's trying to find a way past Adrian Mertens now. Ashley White as well. Has a contact warning on the board already, so needs to be careful.
Interesting phenomenon here, Andrew. Now coming on to this sort of core pack at the front is Rob Newman and Jack O'Neill.
Yeah.
This is the race where the two of them needed to work their way up from a lower grid position.
And their pace is both of them in the 54.2s at the moment.
Yeah. As Bradbury starts to come under pressure here from Dan Healy.
I get the feeling Healy's got to get through this lap. There he goes, up the inside. Had to make that move. Had to make that move if he's going to win this race. Now he can focus on getting up the road because he's probably got a little bit more pace than Jason Bradbury. Or maybe Bradbury thinks if he can stay with Healy, they could start to break away from the two C2 drivers behind.
Yeah, didn't lose too much time as a result of that pass, crucially. So Bradbury's still in this one. But yeah, there's that. I'm sure, again, you know, the drivers are familiar with the people they're competing. We may be doing our first stream of the year of this, but these drivers are 5 rounds in, and Healy will have noted that the likes of O'Neill and Newman and Chris Woodger and Truman as well, Andrew, actually not having quite such a race as... And indeed, what happened to Mike Coppin after he ran wide at the start? But he will have, either way, he will have looked down the grid and seen that there are some big names in this one and realised he's got to get on up the road and get this one sorted as Newman tries down the inside of Ashley White, excuse me.
Great move that by Fraser Brunson, just popped it up the inside of Rob Newman as Newman had trouble overtaking White. Jack O'Neill is also on the move now, cone penalty for Newman. So O'Neill has got past White and now Woodger on this lap. Yeah, I didn't catch what happened to Mike Coppin. Now the wonder is, where's that going to stick him in terms of points? I hope it's not going to... It might leave him on the bubble here for getting automatically into the A final. It will compound his...
Nice move.
Yeah, that was Mertens down the inside of Bradbury. Bradbury's going to fight back now.
And Lancaster's there ready to capitalise should anything come his way. And something does come his way down the inside of Mertens. Brilliant opportunistic move there by Oscar Lancaster. I've been impressed by how he's driving in this one, actually. Really holding well against some of the opposition out there.
So the worry will be for Mike Coppin now. It's not going to be a great grid position in the A final.
No.
Even though he's had good results earlier on in the day as Jack O'Neill goes down the inside. Oscar Lancaster stops in on the apex there.
Yeah.
That's difficult for O'Neill. I think that caught O'Neill out. He was making the move on Mertens and didn't expect Lancaster to slow that down that much in the braking zone. But where is Coppin going to end up on the grid now? Is he even going to be on the A final grid if he's had one poor race?
I think it's crucial what his other position that wasn't the win is. As we're on to the final lap, O'Neill really applying the pressure here to Oscar Lancaster over third place. He's going to tuck his nose under here and throw it up the inside of 2 and 3. Meanwhile, Chris Woodger's doing the same to Adrian Mertens over 6th place. So it's all go here on the last lap, and Rob Newman's onto the back of this pack as well. So he'll be looking to pick off anything that comes his way, as Healy just has to bring this one home at the front. Coming into turn 8, here he is, the number 4 car. There's Bradbury, there's O'Neill, who's done a cracking job of working his way up through the field. But look at this, Chris Woodger challenging Fraser Brunson in the 87 and Ashley White in the 64. But Rob Newman is going to capitalise on this. Thank you very much. Negate McComb penalty, why don't we? As he goes up the inside, and Woodger's still trying to keep his foot in it. That's going to throw him wide. He's got to be careful. But here is Dan Healy, who takes the win in heat number 11. Jason Bradbury is second. Jack O'Neill in third. Surely a shoe-in for the pole on that A final. Oscar Lancaster, Adrian Mertens, Ashley White, Fraser Brunson, Rob Newman, Chris Woodger, Peter Knight. Good run from Peter Knight, actually, there. One of our Class 3 runners in 10th. Then Dan Truman, Hussein Rashid, Andrew Ravage, Cameron Moss, Chris Phipps, and Mike Coppin to round out your 16 carts. That was your penultimate heat. Let's go into our last heat, heat number 12.
Here's your grid then for the final heat here today at Bayford Meadows. I think we are going around again. Yes, we are, so we can take our time with this one. On pole position, there in the red and yellow helmet is Rob Langthorpe. James Wattis alongside him on the front row. Stephen Westwood and Ed Bars are on row 2. Dan Cohen and Bailey Morgan start from row number 3. Rob Dowsett and Dan Seeger are on row 4. Rihanna Percox and Steph Theodoru wrapping out the top 10. Ben Stone and Ned Douglas will have work to do from row number 6. Mikey Nichols and Greg Smith start on row 7. Tommy Welsh and Jack Gobble are on row 8. 16 carts in the field. Keep your comments coming in, both on YouTube on the stream there and on Twitter using the hashtag Club100Live and at Double Dash MM. Hello to Sam L getting their Super GT. The Super GT Steve Brown win, very, very popular. We'll see him again in the A final.
Big race this for Rob Langthorpe, Andrew. He needs
Yeah.
some good points here, doesn't he?
He
And
does.
The pole position is the best way to set about getting it.
Here we go then, last heat of the day here in the lightweight, 7 minutes and away we go. It's going to be a good start for the pole side of the grid as Langthorpe will lead into turn one. Watt is trying to hold around the outside, but Stephen Westwood is challenging him for second place. Ed Bars is in there as well. Westwood to the inside. Can he get the move done? Wattis, no, that's really good from James Wattis. Holds on to second place there. Not many drivers have been able to do that from the even side of the grid. Everyone else trying to sort themselves. There's the number 61 of Rob Dowsett down the inside. He's had some bad luck so far today. Great start for Greg Smith. You just saw his green suit there in the number 67. He's passed a number of drivers, including Rihanna Percox and Mikey Nichols. And so that's a brilliant start for the driver competing for the C3 Championship. There's Dan Cohen trying to find a way past Bailey Morgan as they come round to finish lap number one. Looks like Langthorpe has held the lead from pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Langthorpe holding there at the front, and also, yeah, Rob Dowsett, another driver who needs a good one because he's had a bit of a torrid time of it so far. Bailey Morgan there defending against Dan Cohen, but here is Ed Bars getting by Stephen Westwood over third place. And meanwhile, James Wattis is beginning to challenge Rob Langthorpe here for the lead. Oh, and someone's collected a lot of tyres there, so expect to see some kind of Cohen penalty or some such on the timing. We'll let you know if we see that.
Well, Terence, the tyres have been sent to the Shadow Realm there by one of the drivers. Someone will receive a penalty because of that, surely. Dan Cohen's had 2 contact warnings so far. So I think he's 1 strike away from getting a penalty in that case. There is James Wattis.
It wasn't a great first lap, was it, from Rihanna? Took a heat win earlier today, but struggling to make some headway at the moment. As at the front here, James Wattis really looks quite racy here against Rob Langthorpe. Is he going to be able to duck a nose in front there? He is going to, and he's going to go down the inside, and I don't think Rob Langthorpe fought that one too hard.
No,
Andrew.
he pointed him through. There.
But I think he really does want some good solid points here, and he doesn't want to throw stuff away with a crazy battle at the front.
Ed Bars will have spotted that as well.
He will,
We're
yes.
thinking, right, okay, if that's the kind of race that we're playing, I'm going to throw a move pretty soon. Stephen Westwood still holding it in there in 4th. Dan Seeger as well in the 95. Bailey Morgan having another good race as well in 6th place at the moment. Greg Smith has gained another position. He's up to P9 now. C3 driver.
Absolutely.
Glad to report, I think, you know, we had the not good at all heat number 3, but things have calmed down here in the lightweight since then, and there's some good racing on show here at Bayford Meadows as Langthorpe has a little think about trying to retake the lead there from James Wattis. Wattis starting to feel the pressure possibly a little bit here, particularly with the reigning champion bearing down on these two as well. Even though these are C1 drivers in the 1, 2, 3. Ed Bars has been on great form the last couple of years. He's just not making an adjustment to the carb there. He's just covering the radiator there. Rich in the mix of the fuel. Get a bit more heat through the radiator and into the engine as well. And he's not quite happy with the amount of power that it's producing at the moment. 3 minutes 50 to go. There's Greg Smith there, the number 67 in the green. Ahead of Rob Dowsett. And yeah, Rihanna Percox having a very intriguing race here. Only 11th at the moment.
As you say, Andrew, though, great run for Greg Smith at the moment in 9th. There's a move.
Seeger down the inside of Westwood for 4th. Westwood going to hold around the outside though, very nicely indeed. That was good there from Stephen Westwood. Holds the C2 lead for now. Here's the lead of the race overall though. Wattis from Langthorpe, Bars there, then Westwood. Seeger and Bailey Morgan having another strong run here at Bayford Meadows, a circuit that he knows well. Not talk too much about Steph Theodori as well. He's in 7th place. bit on his own at the moment, about a second behind Morgan and half a second clear of Cohen. What is defensive then into turn 1? Dan Cohen's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.362. Contact warning for Rob Dowsett, and he's back up to 9th place ahead of Greg Smith. Wattis defending again, and we have seen a couple of times already today, I think back to Sebastian Bloch's win in one of the earlier heats, you are able around this circuit to defend from 2 minutes out, Howard.
It's a fascinating track, isn't it, mate? We've seen great battles, great dynamic battles. You talked about how the circuit's quite technical, and we've really seen that come to bear with the dynamic nature of these battles. But at the same time, that means you can defend. And I found it a really, as I say, it's the first time for me personally coming to Bayford in quite a number of years. And yeah, it's just reminded me of how good this track is for seeing some good battles. But yeah, it absolutely means that Wattis can defend, but maybe he can't defend against this. Rob Langthorpe down the inside. Ed Bars has just set the fastest lap of the race. 3 abreast heading towards turn 2. It's surely going to be Bars down the inside. Oh my goodness me. There we go. And Wattis is down to 3rd.
Well,
in
Wattis,
a couple of corners.
Yeah, Wattis quite annoyed by that, because probably tactically the better thing to have done at that point would have just been to hold back, because Ed Bars doesn't need many opportunities to go for a move, just covering the radiator again there. Similar to how we said with Joe Holmes this morning in the heavyweights. This is the sign of a champion when they're not having the best of their races. They're not dominant. They're not out front by 4, 5, 6 seconds. And they've got to dig something deep and take the opportunities they get to move up to the front. And that's exactly what Ed Bars did. But here comes Rob Langthorpe down the inside, takes the lead back. Or does he, away from Ed Bars? We're on the last lap now. Bars to the inside. Wattis now retakes 2nd place away from Langthorpe. He'll like that one.
Langthorpe is going to go for the wide entry, try and get the switchbacks out of the hairpins. Further back though, Bailey Morgan fighting with Seeger over 5th. And Rob Langthorpe is still going to try and get these switchbacks, going to try and get the overspeed, but I think, Andrew, this little battle between them is going to gift this one to Ed Bars. He's going to go unchallenged in the last part of the lap. Coming around third 8.
Hello to Steve Gray, who writes a lot of our race reports. Says never gets to see the live coverage. Usually it's Thursday or Friday till I get to look. I feel like I'm playing truant. You're not playing truant at all, Steve. Great to have you with us here. Round the final couple of corners. Here comes Ed Bars, though. Well, he really had to work hard for that one, but it's another win for the reigning champion. James Wattis 2nd, Rob Langthorpe in 3rd. And it's Westwood, Morgan, Seeger, Theodoru, Cohen, Dowsett, Percox, Smith, the top C3 runner, Mikey Nichols, Ned Douglas, Tommy Walsh, and Jack Goebel. That is your field, and that culminates the end of the heats action. And we have a little pause now as the points are tallied up. Do hope you enjoyed the coverage. If you haven't already and you're watching on YouTube, and even if you're not watching on YouTube, do subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And if you're on Facebook as well, Club 100 page at Club 100 Racing, at Alpha Live Productions. Give those a like, at Double Dash Motorsport Media as well.
Absolutely, mate. Now, we've seen some really good showings today from some of our drivers who are competing in the inaugural season this year of the Young Drivers Championship. Sadly, that's been curtailed just a little bit because of the COVID situation, from 7 rounds down to 3, excuse me. But let's show you a little bit more about the championship just whilst we're calculating all the scores and getting our grids together for the finals.
So yes, Club 100. We are launching the first ever high-performance two-stroke arrive and drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100 has been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high-performance car. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers' Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the car, do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the 2-stroke engines, because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
Right, my name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship of Club 100. But we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and you know, to bring more young people into it, and hopefully, you know, they then move on to the bigger championship. You know, when they feel in this, you know, they're at the appropriate age and readiness, really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on 4 wheels, right up to Formula 1. They recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 Arrive and Drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
Thank you very much, John, for talking us through there, the Young Drivers Championship. As we say, one more round of that to go. Do check out the website for the details on it.
29th of November is the date for that last round, which means, if you're interested, there's plenty of time to sort that all out, right?
You can indeed.
So we've had 2 rounds of the 3, as we say in that video. You heard 7 rounds. Unfortunately, it did get curtailed down to 3, but the hope is, you know, it still seems really healthy grid sizes at those events so far, and obviously, hopefully we can carry that momentum into 2021 and provide that really good series for getting young drivers into this form of karting, getting them cost-effective racing, and with that recognition from Motorsport UK.
So yeah, so we're in a bit of a break at the moment. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. The results are just being clarified and checked through, and once those have been confirmed, and I've just heard in my ear that I think they have been confirmed, we'll have grids for the C, B and A final. So if you're just joining us, this is where the big points are now decided for this round of Club 100. For the C and the B finals, though, there are still championship points up for grabs, but more crucially, there's chances to race through into the higher finals. So the top 4 will be racing to go through, or be looking to go through into the B final, and then the top 2 of the B final go through into the A. Howard, you've got a grid. What are we looking at for this C final?
A very interesting grid. First thing to say, 19 kart grid in the C final, still very healthy grids in our lightweight class here, which is always good to see. There's a few drivers here, mate, who will want to be getting that promotion.
Yep.
You know, we've seen some drivers having some difficult times through the heats. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting.
And a big race, of course, for C3, our novice category in both lights and heavies. This is often a race that's key for them. We'll see if some of them have made it through automatically to the B final. If they have, that's already a very good day for them.
3 drivers have.
3,
of that class. So the podium for Class 3 not going to be decided in this this C final. They're just forming up in the pit lane. Shall we go into it now, mate?
Yeah, let's have a run through the grid for our C final. Let's have a look at it, and we'll be back very shortly for the start of that C final. Here we go then, first of the finals. 12 minutes now on the clock for these finals. Here is his C final grid. James Wattis is in the C final. On pole position though, Eric Mignon alongside on the front row, Toby Case third, Cameron Moss fourth. Those will be the top 4 looking to hold on to those positions and go through to the B final. Cameron Williams and Jed Toole with the first of the drivers looking to knock them out, though. They start from row number 3. Niall Toohey, championship leader in C3, is in the C final. He's got work to do. Starts from row 4 alongside Andrew Rabbage. Claudio La Rosa and Greg Smith are on row number 5. Tommy Welsh and Luke Dunnett on row 6. And then the drivers that'll be racing for points with outside shots of making that top 4, Jack Goebel and James Browning on row 7, William Stacey and Chris Phipps on row 8, Thomas Partridge and Sam Morris on row 9, Ben Stone there, who I don't think's run so far today, 19th on the grid. Keep your comments coming in on the stream. Hello to Luke Hornsby. Said great to see Club 100 Racing live streamed. Brilliant job to everyone involved as always. Thank you very much, Luke. If you've enjoyed the commentary, if you're on Facebook, like the page at Double Dash Motorsport Media.
He'll hopefully be back doing some rounds next year as well.
I hope so. I hope so. The distinctive Union flag suit and helmet combo. Are we ready then for... No, we're not. We're going to go around again.
I mean, no disservice to the man, Andrew. I'm really surprised to see James Wattis on pole.
I am as well.
Final.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I was just checking through some heats to see if maybe there was a disqualification we missed. But to be honest, there's 12 heats. I can't remember all the ones he was in, so it's taking a while. But yeah, odd one.
But he's in the right position. You know, you get a good start here. You get a bit of a gap to the drivers behind. This C final in this format feels very much like the B finals in the old Open. Like when we used to have the open classes and the invitational classes. This almost feels like the old B final in a way. And you can get your head down when you're in the lead and pull away and get a 2, 3, 4 second gap and not worry about things too much. So let's see what Wattis can do here. Away we go then for 12 minutes round Bayford Meadows. He's got a very good start. Eric Mignon's going to have a job here holding on to second place. He's not going to hold on to it at all. And he's going to be beaten into the first couple of corners. Toby Case.
Absolutely.
Straight through into second.
Yeah, Case has got a good start there, actually, breaking away slightly in second place as they will work their way through 2, 3 and 4.
Watch out for the C3 runners. Oh, spin round. I think that's Cameron again.
Yeah. Yes, it is the 22 of Cameron Williams. So unfortunate for him. And I think, yeah, the second time we've seen that spin for him on the first lap.
So yeah, unfortunately that's going to leave him with a lot of work to do. There's the number 23 of James Browning. Quite surprised to see James Browning there in that position, an experienced driver. Maybe not quite tuned into this Bayford Meadows circuit, as we've been saying pretty much all day. It is a very tricky circuit to get on top of, and not one as regular on the Club 100 calendar as, say, a Buckmore Park or a Wilton Mill. James Wattis leads at the end of lap 1 by half a second clear of Toby Case, who's got a bit of a gap as well to Cameron Moss and Eric Mignon. So straight away, this is where I mean with like the old pre-B final of a lightweight or a heavyweight. You know, your first couple get away pretty quickly, and then the main battle is over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Who else has made good starts on that first lap? Tommy Welsh and Luke Dunnett have made good starts, both up 3 positions into 8th and 9th respectively. There is Mignon,
Currently in the last of those promotee spots.
a driver as well who's been taking part this season in our humble Club 100 iRacing series on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Next edition of that, next round Spa in the MX-5s, 23rd of September. With new detailed damage model, so those bumpers are going to fly even more than usual.
I'll say no more. It's the post-finish line celebrations that I'm worrying about.
Yes,
That'll
that'll really put it to the test.
Mignon coming under increasing pressure here from Jed Toole in that number 75. Class 2 and 3 drivers do share the same colour of number plate, so it's not too easy to distinguish between them, I will grant you. But at the moment, it is James Wattis, our only Class 1 runner to be in this C final field, which is why we're slightly surprised to see him down there.
Yeah.
Toby Case, Class 3 runner in second. You at least have the number plate colours on your timing tower to the left, in all fairness. So you can see that Cameron Moss and Eric Mignon are Class 2 runners, and then the 75 there of Jed Toole chasing Mignon is one of our Class 3 novice runners. As into turn 2 they come. Nice little battle this, from 3rd down through 5th. Just pulled away slightly from Rabbage. You can see Andrew Rabbage in the 74 in the back of some of these shots, who himself is in a bit of a battle with Greg Smith. Greg Smith's been having a good day as well, hasn't he, actually?
Yeah, second in points at the moment in C3. Looking to get another good result here at Bayford Meadows. Hello to Grant Flashman, great commentary, guys. My first weekend in forever not driving Oliver. That's Oliver Flashman, who we've seen race here in Club 100 before to race circuits. So I raise a glass, sit back and can finally relax.
Oh.
I'm glad that you can.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Grant, and keep your comments coming in. Mignon to the outside of Moss then.
Yeah. So if this goes anything like how the finals did in heavyweight, you might not feel so relaxed, but it's great that you're joining us. And we see on Flashman at a few of the events that we do, don't we? It's good to know that you're getting a weekend off, though, to enjoy some motorsport. And here we go, down the inside there goes Greg Smith. But that didn't quite go to plan, did it?
Yep.
On Andrew Rabbage in the battle over 6th place. But this battle ahead of them really heating up here, Andrew. Just the screw being turned a little bit more by Mignon on Moss, and indeed by Toole on Mignon, as this lap on this lap it feels to me.
Yeah, Moss just needs to keep things nice and calm. There's no massive need to start defending wildly at the moment. He's got decent pace, but the more he defends, if he does start defending, the more he'll encourage the likes of Toole and Rabbage and Smith into this battle.
You could see the different lines there, with Cameron Moss taking a shallower line to defend and Mignon trying to open out the corner. Much the same effect that we saw Steve Brown do in one of the heats earlier today. Just open out that first corner, get the switchback, as we call it, where you late apex and get better drive onto the next straight. And that's what you see drivers doing all the time around this track. It's what's made these battles today so dynamic to watch, as the drivers go, oh, okay, this one's going to work, this one's not going to work, I'll jig over to the right-hand side to open up this left-hander, or vice versa. You know, it's been great to watch as this battle's closing up actually now, Andrew, because Andrew Rabbage in the 74 is closed up onto the back. Here he is, onto the back of Jed Toole. Now that's really not what Jed wants, because he wants to be in the hunt for this 4th position.
Yeah.
And Greg Smith is coming along to the party as well. So now it's becoming a bit of a 5-car battle over third.
Mignon's
here
going to
we
make the
go.
move. He's going to go down the inside. Oh, bit of
Be
contact there.
careful. You do not want to get a penalty that's going to make it impossible for you to get up into the top 4. As look at this, side by side. There goes Rabbage down the inside. He's got past Moss, and he's got past the 75 of Jed Toole, excuse me. So good few corners there for Andrew Rabbage, and he's got himself up into that crucial 4th place. But Mignon's got to be careful, hasn't he, Andrew? You know, if you collect a cone right now and you're running in 4th, you're not qualifying.
Yeah, the one argument I think that Mignon will have for the little bit of contact that he had with Moss through turn 2 is that he did have the inside line. You know, it wasn't a lunge in from deep behind. So it's I think that was fair in my book, and he's there in 3rd place. Contact warning for the number 75. Hello to Axel Sliepsevich, who's absolutely correct. 2 venues in one weekend. Get in there, Andrew. Thank you very much, mate. It was good to see you yesterday at Rye House.
I've got to say, though, I came from Warwickshire, mate. I don't know how I sort of arrived in Kent at the same time as you did. You got a head start with me.
It was a long day.
It was a long day, yeah.
It was a long day for a bit of RHPK. It was good fun, though.
Yeah.
There'll be some coverage, some audio of that on our Mixcloud in the week.
Yeah.
Double Dash Motorsport Media, so do check that out. Those 2-hour races. 5 minutes of this C final to go, though. James Wattis in full control of this one at the moment, leading ahead of Toby Case.
That was Claudio La Rosa we just saw there, defending against Niall Toohey, and indeed chasing Tommy Welsh over 8th place. But this is the critical battle in terms of
these
promotion.
Two have got to work together. They've got to work together. There is no point fighting at this stage of the race. You're both going through to the B final, and you've got a gap over Jed Toole behind. Work together, get that gap out. There's not even a trophy at play in this one. This is all about qualifying for the B final. Look, Jed Toole is closing. He really is. He's got the bit between his teeth. This is the worst place in any of these finals to be. 1 place off getting that repechage spot into the next one. So close. Greg Smith's not too far behind as well. And this is interesting for C3, obviously. We've got Case up there, Ravage as well. Niall Toohey, who's looked strong, really strong through the early parts of this season. I don't know whether it's his first time to Bayford Meadows, but hasn't quite been on the same pace as he's had in other rounds this season so far. 3.5 minutes to go. Greg Smith just behind Toohey in the championship. This is a big opportunity for him to get big points.
Jed Toole pushing hard here, trying to get onto terms with Andrew Rabbage. To be fair to Greg Smith, he's not pressuring Toole too much at the moment. He wants them to work together to give him the opportunity, of course. There's no point him throwing one down the inside. And one thing that we haven't spoken about yet, mate, really is the length of these races. We spoke a little bit about it with the heavyweights this morning, but patience can pay off in this race. You know, we're 9 minutes into this one. If this were one of our heats, we'd have finished it already.
Yep.
But we've now still got 3 minutes left on the clock. So, you know, playing... I mean, you know, some of the endurance racing fans out there may find this a bit of a funny statement in the sprint, but playing the long game in this does pay off. It does change the complexion of a race to have a 12-minute final rather than a 7-minute sprint. As coming onto the back of Greg Smith there is Cameron Moss in the 26, and he might be looking to snipe a few positions, perhaps just as we go into the last few laps here in a few minutes' time.
We saw him hold that 3rd position for a long time. It's still he's still in the mix here. This one just bubbling away.
I mentioned that Claudio La Rosa was battling with Tommy Welsh. He did get by Welsh for that 8th spot. That was a couple of laps ago. So Claudio La Rosa running well here. As James Wattis leads at the front now by 2 seconds. Great pace from Toby Case though, Andrew.
Yeah.
He did just take a 10th out of our race leader. You know, that is a Class 3 driver taking time out of the lead gap to a Class 1 driver. And, you know, these classes aren't everything. As I say, they're all scored together at the end of the day. But, no, just shows some good pace there from Toby Case.
Smith putting a lot of pressure now on Toole. Toole a little bit wide through the infield there. There is your leader, James Wattis. Doesn't need to do anything dramatic. Just take care of the car. Make sure that it sees that checkered flag. Move on to the B final. We have seen drivers race through from the C final to good positions in the B, even sometimes the A. Very rare, but we have seen it.
Yep.
There's Cameron Moss still holding himself in there. That's all he can do at the moment. Just keep yourself in that fight should something happen towards the latter stages. The key thing as well, Eric Mignon has been able to gap Andrew Ravage there. But Ravage will start to feel the pressure building now. Jed Toole less than a second behind. In fact, 2 karts within a second of the number 74's rear bumper. There they are, the number 75 and the 67. New personal best has just gone in from Tommy Walsh in 10th place. He's got a 54.983, and Jack Gobble's got through as well, past Luke Dunnett for 11th place. Good progress there for Jack. So drivers will see the last lap board very shortly. There is Eric Mignon. There is Andrew Ravage, currently holding on to the last spot in the B final. If you can hold it there in 4th in this C final. James Wattis starts his final lap then. Toby Case, great pace again, 54.408 there. Now a second and a half behind Wattis. But Wattis has done exactly what he needed to do in this race. Had pole position, got a good start, a steady start, got half a second over the rest of the field, and then just got on with the work of pulling a gap. Didn't get embroiled in any battles. This has been perfectly done by a driver who, if we're being honest, we didn't expect to see in the C final, but has got the job done around the final couple of corners. There is Toby Case. He's had a very, very strong run in this one. It's looking like he's closing in again on Wattis, but it's not going to matter. James Wattis comes around the final couple of corners, wins in the C final. We'll see him in the B, joined by Toby Case there. Eric Mignon will get 3rd, and Andrew Ravage gets the final spot there. And yes, there's a fist bump there for Ravage in 4th. Jed Toole finishes in 5th. Greg Smith is 6th. Then Cameron Moss, Claudio La Rosa, Niall Tui, and Tommy Welsh wrap out the top 10. Luke Dunnett, Joe Gobble, Sam Morris, James Browning, Cameron Williams and Chris Phipps. 16 karts in that C final, and they all get to the end. That's the end of our C final. We'll move on now to the B final.
Here we go then for our B final. It's going to be Ned Douglas on pole for this one. Had a brilliant series of races through the heats to get the pole in this B final. Stephen Westwood alongside Jason Bradbury and Rob Langthorpe will be row 2. Adrian Mertens and Dan Cohen will be row 3. Row 4 will be Oscar Lancaster and Mikey Nichols. Tom Eastwood and Chris Woodger on row 5 to round out the top 10. And then the highest placed of our Class 3 runners coming into the finals, Peter Knight, with a brilliant showing throughout the heats to line up 11th on this B final grid. Tom Fuller alongside. Row 7 is going to be Rob Dowsett and Hussein Rashid. Ashley White and Anthony Amato, another one of our Class 3 runners, getting onto this B final grid on row number 8. Row 9 is Eamon Salir and Keith Segal. Ramanas Sakauskas is the 3rd of our Class 3 runners into this one. Callum Brewell alongside with him, and then row 11 is going to be Roger Davis and Matt Collier, and then we expect to be promoted onto the back of this one from the race we've just seen in the Formula Lightweight Sprint C final, and it has indeed come through now as a confirmed result. It's going to be James Wattis, Toby Case, becoming the 4th Class 3 runner to make it into this B final, then Eric Mignon and Andrew Ravage, another Class 3 runner. So we've got good Class 3 representation getting through to our B final here, mate. And those 4 drivers will join on to the back to make this a 26 kart field in the B final. 2 promotion spots available in this one, so whoever finishes in those top 2 places is going to go on to the back of our A final grid, where the even bigger points are on offer. If you're wondering why you'd be so keen to do this and get yourself up into the next final, it's because 130 points are on offer for whoever wins that A final, and there's some big money points
Not just points.
Not just points.
Northern mode coming here.
Yes.
Free race.
Free race. It is a free race if you can get yourself on there where they don't get charged anything extra. It's part of the prize of getting into that promotion spot, so they do get a little bit more track action. And yeah, there's also there's a small little trophy, little trinket given for who wins the C final and who wins the B final. The big trophies. The big trophies are on offer. Well, I say the big trophies. Your Class 3 runners, there's no there's no Class 3 runners in the A final. So it does mean that your podium within Class 3 is going to get determined in this race. So that's one to look out for here.
Dan Cohen's brakes are now warm after that screeching stop where the rear axle locked there. No practice for these drivers. Brian Smith is with me. Free race.
There you go.
That's what we want.
Been very impressed with Ned Douglas so far, mate. I think he's very much earned this pole in B final.
Yeah.
Been very impressed, as we are going to be good for a start this time then. Ned Douglas in the 19 car in that high-vis helmet with the blue suit, alongside him Stephen Westwood in the 29 car. Here we go then, 26 carts pull away for your B final, 12 minutes on the clock. Ned Douglas is over to the extreme right of the track there to defend through here. Stephen Westwood's going to be left out to dry as Chris Woodger's going very wide out into the concrete and out into the grass as well, but has been able to keep it facing the right way. As at the front, it's Bradbury who's got ahead. Jason Bradbury to the head of the field as they all stream through out of turn 4. Some tyres have been bumped there, and there's round for the 54 of, that is, we'll check that, no, the 64.
It's
64.
Ashley White.
It's Ashley White
going round there.
Yeah, yellow flags out for that. They all work their way through now then. And yeah, there's plenty of, they're all holding each other up a little bit here as they all splay out. Look at this, 2 wide, 3 wide, even by the time they're coming into the long left-hander of turn 8. As James Waters is trying to make moves, having been promoted up from the C final.
All of those drivers in that second group, their chance of getting in the A's gone.
Penalty for our race leader, Andrew. Jason Bradbury has got an ABC bump and pass. So he may be in the lead of this one, but he is no longer in contention. That's him out of the promotion spot for certain. And he cannot win this race.
Yeah, 4 places is a bump and pass. So the best he can hope for is 5th. And oh my goodness, somehow not going round there. That's James Wattis who's coming through from the back of the field. He's got nothing to lose now, just throwing it.
15th place on that one. And the biggest move was Matt Collier up to 11th place. And Roger Davis made up 11 places as well. That's a crazy start from those drivers.
Ned Douglas trying to hold it around the outside of Oscar Lancaster. So this effectively is for the lead of the race now. Not sure that the drivers will be aware of that as the yellow flag out towards the back of the field. Someone's in trouble. We'll try and work out who that is at the moment. Look at Peter Knight. Here comes Peter Knight. We were told beforehand to watch out for the young driver in the C3 class, and is showing to be quite the driver. He is now up into, I think that's him, up into 4th place on the road and 1 spot off getting into the A final.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But look out for Oscar Lancaster as well, looking for a really good run up ahead on Ned Douglas, and he's got the job done. I can just see out the window. Here it is. Oscar Lancaster, brilliant run out of the chicane and onto the new lap, and he managed to set himself up now up into 2nd place. But crucially, Andrew, that's the lead of the race because of the penalty to be applied to Jason Bradbury.
Penalty as well for Callum Brewell. ABC takeout. He's gone full BUKC bandit there. As up the inside of Douglas goes Peter Knight. So Peter Knight is now up to 3rd on the road, which once we take into consideration Jason Bradbury's penalty is a spot in the A final. Now, Ned, we need to not defend too much here. We need to get up on the road because at the moment the day's ending is being forced wide there by Adrian Mertens and Ned Bradbury, and Ned's off. Ned Douglas is off there and needs to don't start from the grass there, Ned. That's going to be a penalty if you do so. No, he's going to do it, isn't he? Yep, that might be a penalty for a restart from the grass. Let's have a look at this again. Adrian Mertens did run him out very, very wide. That was quite a robust piece of driving, and unfortunately that is going to be Ned Douglas's day done.
It's a tough one, mate, because it was Mertens' corner by that point in proceedings.
Yeah.
I know that's easy for me to say in hindsight, but he's clearly got the nose alongside. That was not an opportunity to hang it around the outside, but I feel a bit sorry for Ned though as well, because he's been driving really well today.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, that was. We'll just keep an eye on the penalty board as well.
Track limit warning for James Wattis and the contact warning for Rob Doughton on that last lap as well. There's Oscar Lancaster effectively your leader of the race. Peter Knight in second, once Bradbury's penalty of 4 places is taken into account.
Bradbury's got quite a tidy lead, hasn't he? 1.6
Yeah.
seconds in days gone by in Club 100. Well, actually, no. Have we ever had the time penalties in the sprints? We haven't really, have we? No, that's not a valid comment at all. But it doesn't really matter how far ahead he gets in this one. He is not going to win it, and he's not going to get promoted because only the top 2 spots that go through.
8 minutes of this final to go. This B final. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell. Ah, that's Toby Case. That is Toby Case.
Yeah.
Who's got going again. I don't think there's any damage to the kart, but
here's your battle
positions to Ashley White and
for the lead.
Co.
Sorry, mate. Battle for the lead effectively here.
Yep. Which they may not know.
Yeah.
They may not recognise that the number 59 has a penalty, so they will be going fully at it here to try and take this position.
That could serve very tidily for Oscar Lancaster, because if Peter Knight is thinking, we've got to work together to catch up to this guy, means he's not going to stage a move on him.
Possibly not. We'll see what happens over the next lap or so. That's going to be very indicative of how Knight is going to challenge this. And at the same time, Oscar Lancaster, in terms of the situation, doesn't want to defend too hard, because look who's just behind them, Adrian Mertens, and he's got some good pace there in the number 55, and Hussein Rashid, and Rob Langthorpe, and Dan Cohen. These are all drivers that have changed there. For second on the road.
Peter Knight's got by.
I don't think Lancaster knows that Bradbury has the penalty. I don't think he knows. I think he's thinking he's just lost the spot in the A final.
Yeah, and this is back to what we were talking about. We had a similar situation in our heavyweights this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
Where there was a penalty to be applied to Steve Lindley.
Yeah, and just to say as well, no radios are allowed in the sprint. So if anyone wondering, well, can a driver be told through the easiest method of a radio, that is banned. That is not allowed. That is illegal in this form of Club 100. We do have radios in the endurance. We've got to call pit stops and team play and all of that business. But in this level, in the sprints, unless there's some very, very clever hand signals going to Oscar Lancaster from the pit straight, he probably doesn't know. And there is Adrian Mertens now. So now this is the fight for the last spot in the A final. Lancaster versus Mertens.
And Mertens has got to this position courtesy of just doing the fastest lap of the race. Should say as well, Roger Davis in 8th, unfortunately got a bump and pass penalty, so 4 positions docked from wherever he finishes in this one. So there's Jason Bradbury, whose lead has gone down, hasn't it?
Yeah, Knight's pulling him in. Knight's flying a 54.183. I mean, we were talking about just squeezing into the 53s being a fantastic lap time. And Knight has pulled the gap down to less than a second.
Yeah, it's a brilliant run, this. But, yeah, Oscar Lancaster. Well, I hope he's willing to defend that position like his promotion depends on it, because it does.
I think there's a spin there for Andrew Rabbage at the back, the number 74. He'd done really well. That's a real shame. He'd got up to 17th.
Got promoted, of course, from that C final, having finished 4th.
5 runners in the C3 stakes in this one. At the moment, it's Knight, Amato, and I think Sakauskas is going to be through and into the podium spots for C3 today. 4.5 minutes to go. Bradbury trying to respond. That was Bradbury's fastest lap of the race so far, 54.6. James again, Knight, 54.2 for him. The gap is down to less than 6/10 of a second.
Sorry, Andrew, I just want to say, James Wattis got himself up to 13th so far, having got promoted from that C final. Chris Woodger, mate, not having a good one.
No.
Not having a good one here at all. As look at this battle heading through onto the back straight. As we cut
change for the lead on the road. Change for the lead on the road. Peter Knight has got ahead of Jason Bradbury. Now, of course, Jason Bradbury still has to race for his points. He knows he's not going to get through into the A final. But 1 position equals 1 point in the championship. There's been a penalty for Anthony Amato for too many examples of contact. Matt Collier has received a penalty as well for a bump and pass.
I think that was the battle we just cut to be honest, mate. There was a bit of bumping and barging when we just cut away from this lead battle a moment ago.
Yep.
But look at how it's closing up here. Peter Knight now in the lead.
Doesn't change the situation of third and fourth on the road. That is still your fight for the final spot in the A final. It just means, unfortunately, for Jason Bradbury that his penalty is taking him even further down the order.
But here's a classic thing, mate. Oscar Lancaster catches up to the back of Bradbury, thinks, oh my God, I've got to send it, otherwise I won't make it to the A final.
Yeah.
Goes so deep that they let through Mertens. We've seen
or gets a penalty himself if there's too much contact. It's got to be very, very calm in this situation. Hello to DVAFP on YouTube. Wasn't Broadbent in this Club 100? Yes, not today, but Jimmy Broadbent, big YouTuber, has been racing in Club 100 this year in the E60 Championship. Was meant to be in the Teams Championship alongside Super GT. Of course, the Teams Championship cancelled due to COVID-19, and that's the mistake. That's the mistake from Oscar Lancaster. Adrian Mertens is going to be alongside now. Can he sweep around the outside and take the advantage of the next left-hander? He's got a hole in there. Great stuff from Adrian Mertens, and that's going to be him at the moment into the A final. Can Oscar Lancaster fight back? Oh, he does a really brave move by Lancaster. Brilliant. He had to fight in there and has regained this crucial third place on the road.
Yeah, Mertens left the door open to allow him to try it, to be fair. But yeah, that's exactly. I don't call much right in life, mate. But that was exactly what we were talking about. Of Lancaster potentially feeling I've got to go for it, and risking losing out. But it's meant they've spread out just a bit more. George Papp on YouTube. Yes, totally Brawn GP. I think that might be a reference to Peter Knight's race suit. And yes, we appreciate that too. Is all we can say.
Minute and a half to go. Just to finish on the E60 Championship. Normally run on a Saturday. They had their latest round last weekend at Rye House. Next round will be at Lydd Kart Circuit.
Couple of weekends
time. Same weekend as the Le Mans 24 Hours. If you want to get involved, head across to the website www.club100.co.uk. Same for all of our championships. E60, the Ironman on a Saturday morning, the Sprint 60, 2 30-minute races per driver on the Saturday afternoon, and then of course the sprint racing that you've watched today on a Sunday. They'll be there at Lydd on the 20th of September as well.
It's my first E60 round at Lydd, so if you are a slow driver out there and would like to take part in Club 100 racing, I'd recommend that one as a great way to get involved. But yeah, no, it's been good, hasn't it, the E60? It's been a good... Again, Club 100 shown their adaptability, Andrew. You know, they couldn't run the normal endurance championship we know and love because of the difficulty with pit stops in the current situation. So they've adapted and they've gone to this E60, which is close, like a sort of loose relative of the the 60-minute challenge championship we had that last ran in 2016. It's sort of similar to that. But no, it's been a really nice change of pace, a really nice addition to the calendar as we go on to the last lap.
We do indeed. One last thing on E60, except when it's 33 degrees at Moore Park. That was not a nice round. But here goes Mertens. Is he going to fully send it down the inside of Oscar Lancaster? Oh, he has a go. Oscar Lancaster shuts the door really well. Great defensive driving from the number 35. He's got to go defensive again into this left-hander. And I think they have clocked now.
Well,
I think they have clocked because they're not working together.
Yeah, but he may as well defend. He thinks that the opportunity's gone because Jason Bradbury is too far up the road. That's why he's defending now. But potentially, they might know.
There is Peter Knight. This has been very impressive indeed. A driver who's been taking part in the Young Drivers' Championship, coming to the fore in the Full Sprints Championship. A C3 driver is going to make it into the A final here at Bayford Meadows. Peter Knight round the final corner, wins in the B final. Jason Bradbury's second on the road but has a penalty, and Oscar Lancaster holds on by 0.2 of a second ahead of Adrian Mertens. Rob Langthorpe is 5th, Tom Fuller 6th. Anthony Amato is 7th, and I think even with his penalty still holds on to the C3 second place trophy. Dan Cohen 8th, Stephen Westwood 9th, 10th for Hussein Rashid, 11th Roger Davis, 12th from the back of the grid in the C final for James Wattis. Then it's Matt Collier, Callum Brewell, Mikey Nichols, Tom Eastwood, Ashley White, Rob Dowsett, Eamon Salir, Chris Woodgett, that is your top 20. Third in C3 was Ramanas Sakauskas, and he may, because he's another factor in the C3 Championship, we'll have to tally the points up, may have taken the lead in C3 as we leave Bayford Meadows this evening. Andrew Rabbage, 22nd, Toby Case, 23rd, Keith Segal, 24th, Ned Douglas, 25th, and Eric Mignon, 26th.
And I could be wrong. I could have read that wrong, but I reckon that Oscar Lancaster is right about now being pointed at for, you need to get on the weigh scales, you've made it. And he's going, what? What, me? Oh, all right, yeah, I'll have a free race. But anyway, that free race that we think he's going to get once we've got the confirmed results is our A final in lightweights, and that's exactly what's coming your way next here on your Alpha live stream. So there's a happy Muttley there.
That's very rare.
That's very rare. As we get ready to go into our final race of the day, and I tell you what, mate, I've thoroughly enjoyed the racing today so far. But we have one last little treat there in the Club 100 race cupboard, and it is the A final for our lightweights. And we're a little bit more chill going into this one. If it sounds like we're not speaking so quick through the grid that we're having a rap battle going on here, it's because we've got a few warm-up laps here ahead of this one, and obviously they're just making sure everyone's in the correct position on the grid, making sure that the results from the B final are confirmed, so we can confirm who gets promoted up into the A final. Shall we talk
Championship?
Championship indeed. Let's do that.
So remember, these were the scores at the start of the day, not taking into consideration the heat results that we've had so far. Ed Bars, your championship leader on 744, has a decent grid slot. Mike Coppin in second on 730 is in the A final, but has work to do, from the back. The intriguing one for me here, mate, I looked through this driver's results in the finals. Has had one podium so far in these finals this year. He's in third place, but he's on the front row, crucially for this one, Dan Healy.
Yeah.
This is a big opportunity for Healy to get some serious points and eat into the lead that Coppin has over him, and Bars as well. Other drivers that we'll be looking out for: Chris Alcock is in this final, Daz Teal is in this final, Rihanna Percox, even with that not-so-good third heat, is in this final and decently up towards the front of the field. So, all your big hitters are there, probably with the exception of James Bottas, who we've already seen fall out through the B final, Josh Adams, who isn't here today. All of the drivers in the top 10 are in. Fraser Brunton in C2, I'm pretty sure has made it in, but his rivals in C2, Hussein Rashid, hasn't made it in. Ashley White hasn't made it in. So you look back in the likes of Oscar Lancaster having made it through from the B final. There's a big chance for them in C2. So there's a lot of stories in this final regards championship. But then you look further down. You look for our drivers who haven't been here for all the races this season. Two in particular. Jack O'Neill, who we've talked about. Now Jack kind of already is out of the picture regards this championship, because he's only been to one round, so he's already used up all of his drop scores and more. But someone who hasn't done that is Steve Brown. He's been to 2 rounds so far this year, round 1 and round 3, this being his third. He hasn't finished in a single race this year, whether it be a heat or a final, lower than second. But hasn't won a final. Both of his finals have been second places so far this season. So I think that kind of gives you the full story-ish of championships. Let's have a look through the grid just before we get into this practice session.
Indeed.
Sorry, I've just seen from Steve Gray that view of Muttley just spoilt the coverage.
Oh,
that's harsh. That's really harsh. But here it is. Here's your final grid for the lightweight sprints for round 5 here at Bayford Meadows. Jack O'Neill has pole position Virtue of a fastest lap. Virtue, look at that! By 29 thousandths of a second on fastest lap ahead of Dan Healy. Steve Brown, Super GT, starts from row 2 there on the pole side of the grid. Chris Alcock, he could be a real dark horse in this race. Has had a quiet season so far in the sprints. Finished second in that battle with Mike Coppin in one of the races earlier on the day. He's alongside Brown there on row 2. Ed Barr's reigning champion. He's had to dig really, really deep today. I think he'll actually be quite pleased with that third row start from P5. Dan Seeger alongside him on that row. Let's look into... Apologies. That's not a heavyweight A final. We got through that one earlier. Let's go back to our grid. We just looked at row number 3, which was Ed Barrs and Dan Seeger. So Jack O'Neill, Dan Healy, row 1. Steve Brown, Chris Alcock, row 2. Ed Barrs, Dan Seeger, row 3.
Worth bearing in mind, mate, coming into this round, obviously it's the first one we streamed, but Ed Barrs comes into this having won the last 2 finals, and he hasn't finished off the podium this season so far. So, you know, he comes into this one with a lot of momentum.
Row 4, Dan Brewer and Reese Pope. Really been impressed with Reese Pope so far today. Daz Teal, runner-up in the championship last year, winner round Clay Pigeon last year. Starts on row 5 alongside Rihanna Percox. Sebastian Bloch took a win. Starts on row 6 alongside Bailey Morgan. Now we're in the part of the field that really is going to be fraught. Martin Theodoru and Rob Newman start there on row 7. It's not quite been Rob's day so far. Steph Theodoru and Dan Truman on row 8. James Martin and Joseph Hunt, the local experts here at Bayford Meadows, start there on row number 9. Justin Buck and Andrew Ward go on row number 10. Good chance this for Andrew Ward to get a good result in the A final. Doesn't always have the best of luck. Hope it stays with him today. The good luck, that is. Chris Powell and Fraser Brunton there on row 11. Big race for Fraser in C2 this. And there's Mike Coppin, second in the championship at the moment, but starts from row 12 alongside a very impressive Rogerio Mendez. And then our 2 qualifiers from the B, just to get them confirmed, are indeed Peter Knight and Oscar Lancaster. Well, we saw this morning, or early in the afternoon I should say, a really, really tense, close heavyweight A final. If you missed it, do go watch it back later on. You can watch the full coverage of today's racing from Bayford Meadow for Club 100 Sprints Round 5 on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Do give it a subscribe. And if you haven't already, give this video a like as well. But if this A final for the lightweights, Howard, is anything like what we had for the heavyweights a few hours ago, we're in for a bit of a treat.
We really are, mate. It was a fantastic finish to the first half of today's running earlier on, and this is looking, well, it has all the makings, doesn't it, of a repeat performance. I think you've got some drivers who are lower down on this grid than I would expect, mate. Obviously, Mike Coppin, we know, had an issue in his final heat. I'm wondering how much running around here Rob Newman's had.
Yeah, it was a thought I'd had, because this isn't a circuit that BUKC's been to.
Yeah.
Well, definitely not for racing. They might have had a couple of test days over the last few years, but we've not raced down here in a while.
In the sort of a few years ago in BUKC, when we had the concept of the Northern and the Southern qualifiers, this was the classic home of the Southern qualifiers.
Yep.
So you had quite a lot of racing here for the Southern unis, but 2 thoughts. Number 1, Rob Newman's era of BUKC didn't quite align with that era when we had the Northern and Southern. And number 2, even if it had done, he wouldn't have been in the Southern qualifiers.
No. Sheffield University. Couple of comments coming in. Alpha Live have been asking for your predictions for this A final. Any dark horses? Let's read some of them out. Peter O'Connor, hello Peter, reckons Dan Healy's going to go for the win here. Paragon Crypto, first for Mr. Brown, you've got this. Pietro Pagano as well, hello Pietro. Is looking forward to this race. Hope we see you back in action very, very soon, Pietro, here in the Lightweights Championship.
That, Bill Taylor
it
checking in there. Just got back from the heavyweights.
Very impressive run in the heavyweights today.
Yeah, it was a really good run for him. Very impressed. So glad to know you're now enjoying the coverage.
James Martin just slotting in there into his grid position. Calm before the storm now. So everything just goes a little bit quiet.
Rob Newman off to driver's left, mate. In turn 1, he's doing a last-minute kart switch here. He's running over to the pit exit to jump into a new car.
Yeah, this is off your cameras, but we can see this out of our commentary box window. Rob Newman in trouble now. Is that there? It is. And great work from the Club 100 staff. They've managed to get another kart ready for him now. Well, he might get lucky. It might be one that's just come back in, and it won't be. Is that? I don't think that exhaust was in the correct position. That might have just been a trick of the eye. But they're going to go round again to allow Newman to slot in. If it's a kart that's just come in off the B final, it'll still be warm. If it's one that's been sat there for the B final though and not been used, it's potentially got the problem of a bit of a fluffy engine now for the first couple of laps.
Potentially, yeah. If it's one of the B final ones, it's probably just finished third in the B final.
Yes.
So there could be, but he might have to run one in. You're absolutely right, mate, to get that one up to speed. So this could be an interesting one for Rob Newman because he's had to join straight into the pack here.
Yeah.
Hasn't had any of the warm-up laps. And yeah, one can't help but imagine that might have been a kart failure, mate, because he had enough laps to test it and sort of work it out. So interesting situation there for Rob Newman.
Good response there from Newman and the Club 100 staff. So here we go then for your lightweight A final here at Bayford Meadows for round 5 of the 2020 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship. Jack O'Neill on the left of your screen on pole position. Dan Healy second on the grid. Steve Super GT Brown there, P3. Chris Alcock, P4. Here we go then. And straight across, Dan Healy cuts into second place, blocks Steve Brown trying to make any kind of move, but Jack O'Neill gets the start he wanted into the lead and will still have that lead as they go through turn number 3. This is the first big braking zone. Are any of our drivers going to trip up there? Mike Coppin's already on the move and off the road there. Oh, there was a big hit there. Andrew Ward and Mike Coppin were involved.
Oh, and someone else as well.
Yeah, there was
Peter Knight, I think, possibly.
It was 3 of them off there, and I think that was a big hit for Peter Knight. I hope he's okay.
I don't think it's been a great start for Chris Alcock either, Andrew. He's dropped. Oh, no, he's still
there. They're in about 7th.
Yeah.
I think that was a case of karts just getting locked together, and it basically renders your steering as useless or uncontrollable. I don't think that was of any particular fault to one driver. And Rob Newman on the inside, well, I was thinking, was he going to have problems on lap 1? He's not having any problems at all. He's made up position. So end of lap 1 then. It's Jack O'Neill leading from Healy, Brown, Bars, Seeger, Alcock, Brewer, Percox, Pope and Block. That's the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic start for Jack O'Neill. Got exactly the start he needed, but under pressure now from Dan Healy, who we gave mention to, is driving so well today, and a great opportunity for him to get some big points in the championship. And then it's Steve Brown and Ed Bars. Remember what we were saying, Ed Bars has not finished off the podium yet this year, and comes into this one having won the previous 2 rounds overall. So he really does have some form so far. Further back, you've got the likes of Dan Seeger, Chris Alcock, Dan Brewer battling away. But just this little breakaway group at the front of 4 already. Here they are. O'Neill in the 50, Healy in the 4, Steve Brown in that 63, and Ed Bars reigning champion in the number 1 kart.
Peter Knight has got going again.
Oh,
What's a report down the inside goes Healy for the lead. Can he get it done off the turn 4, turn 5 complex? Yes, he can. And O'Neill's now defending on Brown. Bars trying to go around the outside, and we'll have the inside line for the next corner. That's again really good work from Ed Bars, reading the situation perfectly and up onto the podium.
Yeah, and Brown bailed out of that move a little too late, really. He realised how much time, as the door was closed by O'Neill, he realised, I'm going to lose far too much time being this tight round the next corner. And indeed, Ed Bars was able to just skate it round the outside of the first hairpin and have the inside for the next one. So Steve Brown now with a bit more work to do. Got to get past our reigning champion if he wants to take on the top 3 here. And it has allowed the likes of Chris Alcock and Dan Brewer just to close up. And here goes Ed Bars down the inside of Jack O'Neill for second place. Beautiful move there to get up into second place with the gesture there to say, hey, let's remember what we're trying to do here. We're trying to stay in touch with the leader. But Steve Brown now challenging Jack O'Neill for the second lap running. And again, that's losing time. And you can see how that's allowing Chris Alcock and Dan Brewer and to be honest, Dan Seeger and Rihanna Percox as well are coming along to the party to all catch up on it. And there's Rhys Pope as well. So everyone down to 9th place is closing up a little bit here in our A final. as Ed Bars takes a long swooping line into turn 8.
Key little thing you spotted there. Chris Alcock gave a little gesture to Dan Brewer saying, look, we're catching them. Let's keep working together. This has been a good couple of laps from Alcock and Brewer.
Yep.
And they're doing just that. They are closing in on Steve Brown. He's got to have a good one here to get back onto the rear bumper of Jack O'Neill. Ed Bars confirmed that this is so far in this A final. The 2019 Ed Bars has been back here. He's had to say he's had to work very hard and be quite gritty today, as opposed to just flying through the field and getting towards the front. This is more like it from Ed Bars, and as you say, the winner of the last 2 rounds.
And a big opportunity. You know, you were talking about the championship at the start. Mike Coppin has had a bad start to this A final, Andrew. This is a big opportunity for Bars.
Coppin's only just got into the top 20. Rogerio Mendes, Joseph Hunt and Oscar Lancaster have all had something happen to them on that last lap because they've all fallen towards the bottom of the order.
I should say as well, Dan Seeger is in this train. There he is in the 95, your highest place of the Class 2 runners. Reece Pope second within that subclass, with Sebastian Bloch third at the moment.
Oof.
New fastest lap of the race from Chris Alcock.
Big pace, really big pace from Alcock there. 54.031 now. Of course, he's being helped along by Dan Brewer just behind him in the 142. This is going to get tasty, ladies and gentlemen, because Dan Healy is not pulling away at the front of this. They're not fighting at the moment. This is almost one of those Cold War periods in one of the hay final. No one's making a move yet because it's too early. They're all just trying to work together and keep this nice and tight.
I mean, it just feels sometimes like there's a space race going on at the head of this field, to be fair. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's about biding your time at this point.
Das Teal didn't have a good lap last time around. He dropped 4 places behind Truman, Buck, Theodoru and Fraser Brunson.
53.9 from Ed Bars. Ramping up the pressure on our race leader. Dipping below that 54-second mark. Not too many drivers we've seen doing that so far today.
Curb warning for the leader. Starting to come under a bit of pressure now is Dan Healy. Now, how does Ed Bars play this? If he goes for the move, which I wouldn't put past him, he's got to be very precise. He's got to make sure that he gets it done right first time. That's the thing. If Bars thinks he's got the pace to get by and get away, then he'll definitely go for it. But look at the pack behind Jack O'Neill there. Oh, we're through to 4th. Chris Alcock's gone to 4th. So Chris Alcock, not happy with Steve Brown's pace, has decided to go for it and go through. Now that has slightly held them up. Look at the gap that you've now got between 3rd and 4th. Yes. Let's see if that closes back up though.
And it's in Steve Brown's interest now to work together to just suck that one up and go, all right, fine, but we've got to work together to get back onto the terms with this top 3 here. It's in all of these 4 drivers' interests, from 4th down to 7th, because Seeger's on the back of this pack as well. It's in their interest to not fight now, because you can see that gap that's opening up. The trouble is, Andrew, does Chris Alcock, as he runs a bit wide out of 7, does he have the pace to lead that pack to a level where they're all happy to sit in the queue and help each other out?
I'm going to say something here. This has a feeling of a super final.
I know what you mean. There are so many big names here. So many big names. There's another fastest lap of the race from Ed Bars, 53.937. Really pushing Dan Healy at the head of this field, and Jack O'Neill is doing enough to keep on terms with them as well.
See the slightly different lines that the drivers take there through turn 2.
Yeah.
Some of them like a lot of curb. Steve Brown, as an example though, stays out wide, but I think it benefits him through turn 3 with a bit more pace.
I've noticed as well, Ed Bars likes a nice wide swooping line into turn 8 here, you'll see, whereas Jack O'Neill likes to go a little tighter. But it just gives, it means that there's a good run out of these corners for Ed Bars, and he feels that gets him a little bit more on terms with the driver ahead in the last few corners of the lap. Here's Dan Brewer trying to look for any way past Steve Brown, or probably at the moment, as we've been saying, probably looking to work with Steve Brown to stay on even terms with these leaders. The thing is, which of these packs breaks first? If you're in the pack of 4, from 4th down to 7th, you don't really want to start fighting. You want to wait until you see the 3 ahead of you start fighting. As we head towards the last 3.5 minutes. 12-minute final, of course. That doesn't mean, you know, this would be only half of one of our heat races earlier on today, but now it's we're well over halfway through this race.
Hello, hello. Someone's just got into clear air, a spot on live timing. Rob Newman has just taken 8th place away from Rihanna Percox. Let's see what kind of pace that newly boarded 110 kart has got. Remember, this was the kart that Rob had to change very, very quickly to just before the start of this race.
Mike Coppin has just been able to take another place for 19th place, mate, but it's going to be small consolation, isn't it? As there's another fastest lap of the race. Is that the fastest of the day,
yeah,
mate?
It is.
53.879 from Ed Bars now in his pursuit, and he's almost bump drafting Dan Healy now as they head towards turns 2, 3, and then this left-hand kink at 4. He's really applying the pressure, and Healy's feeling the need to go defensive. And if you're in the battle of 4 karts behind in the 4th through 7th, this is what you want to see, because they've the gloves have come off a little bit early here. The drivers are breaking off of the conventional racing line, and that is where the likes of Alcock, Brown, Brewer and Seeger are going to start catching up.
Everyone in the top 6, apart from the leader, are in the 53s. They're all in the 53.9s, except Ed Bars, who's in the 53.8s. The pace of this A final is the highest that we've seen all day. Dan Seeger's actually been dropped now, so it's 6 karts at the front. But Healy's responded himself. That's a great lap from Healy, a 53.9. There is Rob Newman, you just quickly saw, trying to break away from Rihanna Percox and Reese Pope.
Well, Healy's responded, Andrew. Now he's sub 54 again, back into the 53.9s. He really is absorbing the pressure well, but there's so much of it being brought to bear on him. And we've got a few more laps.
Whoa.
And there goes O'Neill down the inside of the second hairpin there on Ed Bars. Beautiful move there from Jack O'Neill, and this is his opening gambit for the win here at Bayford Meadows with 90 seconds left on the clock.
Well, this is the thing, Jack O'Neill not fighting for championship here. He's got no interest in taking some good points in 3rd place. He wants the race win. He wants the round victory. And he's not going to do that sitting behind Ed Bars. He's made that decisive move. There's going to be, what, 2 more laps? 2 more laps for Dan Healy to hold on here, with Jack O'Neill now there in 2nd place. In fact, that was a ferocious lap from O'Neill. Even though he made that overtake, he was still sub 54. Jack O'Neill coming to the boil now. Is he closing in on Healy as they go through into the infield part of the course? I think he is, you know.
Yeah.
And Chris Alcock, Steve Brown and Dan Brewer aren't too far behind as well.
Yeah, Ed Bars, again, just seeing fit. This may seem so strange, being as, you know, there's probably a lap and a half left of this final, but Bars knew the gap that had opened up on the previous lap with his battle with O'Neill. He has to work with Jack to give them an opportunity on the final lap against Dan Healy.
Surely Jack O'Neill, as a one-off entry here from Titan Motorsport, is going to send one. He's going to blow this final wide open if he doesn't get it right through onto the final lap. Then Dan Healy has led this race superbly from the front from the very start. He looks over his shoulder, sees Ed Bars' championship rival there in 3rd. Steve Brown's just come alive at 53.864. But is it all going to be too late? Can Jack O'Neill do anything about the lead that Dan Healy has? That's one overtaking opportunity out the way for Healy. Looks over the shoulder again. Good drive off of turn 4. This is the technical bit. This is where O'Neill might try and set one up for a late move into turn 8. And he is closing, Howard.
Yeah, closing here, but there's running out of runway in terms of opportunities, mate. I don't think he's going to have something on in here. He takes a slightly tighter line, but we've been seeing him doing that conventionally anyway. I think Dan Healy's looking in the pound seats here, mate. He's just got to guide it neatly through the last few corners.
He has indeed. Easier said than done, of course. Dan Healy round the last couple of corners. There's one big more braking zone, and Jack O'Neill is not in striking range. Dan Healy's going to take the round, and he wins round 5 of the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship here at Bayford Meadows, and a round of applause there from Chris Alcock. That was a very mature, very, very good win for Dan Healy. He was very happy about that. That's a celebration and a half. Jack O'Neill 2nd, Ed Bars 3rd. Well, there wasn't as much back and forth in terms of position changes, but it was a fast final there. Healy takes the maximum number of points. O'Neill 2nd. Still good though for Bars in terms of championship. More good points, and he's still on the podium. 4th for Chris Alcock. Steve Brown finishes in 5th. Dan Brewer, great run for him there in 6th. Dan Seeger finishes in 7th place and wins in C2. Rob Newman 8th. After the scare there, having to change the kart just before the start of the race. Rob and Rihanna Percock's 9th. Reese Pope, really impressive today, P10. And 2nd in class, just ahead of Sebastian Bloch, who gets the final spot on the C2 podium. Fraser Brunton, good points for him in C2, 12th overall. Bailey Morgan, impressive as well in the top 5 in C2, 13th overall. Then Dan Truman, Daz Teal, Justin Buck, James Martin, Mike Coppin down in 18th. Well, he'll hope at the end of the season that that's a drop score, but that's not the kind of result that Coppin was looking for at the start of the day. Chris Powell in 19th, Martin Theodoru 20th, Andrew Ward, incident there on lap 1, bad luck again for Ward, finishes in 21st, and then it was Joseph Hunt, Rogerio Mendez, Steph Theodoru, Oscar Lancaster and Peter Knight, your 26 runners. Let's have a look at a replay.
I think this is going to be the move for the lead then, mate. Here it is, Healy versus O'Neill.
And he did just go for it down into an overtaking area that we've seen a lot of action into today. Inch perfect from Healy was a big move on Jack O'Neill, with Steve Brown and Ed Bars just behind. Quite early in the race, of course, that one. But as I say, Dan Healy into his, I think, 6th year of Club 100 now, Howard. Still considered as somewhat of a youngster, I think, by some of the runners in this paddock. But for me, he is, a stalwart now of this championship, very experienced. That might be the greatest win I've ever seen him have in terms of the pressure.
Yeah, I mean,
all on the line. Championship, 3rd in the points at the start of the day. He needed a big result today, and that's exactly what he's just got.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that was a big drive from him. The pressure that was being ramped up on him by Ed Bars, by Jack O'Neill from behind there. You saw the lap times that they were pumping out there.
Yeah.
These drivers who are just, and I know what you mean when you said it had the feel of the super final, and that's not to take away at all from our very accomplished drivers who we see in the heavyweight class, but it's just everybody, all the key players did make it through into that A final today. Yeah. I hope I'm not doing anyone a disservice, but the big, that, and I know what you mean in the sense of that. So brilliant win for Healy there, and it's he who takes home the bragging rights and carries the momentum forward. But difficult. There are a few, Mike Coppin from a championship perspective, that's going to be tough, and Ed Basel. Yeah, okay.
Still leads the championship.
He still leads the championship. He might go, I didn't get the win, but he goes home tonight with some good points. He still hasn't finished off of that podium so far, so he really does have some good momentum behind his campaign. But we've spoken to Mike earlier in the season.
Yeah.
He's really going for it, and I'm sure he will bounce back and be able to bring the fight when the series is next in action, which is in a couple of weekend time. In fact, I'm just going to do a quick run through of all of the events that we've maybe spoken about over the course of this stream. So in a couple of weekends' time, Club 100 is at Lyd for the E60, the Sprint 60s, and the Sprint Series. The Saturday and the Sunday sort of classic schedule have diverged, gone to two different tracks. Now they converge back again at Lyd in a couple of weekends' time. And so that's on the 19th and 20th of September. Then the week after that is the much delayed, but very much welcome to see it finally happening, the BUKC Finals weekend. Stick with Alpha Live and our channels as well on social media. Double Dash Motorsport Media will be there covering the final round of that BUKC Championship.
25th of September for that one, the live stream of the mains, and then Inters, which we won't be streaming this year, unfortunately, on the 26th, and Drivers' Championship on the 27th.
Yep, and then on the 10th and the 11th, the Club 100 Championships are at Wilton Mill, and on the 11th, that is the next time, as memory serves correctly, that is the next time that we are streaming one of these sprints rounds, is on the 11th, Sunday the 11th of October, so that will be for round 7 of the Sprint Championships. And then the other thing, what else have we mentioned? Legends of BUKC and Club 100, if you're into
Wednesday,
all that
23rd
sort of stuff.
of September.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other big thing that we've been talking about, fantastic championship, new to the Club 100 repertoire of championships this year. Round 3 of that Young Drivers Championship is on the 29th of November. If you are a young driver out there, or you are the parent or carer of a young driver, or you just know someone who's a young driver and trying to get into karting, check it out. The Young Drivers Championship. Go over to club100.co.uk and check out all the details there. Give them a call in the office, and they will be absolutely happy to help.
Very good stuff. Final bits from me. Thank you to JV and all the Club 100 staff. Another great event. Thank you to everyone here at Bayford Meadows for taking care of us in not easy circumstances, of course, still social distancing. As you've been,
I hope
you've been
doing
noticing all day.
We've had to
away
have
from each
a
other.
laptop each.
Yes.
Which actually we argue over a laptop if we only have one anyway. But we've had to like over.
My screen. But yeah, thank you very much to all the Bayford Meadows staff. Thank you to James Fitchew, Chris Simpson, and all the Alpha Live staff here this weekend. Do check them out. Do subscribe on YouTube to the Alpha Live YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as well. Search Alpha Live Productions on there. Ourselves, Double Dash Motorsport Media on Facebook at Double Dash Motorsport Media, at Double Dash MM on Twitter and Instagram, and the website as well, www.doubledashmm.com. Club 100, of course, as well. They're all on the social media channels as well, at Club 100 Racing. And thank you to you as well for watching and supporting another stream here for the Club 100 Sprints Championship. I do hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. Hopefully we'll see you on Wednesday the 23rd of September for the Club 100 iRacing Championship that we're running, 25th of September for the BUKC Finals, and then the 11th of October as well for the next streamed round of the Club 100 Sprints Championship for 2020. Anything else to say, Howard?
Nothing else to say,
Nothing
Andrew.
else to say. We're going to leave it there. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching. Do take care, and goodbye.